feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace. No one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down, into the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's till the moment the sky rain down. It's till the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go. Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kula deni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libat seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kau pun pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. Oh my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak gerak Negeriku sulit dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang eloke. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tuh kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go dising ke sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali tanya lainnya. If you want me, prove it, wema. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jari. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, look out the down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor, kings.
Guess it's gonna burn up.
Honor, kings.
On a careless spree, I could do all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Word of mouth, only 6 seconds. We got honor.
Who wanna get me juice? Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta shut down, but I got no cry. We burn it 5 as 1, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the red.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
All
down.
my pace,
the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
will be the guy. I'll make sure of it.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
I'll do this. Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No.
4 minutes left, 4 minutes left. Don't think, just color everything. Wow. You guys hear it?
Yeah.
That is gamelan song. You know?
Di Museum Wayang Jakarta.
Kita happy banget bisa di sini nih bareng sama Dalang. Boleh mungkin perkenalan diri dulu.
Saya Wandoyo.
So today you will have a special mission. Your mission today is to color 2 wayangs, otherwise known as shadow puppet. Anoman, the pure and cunning and the inspiration of Sun Wukong, and Rawana, the powerful and arrogant king of Galengka. But you have to work fast. You have only 10 minutes to color before presenting your wayang. Don't forget to have fun. So are you guys ready?
Let's go!
The first step is color the base in white color.
I'll do this. Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No. Pengen banget kalau bisa pengen banget persis, cuma harusnya sih emang tetap masih beda ya, karena kita nggak bisa sedetail itu, cuma at least kita berusaha yang terbaik lah.
Berusaha yang terbaik.
Nggak kayak tim sebelah tuh.
We want to beat them, although we have not favorable odds. We have a smaller brush, but we also do it already. Our hair and our face, finally, all white. It's not supposed to be all white.
Okay, now you can add another color to finish your wayang kulit. Don't think, just color everything. Just color everything what just she said. Speeding up.
compare with the real one. We start from Team A.
Let's go.
This is the real one and this is their artwork. So what do you guys think?
Better than them.
Dalang, menurut
1
Dalang
sampai
gimana?
10. 8. 8. We got 8.
Now, let's move on to Team B. What inspire you guys to color like this?
Three nations combined together, we try to do something creative. Nongshim, Black Kiss, and PHK.
United as one.
Yes.
Berapa skornya dulu?
Skornya 7,5 ini.
We won.
Okay guys, that's it. Thank you for Team A. Thank you for Team B. You guys did a great job. Amazing. Thank you Dalang. Now Dalang will show us his work and we will show him our game. Okay?
Okay.
Let's go. It's our game.
It's our first time to shoot like this contest. Saya dapat belajar tentang sejarah Indonesia.
You were coloring 3 nations, 1 table.
Itu bagus sih buat generasi kayak gue juga bisa tahu tentang wayang ini, budaya Indonesia juga. Pakai tangan kiri aja, tangan kiri.
It's good to experience this, and I'm glad to share this experience with people from all over Asia.
Indonesia wayang kulit, I love it much.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marah negara dari tahun lepas. 우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야.
Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan na kayo sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pula, karena ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Knockout stage, day 2, the 6th day of the tournament. As the revelry continues, the battle inside rages on. In the women's series, the Philippines faced Indonesia.
But they take the crystal and Hive will win the game and the series, and they will meet AGG in the finals.
It was a convincing knockout.
We've beaten Indonesia today, and now Blacklist and Boom, it's now all up to you. Let's bring home the trophy. Let's go!
A result matched in the Tri-Nation Showdown.
The Philippines are just bolstering their points here on the top side.
As Team Philippines took first place.
We do not need to target or single out any team. We can take them both of them at once.
The defenders are shaken. The gates are open. Dominator came out of the group stage undefeated.
Be careful, Nongshim. We have TNX.
It's time to go home, DMT. Bye.
Taking 2 confident victories against Nongshim.
It's the last one standing, an ace!
But the red greatness never faltered.
We're chosen, but never broken. Nongshim Red Force, the greatest red!
Turning domination into submission.
저희 라면은 더 매워질 거니까 조심하십시오.
Thank you for the donation, for all of supporting. Thank you so much.
The hopes of Indonesia now rested on BTR.
BTR, kita harus ambil tropinya di negara kita sendiri.
We are the last line defense of Indonesia. We have to win.
They won by one, Carl. Still not done. Zanki's gonna pull down. F1's gonna be next, and they are winning so far, and Ball is gonna fall, and Ace comes in!
As Boom charged through the open gates, and when all seemed lost,
There, they take them both. They take the Ace.
BTR's Bal and John Q pulled it back, leading to an ultimate battle to decide Indonesia's fates. But as they faced one another with their backs to the wall, the beasts ultimately came on top. The fortress has been opened, occupied by a day of Filipino victory. Can they hold on in day 3 of the knockout stage?
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Season 4 Invitational.
Indonesia, Jakarta. I am Blam, and with me is Sagi, and obviously today is going to be the third day of the knockout stage. We are into the semi-finals, where we are going to be witnessing not only Nova going against Blacklist, but also Nongshim against Boom. There is a lot of PKL representation going on today, and not only there, it starts all kicking off with the Women's Series number 3 here. We have Hive going up against AG Global. And Sagi, how are you feeling today?
Man, I just love the inclusivity in Honor of Kings itself. We had so many editions of these tournaments, and finally, coming to 2026, it's coming down to the Women's Series for the 2026 version. And Malaysia-wise, we have AG Global making it to the grand finals. With the side of Philippines-wise, it's Hive International. Also, very similar storyline where both teams just storm wreck through their entire bracket. 2-0s, 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 and right now, both of them undefeated, but one of them will walk away with the trophy.
Exactly, but not only the trophy, they'll be walking away with the total or grand prize pool as well, which obviously overall has been around about 10.5k, but it's been obviously operated in ways where the team winning the games in the group stage go away with a little bit of basically just amounting that prize pool, similar to the MKL league that we generally see how that prize pool works. But not only that, they do get some tokens on top of it as well. So once these players win, like you've already said, AG and Hive both stomping through in that 2-0 fashion, they get to treat themselves to some skins, they get some money, and they also get the pride of that trophy.
100,000 tokens for first place, meaning 20,000 tokens per player. And also, if you win more, you get more money here. So the entire tournament design is meant for players, teams who actually look to dominate here. If you win one series, you win one game, every little amount gives you more of a amp into that grand prize pool. So for these players, they will definitely want that clean 2-0 coming into this finals.
Exactly right. Like, if you can keep getting those clean 2-0s, you get more money into the bag there. And obviously, as you walk away, you're going to be even more happier. But I feel like for these two teams, obviously, AG Global, for the past so many women's series of Honor of Kings here, have definitely been the victors. So there's a lot to prove here for Hive. And to be honest, as I've already kind of alluded to today, that there's so much riding on the hopes of the PKL fans. And I feel like it all starts here as well.
If they can manage to, I mean, it's a bit of like a both sides story, right? Because Nova is the only Malaysia MPL team remaining, right, in KIS4 for the official tournament. And AG Global is also the only remaining Malaysia team coming in for the Women's Series here. If they can do well, then maybe Nova has like a good fortune going in. If Hive does well, maybe Blacklist or Boom has like a good opener, good morale boost going into their tournament. So it's like what you mentioned, Blam. If they start well here, maybe it contributes to something going into the main tournament later on.
I mean, realistically, does Nova need the goodwill going forward, right? Like, they definitely don't need that for any stretch of the imagination, just because of past accolades, right? Obviously, Spring MKL champions, Season 3 champions, literally top 4 of KWC, and second in, obviously, KIC 2025. So this is not a team that isn't shy from that limelight, but the limelight needs to be shined on these players that are going to be entering the stage very soon. Obviously, this is a new part of the Honor of Kings ecosystem, yet we're still already into the third series of the Honor of Kings Women's Series as well. So just once again, just showing the players, the viewers at home, that the ecosystem for Honor of Kings is for everybody. And the tagline for the Season 4 Invitational is, it's our game, and it's literally everyone's game.
Everyone's game, everybody is included, inclusivity speaks it all. And to talk about accolades, AG Global and their previous self, which is Alpha Gaming Angels, I believe APGA.
Yes.
We went through a roster shift up as well, introducing Serium, introducing Fire into the roster. So it's not the same roster that we've seen back in the 2025 Women's Series lineup, but coming 2026, they still showed absolute dominance here. Whether or not they can continue their win, an interesting one. But hey, let's throw it to the host. Mara, you're up.
The final stretch towards the peak of HOK excellence is upon us.
As we're about to witness the greatest matches at the start of the year 2026.
As we determine the final 2 teams to reach the summit of KIS4. Salamat datang Indonesia. Aku Mara.
And Aku Rookie Cast. This is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4 Knockout Stage. It's our game.
We'll be starting off the day with a very exciting match in the Honor of Kings Women's Series Finals as we determine the new Queens of the World.
Let us welcome the two teams that will put on a great show today. Let us welcome the first team representing Malaysia, AG Global.
Let us welcome the team from the Philippines, Hive All-Star!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously the first team up onto the stage here is obviously none other than AG Global. Run me through this one, Sagi.
Yeah, we have Clash Lane Surium, Orwell, Jaja, Fire, and also Kitty. If we were to reference back to the 2025 roster, it will be Fire and Serum being the new addition towards their roster here. So interesting enough, they have still continued their absolute dominance, but this time they are against their rivals, undefeated, which is Hive All-Star.
Yes, Hive All-Stars will be represented by Wuna into the Clash lane. We have Posty as their roam, Rogue as their jungle, Gia as their mid lane, and then Joyd 7 as their marksman. And if we're going off anything from the last series that I casted here of the Honor of Kings Women's Series 3, is that into the draft and the ban phase, OL seemed to be targeted quite a lot into that mid lane. So I feel like maybe that might be the case here again, because obviously we do have Fire and Sirium being the new additions of the squad here of AG, but it seems like OL has made her name for herself and made herself feared to the enemy team.
And I also saw a lot of TikTok edits as well, featuring like the Indonesian fans covering a lot of our ladies here in the women's series. So they definitely got a lot of like focus on towards their skills, their entirety of their team, the history coming in towards this year. So interesting enough, we also have APG Xiang, formerly APG Xiang, now currently AG Xiang, coming in as the coach for the ladies team for AG.
Exactly. I mean, he's not just a player now. He's also a coach, and we've also got Coach Floor here as well, who's also a player. So we have both players now coaches, giving these two teams their know-how and their experience onto the Gorge, and a lot of emoting going on from the Hive All-Stars, which I love to see.
Yeah, Joy there just casually emoting. There's Jaja as well. So back to your question about these hero pools being targeted, especially on the side of Orwell. Maybe it's something that the teams has found out. It's like, hey, we want to start targeting somewhere. Maybe it's onto Orwell. Maybe that's where we can actually limit AG's aggressive approach. Because so far, if we were to compare the last series that both these teams have played, yes, it's 2-0 for both AG and also Hive against Coda Nozara and also Big Show Vitality. But the duration that AG Global has, first game 11 minutes, second game is barely 8 minutes. But for the side of Hive, it was 11 minutes and 20 minutes here. So do you think, based on numbers itself, duration itself, there is a disparity between these two teams?
I mean, the stats speak for themselves, right? I mean, if AG have got the quicker game, there's clearly a little bit of a curve here for Hive All-Star that they need to actually try and overcome. But, like, if I recall back to the first series that I casted of the AG Global squad here, is the fact that they're always ahead in terms of the gold resources, regardless of how well Code Unknown did, and actually were able to get like double kills so early on within the first game. AG Global was just like, okay, we'll let you have those 2 kills in the bag, but we're still currently ahead by 1 to 2k pre 10 minutes, just after the 4-minute mark as well. So they know how to gain the resources, they know how to put the gorge into their favor.
I think that's the scary part, right? Especially when you have like professional players coming in to really guide you and teach you the macro and micro game. So that gives AG Global and also Hive All-Star, these 2 teams, the added advantage here, as we do see both Coach Fleur and Coach Xiang coming in as the coaches for Hive All-Star on towards the blue side and AG Global on towards the red side, kicking off the bans with Adolia.
Yeah, very similar to what we've been seeing in Season 4 Invitational, right? The C Singer has been very dominant with not only into the draft of the banning part, but also into the synergy of the likes of the Yang Jian, also pairing it down to the bot side of the map with the Lung as well. But this now follows the same suit, the Chicha, the Forge Maiden, as well as the Martial Monk being banned out here. So not only are they wanting to kind of like look and focus on Woon as hero pool here, which is obviously the Martial Monk, but Sirium, I believe, like can play the Dharma very well also.
And I also love the Beast first pick coming in for side of Hive All-Star. I think throughout the entire duration of KIS4, the Zhangfei pick has skyrocketed in terms of the first pick priority, especially on towards the blue side. You can peel, you can lane, and the most important part, the engage is really solid coming in from this roamer pick.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we always sing the praise of Zhang Fei. Any tournament, right? Like, this is generally being one of the go-to support heroes within Honor of Kings. And because the meta's kind of shifted more towards the tanks down into that roam role, where obviously we used to like to see the Diadea, the Dolia generally shine through quite frequently. Now, the tank meta is coming through. Zhang Fei is definitely kind of like top tier here, and then kind of like following slowly behind, especially depending on the player and their initiation potential. The Refart Datu is pretty close behind there with the Zhang Fei.
Fully agreed, right? You can definitely go for those long-range engages here, and some of the popular picks throughout the last few days, the Fate, Featherfoot being locked in as Hive All-Stars jungler on the hands of Rogue, and of course, what's a meta without the new hero Evernight aspiration here? Haya has one of the most aggressive heroes thus far, and that's Cat, and also AG's manager here in the live audience here. But back towards the draft itself, I do think that both teams definitely have a very equal one, at the very least in the first 3 picks.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some really big meta picks, right? Like you were saying there, Saga, the fact that Pack Leader, Featherfoot, as well as obviously the Evernight Aspiration as well, all coming through here. And it feels like Hive All-Stars are not scared of the potential of OL, right? I mean, giving over one of the greatest sort of like single target picks here, especially if taking away one of your teammates into the Moonscape Mirage, is definitely a scary insight or even potential here for the side of Hive All-Stars as they go into those big team fights. But looking at the second part of this banning phase, we have the Rose Spencer as well as Celestial, the Seafarer, as well as the Martial Genius, all being pretty much targeted here. So more Clash Lane bans, but there's still the likes of the Spark Mace Byron here for Sirium to pick up.
And if we were to see towards the side of Hive All-Star, do they go for the Fatih here? Seems like that's the only possible equal matchup or laning matchup that Hive could really provide, and I'm pretty liking it, right? You can see both teams, they're drafting up to their expertise, fighting blow for blow in terms of their hero pool. You can see for AG and for Hive, that's a lot of Clash Laners banned, like you mentioned. That's like 6 Clash Lanes in a total of 8 bans.
Yeah, crazy. So crazy that they don't want to let Sirium get really untapped there. So maybe the focus has shifted from what they've seen over the past few days, right? Obviously, OL, yes, is a fantastic player, but Sirium, on the other hand, is also an amazing player as well, as we've been seeing the plays and the playmaking potential of this player. But it's going to be the Wild Rider here, going to be locked in for the side of AG, obviously getting a little bit more of that early game pacing for themselves here, because everything else kind of seems to shine and sort of direct into that late game, especially if we're looking at the Lung here. But over the side of Hive All-Stars, they go for the Divine Enforcer, they go for the Mighty Conqueror, like you were saying, Sagi. But I do like the pairing of the Divine Enforcer, because obviously the damage reduction potential that you not only can do, but also the Sanctification, so boosting one of these heroes' levels a little bit higher than expected. And you can imagine it's going to go onto the Pack Leader or even Featherfoot.
like depends on who does well, right? And especially when you talk about sanctification coming in from the Ziya, you have a lot of spawns coming in from the Agudo spell 1. So when he drops that spell 1 and you're like, oh, that's just free XP, thank you for the donation, I'll take it.
Yeah, generally we've seen the Divine Enforcer be kind of drafted when we see the Charno, because obviously the same principle applies with the Spirit Wolves, but just as much there with the Agudo. So I feel like maybe I feel like it was drafted after pre the Agudo pick there as well. So it's going to be generally a good pickup here for the side of Hive All-Stars. But game number 1 is soon under the way. We're seeing the coach both shake hands here. Not normally the formalities that these two players go through, Siang and Floor there. So a little bit of an alien interaction for them, but this is going to be game number 1 between Hive All-Stars and AG Global. And obviously, as we saw in the crowd, we have also AG Cat here representing as well and showing his face and giving the Honor of Kings Global Esports some support, some love.
He's always here in all these majority of the events. It's always nice to have such a veteran coming in to share experience and also the joy of Honor of Kings Esports. But right now, we're including our ladies here in the HOK Women's Series. And I gotta say, this finals best of 3, the drafts are looking hella solid coming in for both squads. And if you were to really choose one specific draft that you really think that has a slight favor or more favor, which would you choose?
I mean, it's a really difficult one to choose, right? Because obviously there is so much meta picks come through here. Obviously, the way that these two really work is they can both shine, obviously, into the team fights, right? Obviously, we've known that Lung can be played a little bit more assassin-like as well. So obviously trying to get the access onto the backline here. But down into the 1v1 potentials, if you break it down into the farm lane, I'm really liking the fact that the Chano going up against the Lung here as well. Using those Spirit Wolves to kind of like chip away and also try and take away the brunt and make it harder to land those flaming palms.
And talking about Long as well, I like the fact that you suggested the Long having the assassin playstyle, and there's also a recent surge of this tank Long build coming in towards the meta, especially in the KIS4 main tournament, where the Long doesn't go for the crit build anymore. He goes for the items like the tank items, the bruiser items, right? The Frostsky Embrace, the Axe of Torment. It's slightly more tanky by sacrificing the amount of burst that you can actually provide. What do you think of that?
I mean, it's really good, right? Especially because when teams generally lock in the Lung as well, right? You know for a fact that's going to be like, kind of like the prize target, not only for obviously locking down the kills to get rid of that incredible burst damage, but also to exhaust the infinite vastness. That ultimate that kind of gives you a get out of jail card here, but Woona looking pretty low here, has to go to the health pool just to get their semblance of life back onto the Gorge.
Ooh, very much of aggression coming in from the early game coming in from Kitty here. But Woona, very slow and stable. Very conscious of not having to burn the flash. Very good damage calculation as well coming in from the Hive Flash game.
Yeah, exactly. Just knowing when to play to the limits of the side of AG Global, right? Knowing how much each punch is gonna pack onto their side. But this is just, again, AG Global playing to the same strengths as they've been doing, right? Is obviously trying to invade the enemy jungle. I mean, for the side of Hive All-Stars, that's a little bit of a Brucey bonus there. They're able to get the last hit onto those spike-tailed beasts, the boars, sorry, and able to claim back that little bit of resources that you can see that AG is just slowly but surely trying to get the lead.
Yeah, the laning phase coming in for side of all gamers is really solid thus far. We can see top side, Woona went super low thanks to the gank of Kitty, and bottom side though, Fire and Jia putting so much pressure on towards posting Sound Faker. Already going like what, 40% health bar low. So on the first few minutes of the map control, especially the river, I don't think I'll see Hive getting too much of the river control. As we see bot side though, engaged on towards Posty here, has to burn the stun here, takes a Flaming Palm, but with the damage reduction coming in from the turret here, she does get herself back to her safety.
Yeah, I feel like it's just got a little bit more harder here for them to actually get the takedown onto the Jungbei. Oh, okay, right, the wing comes through with the Flaming
Raging
Palm.
Seed. Okay, Sprite Link's shield here does get him out of safety here, has the flash. Flash doesn't catch him back towards safety here, but it's okay. It's a good try towards the top side here. We do see Fate on towards the wall. Doesn't get the knock up on towards Kitty here. 3v2. They don't have vision on towards Orwell. There you go. The pole is broken apart coming in from Orwell's ultimate, but with the expense of Hive burning 2 flashes, both from Jia and both from Woona.
But I mean, AG down to the bot side of the map there. Fire, not only getting rid of the infinite vastness, but also the flash literally just before the 4-minute mark. It was around about maybe 3 minutes and 10 seconds. That flash is not going to be back online. Neither, potentially the infinite vastness may be back there for a little bit while, but like I was back to the point I was making, Posty's become a little bit more harder to kill now that the Jung phase got to level 4, right? We now have the Unbridled Outburst. It's waiting, it's loaded in the barrel, especially when these neutral objectives are coming onto the Gorge now.
You can see both teams are just slowly but surely pacing themselves through this target pit here. We do see the Moonscape Mirage. Oh, capturing Gia in towards the 1v1. But Joy on towards the bot side here, gets caught by the Raging Sea, finishes by the Hands of Fire with the Flaming Palm. And this is looking a disaster for the side of Hive International, but they do get Serium in towards the hand, forcing it a 2-4-2. That's one more kill into the hands of Owo. The Moonscape Mirage getting more value for the side of AG, making it a 3-for-2 in favor for the red team.
Yeah, exactly, the favor is coming through. Still not stopped there, Sagi. I mean, they're looking to drive out the side of Hive under this T1.
It's not stopping it. They are going feisty here, but Jaja with the Spell 1 lifesteal here, coming in for Refund Daru, survives from Rogue's overextension and does get taken out by Fire with that Flaming Bomb.
Yeah, I mean, I know Hive had to play that very aggressive, right? Obviously to drive them away from that T1 into the mid lane. And I think it was a very well done job there that nobody actually died in that effort. So Wuna playing very well, being able to clean out the minion wave, but also drive away AG Global at that same time. Because I feel like if that was not the scenario, if that did not take place, we could potentially see that T1 takedown, and that would have been monstrable here for the side of Hive All-Stars, considering they are behind by around about 1.6k gold.
Almost 2,000 as well, right, Glam? And with that early game play coming in for the side of AG, we do see a steal coming in from the side of Hive's Rogue here. They don't get the steal, they lose Rogue, and that is just a massacre coming in for the side of Hive here. Everything is going wrong.
I'm starting to understand why Owell was getting focused in the last draft we saw in that game against Code Unknown Zara, but now obviously
side here, Jaja finding the
side.
position on towards the side of Joy here. Joy is the first one to get taken down here. We do see the Cavalry coming in for the side of Hive International, but it's not enough. They do lose out Joy. That was just a bit of time discrepancy because Joy's flash was just coming up after like what 5 to 10 seconds later after this play.
Has destroyed a tower.
Oh yeah, literally. It should have been the timer should have definitely been a little bit more aware here for the side of Hive All-Stars Joy, but unfortunately, sometimes you do make these mistakes in these high-tense situations here, and especially with so much on the line, right? I mean, this is the grand finals of the Honor of Kings Women's Series 3, so there is going to be some nerves. There is going to start to sort of show some mistakes come through, and unfortunately for the side of Hive All-Stars, that mistake's definitely cost them the bot side of the map here in terms of that pressure being created, but now you can kind of see the AG Fire. They're like, right, okay, we got bot side. Let's try and just funnel everything into Fire here. Let's get that gold discrepancy into the bot side of the map against Chano into our favor.
And they're really pulling it really well, especially the side of AG Global, utilizing Owl's early game presence and forcing all these big plays here. Owl casting the Moonscape Mirage on towards Rogue, heading in towards 1v1. Everybody needs to come for this party here. We see Serium already standby here, waiting for the 1v1 to explode. The ultimate coming in from the south lane, pushes every single member of the side of AG here. Blinking Hellfires coming in for the side of AG, already dropping Kitty, already dropping Owl here. The only damage unit coming in for the side of AG. Gets taken down, Fire gets sent down by Gia's ultimate here. Beautiful stuff coming in by the side of Hive International.
Just like all the PKL teams, we know that Hive All-Stars knows how to brawl, man. Like, they brought the flavor into that match. It looks like they're going to get the T1 here into the mid lane for themselves. They've just bought themselves a one-way ticket back into this match. They just need to equalize this gold lead.
And we were talking about how AG Global was like really good in those specific close quarters, but do break down what exactly happened.
I mean, it was back at basically the return from the Moonscape Mirage, right? It was definitely not the welcome sweetheart return that the side of AG Owell really wanted there. That Unbridled Outburst really upset the whole motion there. And not only that, the backline was really uncontested there. That meant that obviously the universal law, the runway of death came through and was able to wipe down AG there. So overall, I feel like the play was very well under the favor of Hive All-Stars.
Raging Sea being casted on towards Jia here, but Wuna also having to trade the ultimate on towards the Fatih here. It's just of a defensive one to clear out the waves, but so far, ever since after that 5v5 win coming in from the side of Hive All-Star, they are much prepared to be in a much comfortable state, I would say. And Fire, the universal law that you talk about coming in from Jia really caught her off guard and resulting her to be unable of responding with the Infinite Vastness bailout.
Yeah, another focus point on here onto Gia is the fact that obviously the Divine Enforcer is now level 16, so now that sanctification has been given over to somebody, right? So the way that it's looking potentially here for Rogue, as she's now actually been able to get that XP overturn here over to the side of AG Kitty here, could be the potential target for that sanctification.
I would agree, right? And it's, what, barely even 10 minutes, and Gia is already pacing herself to level 16. So it's a pretty good counter pick from the side of the Divine Enforcer Gia against Kitty, because all those spawns, moment it pops out, you get those extra XP from the Agudo spawns here. So for the side of AG, they definitely have to worry if this game goes super late game, because we do know, if you don't have the low, you don't have the heroes here, but we do see on towards top side here, Joy fighting 1v1 on towards Owo here. Owo going extremely low in the Moonscape Mirage.
Oh, nice.
Joy 7 wins the 1v1. Kitty getting caught by multiple members here. Hive All-Star looking super duper strong with their superior team composition thus far.
I mean, everybody, I mean, Chano is probably like one of the scarier ones to actually take into that Moonscape Mirage, right? Because obviously you've still got the blessing of those walls that you can take with you. It's kind of like playing like a 1.5 versus a 1.5 v1, right? Like, so you've got those spirit walls, you've got the extra little bit of damage come through, and obviously you've also got the at this point in the game, right? You get to around about the 10-minute mark, obviously level 12 here, XP lead for Joyd 7 as well over AG Fire, which is actually, like you were saying, Sagi, a bit of a sign of the times that AG Global, they need to start focusing more here onto Fire because they've lost the gold lead.
They lost the goal lead, they lost the Tyrant, and that play coming in from Joyd 7 really set the discrepancy apart in terms of the gold deficit here. Like what, 4 or 5 minutes ago, we were looking at AG holding a 4,000 goal lead, and right now, with 2 back-to-back successful fights coming in from Hive, they successfully not only got the Tyrant, but look at the goal lead right now. It's super in their favor, and Posty's position is not revealed yet. He might get a beautiful and bridal offers here.
It would be great. Oh, he just connect. Ooh.
We do see the 1v1 between Huna and also Owo into the Moonscape Mirage, but the steal coming in from Bro, getting the shadow over under the noses of AG Global here. Owo, Seria both taken down. Fire, the next one has to pop the Infinite Vastness here. The late game potential of the channel is showing right now. So much damage here. Leaping towards the walls, getting the final shot on towards Fire here. 4-for-1 exchange, plus the overall steal in favor of Hive All-Star.
Fantastic display there, Sagi. Not only just dismantling that team fight there on the side of Hive All-Star, thanks to obviously the late game potential here of this draft, but also Rogue using that Hardened Jade Steel to get that crucial kill theft. That really saved the side of Hive All-Stars. I mean, not only have they had 2 fantastic back-to-back team fights, right? They've now got the neutral objective stolen away. They're now climbing a almost 6k gold lead for themselves, Sagi.
The storyline is just beautiful, right? We all thought that AG would extend their dominance in the Honor of Kings Women's series coming in from their fantastic run of 2025, but Hive All-Star, as the challengers coming in towards this game 1, they looked a bit shaky in the early game, but the mid-game team fight, that 4-4-0, the late game 1, getting the Overlord under the nose of AG, just bring them all the way up here, and right now, with a 6,000 goal lead, and 2 high grounds being taken down, they are eyeing for the grand prize of this first game.
They definitely are, right? I mean, obviously, Shadow Vanguard, top side of the map here, definitely going to put the pressure onto that T3, and you just can see here, AG Global, they're just trying to formulate some kind of ultimate defense here.
Joyd 7 here, fighting the target onto Assyrian. Assyrian gets taken down almost immediately here. Infinite Vastness already popped here. Jia forces to go in on the Refound down here, but with the final damage on towards the Crystal. Game 1 with a masterful comeback, rewarded in towards the hands of Hive All-Star.
You gotta love the energy, you gotta love the confidence here of Hive All-Star, taking that 1-0 over AG, because like you were saying there, Sagi, the fact that AG and, well, both these 2 teams, right, have had a clear slate all the way into this grand finals, but now the Filipino representatives, Hive All-Stars, take that first game. And it's going to be a good feeling for the fans here of the Philippines, obviously, in the stadium of the GBK Arena.
It gives you hopes, right? It gives you the energy when we allude back to our topic just now, pre-game discussion, where if you win this series, you're not just setting a new record for a new winner in the Women's Series, the first ever edition in 2026, you're also giving energy to the Filipino teams that will be playing back-to-back elimination matches in today. If one of them wins, they go towards Grand Finals. If both of them wins, PKL guarantees the KIS4 champion to either of the teams. So everything starts with somewhere new. But for AG, beautiful early game, but the mid-game, it just shattered. What happened there?
I mean, the early game was definitely something I expected from AG, right? Especially from what we saw from the previous series that they were within the quarterfinals. They definitely played the early game much better than their opponents, but then were able to kind of just keep that momentum going. But the thing was, Hive All-Stars knew how to stop that momentum, and it was all because of the team fights. And the one thing we know about teams from the PKL, when it comes to team fights, that is their bread and butter. And Hive All-Stars have taken that kind of attitude, especially with their coach Floor here as well, to take that forward and just perfect it in the Women's Series.
Fully agreed, right? When we talk about team fights, you will always think about, oh, Boom Esports, yeah, that's a pretty good team fighting team. And we do see definitely signs of these team fight essence coming in for the side of Hive All-Star. Definitely a beautifully played game thus far, especially in that mid game. I would say, if we were to put focus on towards a few players coming in from Hive All-Star, Droid7, Gia, these two players definitely showed up super duper hot, especially when Droid7 single-handedly caught off Owo into that 1v1 Muski Barrage.
Oh, absolutely. Beautiful display here. I mean, it looked pretty dire for Droid7 in the early game, right? We saw heavy rotations from OL, just constantly trying to help Kitty, constantly trying to help Fire and Gia, just trying to keep that pressure onto that bot side of the map. And it even started to show, right? Obviously, there was a certain point where Lung was obviously the main focus once again, and just looking to be kind of like the prime target for that late game assurance, but just never came through because of that one crazy team fight overturn. But speaking of team fights, it can't be talked about unless you talk about the damage dealt and damage taken, right? Obviously, 91k here for Gia, 84k there for Joyd. You can see where the real powerhouses of this draft came from.
The Zillia pick, right? Giving the late game, giving the long range poke against the Long, making the Long feel uncomfortable. I definitely agree that in the early game, AG has everything in their pockets. As we can see in this goal chart, from 4 to 8 minutes, it was looking really favored into the side of AG, almost amounting to a 4,000 goal lead. But back-to-back successful 5v5 wins coming in for the side of Hive All-Star ladies. They just broke the game apart, got the Shadow Tyrant, stole the Overlord, got a clean win, and then in the span of 13 minutes, they got the game in their bags. And right now, they are at match point.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a lesson just in this gold bracket alone for a lot of the global teams, a lot of the teams that participate in the Open Series, that there is always a turnaround point for your team, and it just shows there. But MVP is definitely going to go over to none other than Droid7 there. In terms of that KDA 622, and obviously damage dealt is at 84k. Super impressive. All the gold resources going into her favor. But not only that, the sanctification never went over to Jano, right? Never went over to Droid7. It went to the jungler. Yeah, exactly. It went to Featherfoot there. And didn't clearly need it. It was like, okay, just give it over to Rogue. Rogue can do, like, just needs a little bit more help. My stabilizers are about to fall off, and I'm about to be the motorcyclist into these team fights.
Yeah, removing the limiters, right? Just like casually smurfing these team fights. But you can see towards the early game, it was really back and forth, especially in this first Tyrant. But after this, we see more kills being picked up by the side of AG. But this is the key turnaround here. Olo finding the engage on towards Rogue. Didn't win the 1v1, but the beautiful Bridal Outburst coming in from Toasty, getting 4-man coming in from AG. And in this 1v1 was the one that Joy7 really found the mark on towards Olo, making it such a comfortable one for Hive to get the following wins in Tyrant, in Olo, and this is where it ends it all.
Yeah, it was beautiful to actually get the POV of that one overturn there for Joy7 into the Moonscape Mirage. But I feel like that's the one good way to play around the higher, right? Is that's like, it's to somebody who's unknown of Haya, you would think that it's a little bit OP that you get to take somebody into a separate realm away from the team and basically try and turn that 1v1, but you have those two circles onto the floor there, and the best thing to do is just get the rest of the team locked onto that point, wait for the return, like we saw there. That Zhangfei outburst just was absolute beautiful setup and was really kind of like the precipice and the turnaround for Hive All-Stars.
It goes back to your point, right, Blam? The Moonscape Mirage coming in from the Haya, yes, it's a very strong tool, but it's also a very deadly one if your team is not ready to react. And if you get engaged on first, you're forced to use your ultimate to trap yourself into a losing 1v1, which is what happened when Droid 7 caught out Oval and forced that 1v1. And from that point onwards, it looked really bad for the side of All Gamers Global to actually pull himself back. But that's just game one. I believe we're playing on global ban pick here, so maybe, just maybe, both of these coaches have more in store for the ladies coming into this game too.
I think the most impressive thing was as well, right, the fact that she took that 1v1 into the Moonscape Mirage, but then had enough time to emote on stage. She was just like, I knew it. I knew I was going to win that 1v1, and then just continue to steamroll into the team fight. Like, which other global player do you know has that pizzazz, has that confidence to just emote after just taking a solid 1v1? I mean, that's generally what I would throw up on stream, but not on stage. But I have to give props over to these players. They are definitely show women that they need to be.
And it really puts AJ Global into a bit of a uncomfortable zone, because so far back tracking towards that history in the previous editions of the Women's Series, I don't think they have ever been put or held at match point. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nope. So this is rather an unfamiliar scene towards them in this case.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think like there's two kind of pathways you can take at this current situation if you're AJ Global, right? Obviously, you are down 1 point, which is completely unknown to you, very alien to you. You can either kind of use that to have the confidence to take this game number 2 to get to match point, or it's going to be a little bit of a bruise on the potential image of AG Global's team here, knowing that they've gone 2-0 all the way and 2-0 the finals in their history, and now they face their first blemish on their record. What do you do?
What do you do? Their decision is to select the red side and see what Coach Xiang can draft for them in a Game 2 elimination match, right? You need everything. You need to bring out those secret weapons. You need to bring out those comfort drafts. You need to make sure you're locked in. Get the ladies what they need to equalize the series and force it to a Game 3.
Exactly. Let's see if red side is going to be the favor here for the side of AG this time around. Once again, I believe like they were on red side last time, right? Like obviously they got to they banned out the Dharma as well as the second pick was, I'm not too sure, but anyway, I know they were the Arlie, the Parasola, yes. So, hey, maybe I was kind of propping up Arwell a little bit too much, right? Obviously, the bans for the mid lane made sense, especially to begin with, but then the Haya did not quite come through there. So maybe we'll see more of a utility mage this time around, rather than kind of like the tankier, sort of like assassin Haya that we know she can be.
Yeah, I mean, the Haya definitely is a high risk, high reward sort of pick. If you can make it work and you can steamroll the opponents, games do end really, really quickly, as we saw from some of the successful showcases from the side of Nova's. Wendy, Boom's Tatsuri, those are successful ones. But when it goes wrong really, really hard, because you don't have resource. You can't go for that 1v1. But that's global vamping. You won't ever see it again coming in for the side of AG Global, at the very least, in this series. So it comes down to whether Hive wants to take that Haya for their own gameplay, or they want to give more of these utility mages towards the hands of the Gia mid lane coming in for the side of Hive All-Stars.
Exactly that, Sagi. And you got to kind of only hope here for the side of Hive All-Stars that wasn't their best draft, right? Because obviously it'd be great if it isn't, because they can then go on to draft something a little bit more better, maybe even kind of try and improve that early game that we saw a little bit lackluster there for Hive All-Stars in the first game. But they are going to rightfully ban out the Zhangfei. I feel like giving that over could spell disaster here for the side of Hive All-Stars. And it's, like we said in the first game when he got drafted, this has been one of the prio picks so far within the entire tournament, and it spread through into the Women's Series, and the success spread even further for this hero. But it's going to be the Chicha being the second ban once again for Hive All-Stars, but on the side of AG Global, they're going to take away the Evernight Aspiration as well as the Glory.
Yeah, both of those won't be available coming in towards this draft here, and Hive All-Stars setting their sights on towards the potential Yangjian Zolia competition here, picking up the C Singer first as the first pick, so it gives over to the side of AG Global here. Do you want to take away the Yangjian, or you want to change it up the tempo, go for the aggressive pay to neutralize Hive All-Stars Yangjian?
We do love a good Parasolar and Bond Weaver combo, right? The idea into the Ali here, you have great sustainability and obviously infinite scaling from the Diadea, but you also have that burst potential here, that single target takedown from the Parasolar Ali for Fire. And we know Fire, especially from the last series we've seen AG Global, can be the carry when needs be, but looking over to Hive All-Stars, they're going for some more crowd control.
Ooh, crowd control coming in from the side of the Martial Monk towards the Clash lane here. Those Truth Mantras definitely going to put a lot of pressure on towards Fire. And talking about pressure, there is also the lane counter matchup for Joy 7 on the hands of the DRJ here. For AG Global, a smart pickup as well on towards Xiao Xiao to deny that mid lane counter against their own Parasolar.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thought process there. The Xiao Xiao Breeze Heart being taken away from the side of Hive All-Stars. But I mean, if it survives the next two bans, do you reckon the Yixing is the go-to into the mid lane here to kind of get that synergy from the Martial Monk?
I mean, that is also always welcome, right? If you can get the potential Worlds Might board and capture members like Fire, capture members like Orwell, you do set up a pretty good all-in potential coming in from Wuna, or a potential Roamer Engage coming, sorry, a Rogue Assassin like the angle coming in to really assassinate some of these players. So that Yixing, maybe a potential one coming in from Hive All-Star. Like, we allude to that. AG Global did not decide to ban that, so it's a potential one for Zan High.
I mean, now the banner of the Mighty Conqueror, as well as obviously Lu Bang here. So they're naturally going to go for the Seafarer, obviously some more kind of like team fight setup, right? Obviously that crucial CC that you get from the boat come through for AG Global could be the potential setup here. Then obviously followed up by a Breeze Heart, and then they're just kind of waiting for that burst damage from the Parasolar, but it is going to be Yixing as well as the Soul Guide here as well. So if we're looking in terms of those double ultimates, who are we giving it over to? Is it giving Boardmaster, or are they just going to throw it out to anybody that where they need to be, like a second golden token, just to get that extra damage reduction from the Magistrate?
I would say that the second ultimate for the Magistrate makes more sense in the early game. And later on, we might see more ultimates for potentially like the Boardmaster, getting like the double Worlds Might board. Okay, you move with one, here's another one. Go grab yourself one so you can set up Wuna for a great success in all these team fights. But going over to the side of AG Global's draft, it's much more mid to late game centric. Once the Arlie and the Breeze Heart starts riling up in terms of those gold, once those 2-3 items starts coming in, if Hive All-Star doesn't find a proper lead or a proper assassination towards these key targets, it's not going to be looking super duper good for the Hive All-Star ladies.
That's right. Like, the catch potential onto the Parasolar, it's going to be really hard to execute, right? Like, there's no real kind of like, as soon as you kind of like lock in onto the target, onto the Parasol, what the return of Ali onto the location, there's no real kind of like knock up here. You're really kind of just hoping that maybe taking liberties from Boardmaster here, Gia, just landing them just to try and slow down the Parasolar, maybe the means there, or even trying to get the wave breakers just to kind of get the slow. But still, there's no real kind of like dive onto the backline other than the Martial Monk here, right? Like there's a lot really riding on Wuna here into these team fights and into potential takedown of the Parasolar.
We really need to see how Wuna performs on this Martial Monk, because a lot of pressure will be put on towards her to potentially jump on towards members like Xiao Xiao, like Fire on the hands of the Arlie. If Wuna can get that, perfect scenario for the side of Hive All-Stars. But for AG Global, they have a very strong and consistent front-to-back composition. 2 carries in the form of the Parasola and the Breeze Heart in the mid and farm. 2 tanks in the form of the Seafarer, the Sun Ce in towards the Clash lane, the jungle, potential hybrid or potential like full tank on the hands of the floorborne tank. So these are the strong ones here that we see. Double front line. Adding on to that, there's still a Diadea pumping up those heals here. So 4 Hive All-Stars. If they lose the early to mid game, it's not going to be looking good for their mid game team fights.
Yeah, I feel like it is riding on the Clash lanes both a lot as well into these team fights also, right? So obviously the Seafarer we know, obviously from their kit, they do have the physical damage reduction, right? So they can obviously, the physical arm reduction, obviously, as they swing away their axe. So maybe that's a potential counter here for the Ogrins, obviously get that reduction come through, so then the damage is even more impressive from the likes of the Ali, and not only just the Ali, but obviously the Peaceful Fist as well. But the switch up of jungle styles here for these two, obviously they've just gone from Agudo, which is obviously great early game, whereas Peaceful Fist, very slow. Once they're into the team fights, it's going to be hard to escape. But at the same time, if they can get the itemization online, you are pretty much having to chuck every ounce of damage just to get the takedown of the Peaceful Fist. Looks like we're going into a little bit of a tech pause here as well, just before getting to game number 2 here. AG Global going against Hive All-Stars. The Philippine representatives are currently up 1-0 against AG Global, which have taken away that taken a blemish onto the record of AG Global, which is very impressive here. More impressive, we have AG Cat receiving a little bit more of a nerf than a buff for the AG Global Women's Series. We just get thumbs up all around in the event as well. So it's just looking like a good sign, right? Obviously the vibes are there at the JBK Arena. You definitely want to go and check that out. If you are nearby in Jakarta, if you live locally, go and support the Honor of Kings esports as well as the ecosystem here as well. So it's obviously the first women's series of this year, as we've obviously Sagi said previously. Sagi is just a little bit somewhere at the moment, but we will get him back for you, ladies and gentlemen, very, very soon. So you just got me here commenting over this, but very impressive for Hive All-Stars. And I feel like if they want to maintain this victory, we're going to see that fixture of the early game that we saw was the potential blunder for them in game number 1. So let's see if Hive All-Stars can do that after this technical pause. We have AG Global looking to try and neutralize this win. As you can see, Team Hack into the stadium here as well. They were one of the first teams to drop out the competition, but they're still here supporting their fellow Malaysian representative, that is AG Global in the Women's Series 3. I bet they were wishing they were still on the stage here. Maybe a thing or two they can learn from AG Global from this best of 3, but obviously, as you can see, tension is high here for the side of AG Global.
I think the technical pause not only paused the ladies, it also gave me a timeout because I just disappeared for a brief moment, and right now I'm back. Thank you, Blam, for carrying the broadcast as usual here. But talk to me through this, right, Blam? If you're in the minds of the ladies right now, I know you're pretty cool with the ladies, so how do you pace yourself here? Because I do imagine the pressure is being surmounted on towards AG. They do have a long win streak with this specific roster. So for AG, how did he come back from this deficit?
Hey, don't tell my partner that, okay? That's secret. That's something to be on broadcast, Nagi. But anyway, yeah, I mean, what I was saying, obviously, whilst you were absent from me, and I felt like I was just talking to myself. I was alone with my thoughts, okay? I was low. I felt really low, but we're back anyway. I've now got you. I'm safe. It's fine. We've got a safe space. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard for them, right? Obviously, Hive All-Stars, they just need to kind of like, I feel like I keep holding on this point, but I feel like that is the kind of the only weak thing I saw from them in game number 1 is that early game. I mean, the early game potential of their draft is still not quite the most earliest game centric, but maybe just the way of the resource gathering, I feel like would be the biggest kind of like improvement we could see here from AG Global. I think Hive, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, for Hive, you make a very good point, especially the early game where we saw that it was more favored into the hands of AG Global in getting those 3,000 to 4,000 heavy gold leads. But that's the thing, right? In this specific composition coming in from Hive, they cannot afford deficits. Unlike last game, they have much better scaling, they have much better late game insurance in the form of the Zillia Divine Enforcer and also Pack Leader channel in the mid and farm lane. This game, however, very early to mid game centric. Once they lose it early to mid game, every single momentum will go into the hands of AG. So for Hive All-Star, they need to fix up their game of mistakes, and if they can do, maybe this game will be steamrolled by them. Who knows? Just who knows?
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I've been seeing, obviously, the Soul Guide. Soul Guide, we used to know and love. As soon as that hero got locked into the jungle, it was kind of like, oh no, like, it's kind of like GG, FF at 15, we gotta go again. But obviously, recent nerfs and stuff like that, and the recent performance within the Season 4 Invitational makes me feel otherwise, right? Like, you really need to play this quite aggressively in the early game. You need to make sure that you are scaling from the word go, right? You need to be outscaling the enemy team, not only the jungler, but also, like, their main damage dealers.
Enemy minions
I fully agree with you, because Orgran has change up and shift up in terms of the stats, in terms of the entirety of the playstyle. Early to mid game is Orgran's go button, and when the carries start ramping in items, you're just like a punching bag that's being pummeled by the enemy squad here. So Rogue plays such an important role in this game too, if they want to finalize the series with a 2-0 score. But AG ladies here, Zerium, Kitty, Ovo, Fire, and Jaja, with this team composition, it looks pretty comfortable, I would say.
Look very comfortable, right? I mean, hopefully they're just kind of like piloting their main heroes here. Obviously, Fire we've seen before on the Parasolar, very convincing performance. Obviously, we are seeing a bit of a change up into the 1v1 potentials here. Obviously, the top side of the map is now met with the farm lane going against the Dharma here, because not only that is obviously the Magistrate generally has a better laning phase going up against this Ali.
Which makes it a very good early game plan coming in by the ladies and also the coach, right? But topside here, a very aggressive trade on towards Wuna here. Wuna has to pop the Sprite lane, has to pop the flash, say goodbye to the minions, because this is a big win coming in for the side of AG's dual lane.
Yeah, nicely done there by the ladies. I mean, obviously, as well, like, we talk about Fire, but you can't talk about Fire unless you got Jaja here on the Diadem. Obviously, those bit of farewells, those enhanced basic attacks, just locking down that member onto the enemy team, just gives the extra bit of time for Fire just to go in, do that burst damage, and get back out. And you just saw there beautifully, top side of the map, and obviously bursting out and burning out that flash as well. Not so important, obviously, in terms of that level 4, the level 4-minute fight, but right now,
it's coming in from Kitty here, jumping into all in here, trying to get that Spike Tail Beast in towards his own hands here. For Kitty, they don't get it. It goes over to the side of Posty here. The fight still continues between Rogue here. Rogue getting caught by multiple members here, gets bursted down by the Breeze Heart here. Board catches on the tree, but there's no follow-up coming in from the Hive All-Star. It's a retreating board, and it is to disengage between AG and Hive. But beautiful rotation here coming in for the side of AG to capitalize on towards Rogue.
We saw Droid there trying to throw out that golden token, right? It almost landed. It was just a little few sectors to the right there of, oh, well, I mean, if that landed, I feel like they could have got the return kill there for the side of Hive All-Stars. But this is where you start to see that Orgran really kind of start to falter here for Rogue, is the fact that once it gets focused, once you get knocked up and you're in the air like Tony Hawk's, you are going to take so much damage.
But you can't do a 360 when you're in the air unlike Tony Hawk's. That's the problem coming in for the side of Hive's Rogue. She's the, I would say, singular frontline coming in from Hive. And if you fall behind as a tank Orgran, it's super difficult to be sufficiently tanky, especially against Owo, Fire in the mid game. So for her, Rogue, number one thing right now, farm up, find that perfect team fight. You need those items to be relatively strong.
You know what they say? They say heaven is a half pipe, and obviously Soul Guy took one-way ticket up there as well. So obviously that's the first blemish on the side of Hive All-Stars, is that one death onto Rogue, which not only sort of like surmises in terms of overall victory here for AG in the early game, but it also means obviously the GPM took a little bit of a hit there, but still not too much of a blunder when you see that 1v1 into the jungle, right? Obviously XP lead is still in the favor of Rogue, because we just saw that Kitty's only just hit level 7.
Yep, KG just hit level 7 here and already early completion on towards the Hunter's Grip coming in for the side of Rogue here. So more of these rotations will favor a lot, but look at it all in here coming in for the side of Kitty here. Chunking out Rogue prior to this Tyrant fight here. No ulti will be available coming in from this Soul Guide Augur. So this is not going to be an easy one coming in for Hive, but Owo caught in a difficult place here is half HP. There is no healing view. Set sail, catching on towards Joy here. Beautifully cleansed by the ultimate here, but Posty won't be allowed to escape here. Coming in from the backside here, Wuna finds the solo kill on towards Owo here, but with 1-for-1 exchange is looking really solid here. Re-engage coming in by Jaja's Diadia here, trying to go on towards Wuna, but we do see Jaja, no flash, no one to escape.
The precipice
gets executed by Rogue.
Gets seared stakes, not seared stated, but seared stake. That is a cooked Jar Jar here for the side of AG Global. That T1 in the mid lane looking pretty low. Taking liberties, the boat misses as well. That's not what you want, right? That's definitely a very much a near miss, but Wuna in that whole team fight was
nice set! Nice set onto his fire here. Beautiful set coming in by the side of Wuna once again. First one onto his Owo, second one onto his fire, and this is the start of something new because they just got the Tyrant and they got tier 1, the most important tower in the early game.
Not even got the Tyrant just yet. They get the T1 re-Tyrant. They are looking very dominant. Hive was just like, okay, you got the first blood. They just wiped the blood off the cheek, and they was like, okay, let's put the boxing gloves on. Let's take them into our territory, which is that team fight. And like I've already said, Wuna into that mid lane fight, beautiful. Into that fight around the blue buff, again, perfection. You are seeing this Clash lane player is definitely one of the carries here on the side of Hive. Definitely one of the vocal points here for the Philippine representatives.
One word for you: Philippines and Dharma. They never fail to show up because we see Chammy1, we see Miggy, and right now we're seeing Wuna. They have it in their blood.
Exactly. It's just one of those key things, right? They love this hero, and I mean, rightfully so, right? I mean, the team fight potential, the turning tide mechanics that this one hero has and the impact is phenomenal in the team fights. And like we've already said about the PKL teams, the one thing that they prize above everything within Honor of Kings is a good team fight.
That is true, right? The way they team fight is very aggressive, but they utilize their micro mechanics to outblast their opponents here. And right now in this game, it's still looking like a 50-50 in towards the goalie here. Rogue gets set up by the Breeze right here, goes extremely low, utilizes his white lane to keep herself alive. Set sail here, beautifully blocked by Posty to negate any sort of advancement coming in from AG.
Oh, look at that. I mean, that's exactly right. Like, obviously, the Sea Singer is definitely going to be able to kind of, like, sink the ship here of the Seafarer. But speaking of sinking ships, those T1s are definitely sinking a little bit too fast here for my liking onto the side of AG Global. The board just...
Board catches onto Jaja here. Jaja caught in no man's land here. We see Wuna going in deep, catching onto Jaja here, but that is a bad trade coming in for the side of Hive. Shut down going in favor for the side of Fire here. Losing their roam, but trading a successful kill on towards the Hive Clash lane.
Yeah, I mean, they got the shutdown onto Wuna, which is obviously a little bit of a Brucey bonus here for the side of AG Global. And the fact is, Wuna did have the flash, but I feel like the CC was just too much for her to use the flash out of that team fight, or at least for, you know what, I'm cooked, I'm not going to use my flash or exhaust it, because I'm going to die regardless.
Aggressive Invade as well coming in for the side of AG Global here. They do get a knock-up on towards Posty here. The DPS coming in from Fire and Owo is starting to ramp up here. And right now, they're setting their sights on this tier 1. But nice flash engage on towards Fire here coming in from Wuna. Immediately assassinating Arlie, removing her from this map. Cross map go. Kitty does get taken down. Next member, Serium. Jia falls. Owo is the next. And the Ace going in towards the side of Hive. All-Stars triple kill on the hands of Rogue.
Wow, Rogue was just like, yeah, I played a bit of a bad game, but now I'm going to show you that the Soul Guide is going to guide you into the realm of death here. And Hive now currently sat at 9 kills to 5 and currently ahead by about 1.4k gold. And they've really struggled to kind of get this gold lead in both of these games, but here is a bit of a breakdown here. All set up beautifully by Wuna, but then all captured by the board master in that beautiful board, and then that's it. We do see, obviously, the Soul Guy just taking that runway, and then taking that triple kill here for Hive All-Stars. A beautiful team fight once again.
This is the pre-game draft discussion. Do they take the Yixing? Heck yeah, they do! Nice setup once again coming in from Jia's Wall is my board, capturing multiple members. And to add it off, Wuna has been so aggressive. She doesn't need the board. She finds the opportunity and decimates Fire here. Board doesn't land onto no one here. It's just a warning one. Refresh going on to the hands of Jia. She will get another board for the next play.
Yeah, I think we're going to answer to our question we asked in the draft, right? It was like, hey, where's that Celestial Medley going to land? And it's landing on these boards. It just always plays there. The Radiance comes through. Kitty.
Yeah, Posty gets taken down here. Beautiful catch coming in for the side of AG here. Both sending into the face of Rogue here, but no continuance will come in for the side of all gamers here. Fire, Pump in the Frenzy goes in for the 1v1. Gets caught in towards the board, but same. No follow-up, but on towards the cross map here. We do see Hive All-Stars, Flash Lane Wuna get a free turret on towards the bot map.
I feel weird, man. Like, watching a PKL or a Philippines team play, and there's no team fight. Like, they're not always clumped as a 5. Is pretty unusual. The fact there's a macro maestro here onto the side of Hive All-Stars. Wuna's just like, oh, okay, we know when we can take the team fights, and there's other times where it's like, okay, we've got the focus of AG Global. You go put some damage onto their map.
Yeah, flashes away, but that's a wall. That's not an exit. That gets taken down by the side of the Fire Jaja combination here. But on towards the meantime here, we do see Hive successfully getting that Tyrant in towards their pocket. Do they pick up this fight? It's looking like they do. Rogue coming in. Will she get the steal? She does get the steal once again in the 10-minute mark here. Both lands on towards the wall here. Flash engage coming in from Sirium here. Rogue first one to fall. Wuna assassinating Sirium in the exchange so far. But what a steal once again coming in from Hive Jungler.
Oh my goodness, such a great steal. That's 2 crucial kill peps in one series. They are not messing around, and Fire's just getting run down here.
My goodness! Same spot, same time, same outcome. What is going on, AG Global?
I've got a smile ear to ear. Hive All-Stars have got a fan in me. I mean, the way they're playing this game is so entertaining, and you know for a fact what we've seen on stage.
Catches on towards Jaja here. Jaja being caught in the Taker's liberties here, but they do trade Jia back towards the side for a 1v1.
They do trade that 1v1 there. They still have 23 seconds left on this Tyrant and 22 seconds to do more damage to these T2s. And there goes the T2 top side of the map here as well. AG Global's base is not looking too good. And you can imagine with all the fans here in the Philippines in the crowd, they are definitely chanting Laban Pilipinas.
Wow, your accent has been improving really well here, Blam. Gotta say props to your girlfriend here. Yeah, it's girlfriend effect.
It's the one, it's everything. But no, it's the live takedown of the T3 here to the bot side of the map as well. Well played there once again by Hive All-Stars. AG once again find themselves in that same situation, right? Is they gotta kind of try and find that ultimate defense within their base, and they only have 2 strides left to try and come out at this point. But right now, not only is it because they push the lanes, okay, a bit of a dive here, maybe a little bit overzealous here by Jaja, but get caught in the port.
Ward does catch us onto a Jaja here. That could have been big if it catches multiple members here, but Ward is out of Hive. They can take it slow and play for the next objective here. Minion Wave is being sent towards the Clash lane here, but I do imagine the play will be slowed down. They will have to wait for the next upcoming objective, which is Tyrant and Overlord.
Yeah, Tyrant and Overlord are going to be popped up very, very soon as well. I mean, they pretty much are looking just for another good team fight here, I feel like. But no, there's no real setup here unless they can get the T3 takedown here.
Wow, another T3 takedown here for it. Defensive one to set away the members coming in from AG.
Yep, AG again just losing every bow in their stride here in terms of any kind of like big defense onto their crystal. But Hive know for a fact, like you were saying in the draft as well, like obviously we are past and getting into and pretty much teetering on the edge of that late game part. But the fact is that they didn't have the greatest lead up to this point on the side of AG Global, so they're still playing catch up here in terms of their scaling.
For the side of AG, they really need to find a miracle team fight. If they can find Joyd 7, that currently has like what, 12,000 gold in a 13 minutes game, that could potentially bring them back to an equal footing here. But does Hive allow them to do so? Because Hive right now positioning very strategically for the next upcoming Tyrant in 5 seconds.
Yep, positioned very well. Obviously, I feel like Sirium here on the Seafarer has had like 1 or 2 boats that's actually connected and been very successful, but overall has been blocked by obviously Posty on the Sea Singer here, the Dolia, really just taking those on the chin. And this is the one thing I really like about the Hive All-Stars as well, right? They know what parts, like what moving parts do what, right? Like obviously, if you're able to take that ultimate on the chin, amazing, do it. If it means we're going to have a much better setup into the team fights, they're able and willing to put ego aside and just allow their team to shine. And you're seeing it time and time again here.
It's like everybody is doing their role perfectly to contribute for this potential win right now. As you can see, they're knocking on towards this high ground here. Beautiful board. Catches on towards Orwell here. Set sail. Doesn't land onto anybody here. This final tier 3 coming in from AG has fallen. Potentially just like their hopes for a comeback in this series.
I mean, we looked at the point of Hive All-Stars and was thinking that maybe this could be the potential downfall, is the fact that their obviously match duration is a little bit longer than AG's as usual. But the fact is, they are a slow cooker of a team, right? They are just making sure the meat's marinated and the food is on point.
That beautiful board as well, forcing the flash on towards Orwell here. The next board coming in, Orwell will not have a flash to successfully dodge away from danger here, and the minion waves are starting to mount a lot of pressure in towards the base of AG Global here. Hive does look like they want to settle the score in the next upcoming waves that will be arriving in a short moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely do or die here for the side of AG Global. They need to get either a solid, good team fight here, take a few members off the side Hive, or their Crystal Falls.
As we do see the initial engage on towards the side of Kitty here, going extremely low thanks to the token being sent off by Droid 7 here. Sarium forces the flash, has to take on a retreat here. The board catches on towards multiple members here, and once again, Wuna finding fire in the midst of the team fight here, and with the minions being cleared up, there is still a breathing hope coming in from AG, but it has been shattered coming in by the side of Hive All-Stars here. 5 ladies, 1 dream. They take down AG and they become the first ever champions of the Honor of Kings Women's Series in 2026.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is definitely momentum here for the, obviously, future Philippines teams that are going to be playing in Season 4 Invitational to try and get their way further and further into that grand finals tomorrow. But this is your first women's champion of 2026, and it's Hive All-Star really putting that bar high, because AG Global going into this one 2-0'd everybody, as you're seeing the 2-0s being thrown up here as well. Wuna's just like, hey, don't worry about it. I had my Dharma. Those team fights were all mine to begin with.
That was not just only a single 2-0 that they did across the entire tournament. They did like what? 1, 2, 3 2-0s, a clean sweep across all their BO3s to claim victorious in this final one. And their opponents were historically one of the best women teams so far that we had back in 2025, crushed by Hive All-Stars in a 2-0 fashion here. Well done to the Philippines representative in today's women's series. They definitely did very well in this BO3.
They've done their homework, man. Like, literally, if they've watched this team be champion back-to-back of the previous women's series, they've been watching in the shadows and waiting for their moment to strike, just like Wuna was with that Dharma, right? Like, just always waiting in the wing, waiting for that perfect setup of the team fight. Very, very clean. But yeah, I think props out. I think Joy 7 may potentially be the MVP again, or Wuna may contest that MVP position, because not only the gold setup for Joy 7, the disparity against the Arlies on AG side of Fire, it was just huge.
I think it goes back to our discussion just now once again. Every single member coming in from Hive All-Star contributed to the success of the entirety of the team. Posty is always actively looking for the blocks on towards the set sail coming in from the side of Surium. And then you see Droid 7, although there wasn't a lot of these flashy moments, but the way that she's farming gold, the way that she's positioning, always top tier in making sure that she's out DPSing against Fire's Arlie in that majority of the game. And finally, the one shiny player, the one that's shining the most in those team fights, Wuna. We were talking about, hey, it's going to be a board into the ultimate coming in from the Yixing Dharma combo, but no. Every single fight, before the board is actually formed, we already see Wuna flying in like Superman and already getting that one punch in on towards Fire.
Literally, that was one thing going through my head, was literally just one bunch here for the side of Hive All-Stars. They were making every fist count into those team fights, but I feel like we should revisit that point, as obviously everybody in that team knew their role, and like if the role was to take that ultimate on the chin, exactly that was Posty's goal, and posting that victory was definitely a sure sign here for Hive All-Stars to basically be like, okay, so if you do take the ultimate to face, it's not a problem, let's just make sure it counts. And I feel like that's something that some of the teams within the global scene don't do, right? As soon as that ultimate comes through and it lands onto someone, it feels like the morale just goes from up here all the way down here, whereas Hive is kind of just like, okay, time to go, boom, let's go straight into it.
Yeah, one really key ultimate that's being blocked by a Roman just bravely standing in front really means a lot coming in for the side of Hive All-Stars rotations. And then the team fights coming in from Wuna and Gia, so crystal clear. And one more play that we need to highlight definitely. Same exact spot, same exact timing. How in the world did Rogue get back-to-back steals in the same objective against AG at the same timing? That was just bonkers. Bonkers, absolute bonkers.
And the fact is, it wasn't like it was not contested, right? Like you saw that she was kind of like to the side of the camp as well, and had time to just wait. Nobody really contested on the side of AG, so I feel like that was at the fault of AG maybe, that not enough pressure was put onto Rogue, and really too much confidence was put onto their own jungler Kitty to actually get the smite there. So I feel like maybe the mistakes were starting to show, definitely in game number 2, whereas game number 1, AG looked pretty flawless in the early game, but then it was just kind of the team fights that let them down.
It's the stress that's piling up on towards them, right? Trying to be the first ever champions here in 2026 for Global Series, trying to defend the title that they have really attained back in 2025. So losing out their game 1, although having such a monstrous lead, really pressured them to try their absolute best in game 2. But when things don't go their way, especially that Overlord steal, you know for a fact that that's going to be a big morale hit towards them, especially in an elimination match plan. Eliminations.
Yeah, they're probably saying to Blacklist International, hey, just cheat. Look, I can do it, you can do it, right? Like, it's possible here for you to get those steals, so don't be scared of getting those contests. But we're going to go and show to the stage to go and look at our champions of the Honor of Kings Women's Series 3.
The ladies of the Honor of Kings Women's Series have fought with heart, resilience, and pride, earning their place on this stage.
Wow, they did. And may we call up upon Bigatron by Fatality from Indonesia to receive their award as the 3rd place winner of the Honor of Kings Women's Series.
Once again, we'd like to call on the 3rd place, Bigatron by Vitality from Indonesia. And to present the award, may we call on AG Cat, Honor of Kings Global Esports Cultural Ambassador.
Everybody look at the camera. Let's take the photo up and behold, the 3rd place champion.
Let's move closer together. Congratulations to Bigatron by Vitality from Indonesia. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Bigatron.
Thank you so much.
You may now take your seat.
And Kat, please stay. And now we're going to call on our 2nd place, AG Global from Malaysia. AG Global from Malaysia is our 2nd placer for the Honor of Kings Women's Series.
Now everybody smile. Congratulations for being the runner-up. You guys did the best, and will still be the best. And look at the camera. Congratulations once again, AG Global.
Let's give Team Malaysia, AG Global, a big round of applause. Congratulations, ladies. Thank you so much. And now, let us call on the champions of the Honor of Kings Women's Series from the Philippines, Hive All-Star. Congratulations, Hive All-Star.
Congratulations, Hive. You guys did so well in this tournament, becoming the new champions of today, beating AG Global. I want to ask Una, how do you feel today being the most dominant Clash lane on the game, getting so many moments? And you've been a very dominant team in this series and the entire tournament. What makes your team so strong?
Actually, pinaghandaan po talaga namin tong tournament na to. And honestly, hindi namin ina-expect na magiging 2-0 yung series namin with AG. So, thank you po sa lahat na nag-support sa amin at nagtiwala. And thank you sa org namin, Hive International.
They're really prepared for this tournament. But you know, they respect AG Global so much, they did not expect it to be a 2-0. And she thanks everybody for supporting them. Job well done, ladies. Job well done. Now, for Gia, you are paving the way for all the women for esports, especially here for Honor of Kings, being the first Honor of Kings Queens Series champion. Now, what are your hopes for the ecosystem for Honor of Kings?
First of all, I want to thank you, Tencent, and all the organizers of this event. I hope that girls will try more to compete and join us as we celebrate womanhood in this event. I hope that everyone will have the courage to join this event.
And you know, with that courage that you guys have shown, you're paving the way and setting a good example for everybody. We're so proud of you, Gia.
Thank you.
Such an amazing run for you guys. But Joy, I want to ask you something too, because you are one of the strongest players on this team. And I want to ask, what is your advice for all the women out there who want to join and become a professional HOK player and maybe become champion like you? Any advice for the women's?
To be honest, it was really mahirap yung women's dito sa gaming. But since we paved the way for you guys, ayun, I'm wanting you, gusto ko na maglaro din kayo kasi ayan nga, nandito na kami. Ang advice ko lang is, as long as you guys want, go play and play and play until kung gusto nyo, then go. Yun lang yun. Sundin nyo na sa puso nyo, yun lang po.
To be honest, it's really hard to be playing in the women's scene in esports. And now they've paved the way, and they hope all the women will follow their footsteps and do what you must. If you want to play, go do it. They show that they can do it, and so can you. Congratulations. And now it's time to award Hive All-Star. Kat, you may do the honors. Congratulations.
Before that, let us take a photo to commemorate the first champions of the Kings Women's Series. Thank you so much, Hive All-Stars. You did an amazing job. And before that, thank you, AG Kat. You may please be seated.
Thank you. Thank you, Kat. You may now take your seat. And with this, ladies, it is time. You know what? I'm going to take this because we are going to do something memorable for you. You may now surround your trophy. Floor, let's call on Floor. Floor. Floor, Coach Floor, come on up. Your team needs you. Hive International would like to call the coach, a big contributor to this moment. All right, ladies and Floor, you may now surround your trophy. And it's time to claim what's rightfully yours in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions, Hive All-Star. Hive All-Star is your very first honor of Kings Women's Series champion. Their journey has been defined by passion and excellence in the gorge, commanding respect, rising above the rest. And now, to conclude this, we'd like to call on our second and third place for the photo op. Once again, from Malaysia and Indonesia. This proves the place of women in the international scene of esports. All these ladies have fought hard, deserving their place in the international stage. Ladies, give us your best smile for the camera. Everybody, let's give them a big round of applause. And this concludes the Honor of Kings Women's Series. Congratulations to all the ladies. And you know what? There's more coming up next. Because up next, it's going to be the semifinals to determine the last two teams that will make it to the grand stage of the finals. So keep it here only in KIS4.
Like we're the only ones in this got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High and light. I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. Taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. Taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down into the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bela spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank. Mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi.
Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi yang zaman, enemiku libat seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang tak bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. Oh my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move.
Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Lenoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run. I've already won. Nowhere to run. Your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come give me a good sing a sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, pergi dua mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my lady, you can touch me. If you ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jari. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
How's it going, everybody?
Welcome back.
Welcome
this
back.
is. Oh. Are you taking it? Am I taking it? It's all right. I know it's early in the morning over there, Blam.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I did it for Sagi. So I'll do it for you. I'll give you the same humble greeting. So welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Season 4 Invitational, Jakarta, Indonesia. We are going to be getting on to the third day of the Tri-National Showdown, which has been a little bit of a more fun, light mode before we get into the nitty-gritty of the semi-finals. Once again, I am Blam. It is early morning, just as Isaac has pointed out, and with me is none other than Isaac. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling amazing. It is just great. Look at that. It is the Tri-National Showdown.
Victory!
And as you've seen, the rules of the Tri-National Showdown have been placed there on the video, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, the two main win conditions here is to destroy the enemy's crystal, just like your standard Gorge, but this time there is 3 of those beauties rather than 2. And the way you do that is obviously get to the crystal, defeat the enemy heroes, and destroy their turrets all the way up until that point. Or you can trigger a showdown, which is basically when one team gets to 100 morale points by collecting those command tokens, and then once they get to 100, they've then got to maintain their position for 90 seconds, and 90 seconds in Honor of Kings seems like a lifetime, just like Interstellar.
Overall rankings right now, China Squad International at the top with 219 points. Then Team How Can 196 points, and Team Gas 162 points.
Yes, so obviously top of the leaderboard there is obviously the Philippines. Once again, obviously they did lose day number 1 just by 1 point. But we're going to go head over to the stage to find out these teams, how they're feeling today.
Hello, HOK fans! It's time to have some fun. In this game that we love, we got your favorite personalities for the 5v5v5. It's time for the Tri-National Showdown!
It's gonna be very amazing because yesterday we saw chaos, we saw some exciting match, and today we are hoping for an amazing performance from all of our personalities, Mara.
Now, right now, it's tied between Philippines and Indonesia, but they also have that point system, so Philippines is actually number 1. So you know what? Let's get to know our teams, starting with Team Philippines. You are?
You are China International. Look.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait. Whoa. Momo-chan.
Where's Dilar?
Momo-chan, you guys have switched? Okay.
Who is this?
We have an imposter in the group. Okay, because they are tied. They're switching. All right, let's get to know you again. You are?
China International.
Shush. All right. Now we got to know Team Philippines. How about you there, rookie?
We have Team Malaysia here with Alif. Please introduce yourselves.
We are Team Gas!
Team Gas. And finally, from Indonesia,
we are Team Hoken!
How can? Team How Can? All right. Okay, so yesterday, Rookie, it was so intense. If you guys saw, it was Philippines that was going up first. So how about Philippines? You go first. What do you have to say to the other teams?
Sa Malaysia siguro, akala ko ba strongest region sila? Bakit pinagmumukha silang mahina ng mga baguhan?
Okay, Dilar says, Malaysia, I thought you're the strongest team. Why do the other ones make you look like you're brand new? Malaysia.
Wow, Malaysia, are you gonna take that to your faces? They said that you're the strongest, but you haven't been winning the last 2 days. Maybe Adam, do you have any answer to that? 4, okay. Oh, here comes Adam, Momo, Indonesia, and Philippines.
Okay.
Easy.
Is he saying bye-bye? Okay. All right. So that's what they have to say. What about for Indonesia?
I'm not gonna say anything today because my team will do that. Let them know, King. Give understand.
Tell us.
Buat tim Malaysia nih, udah 3 hari. Kasihlah keras dikit. Tim kita nih ngantuk nih.
Wow, they said that for Team Malaysia,
Okay.
give us a hard game. It's so sleepy this past 3 days. They want to sleep because Malaysia hasn't been performing.
Oh no! They're getting sleepy. They're getting sleepy. Team Philippines. Oh, Chano. Oh, look at this good-looking guy.
Malaysia, Indo, Gabisa. Philippines, Bisa!
Wow, Malaysia, are you gonna take that? Are you gonna take that? Are you gonna take that? They said that kalian gak bisa, you cannot. They said that kalian gak bisa menang.
You cannot.
Need two country to defeat Malaysia.
Oh.
I remember my mom say to me, don't talk to the weak team.
Oh.
Don't talk to the... We need to follow mom.
Yeah.
We need to follow advice of mom. His mom is telling you not to talk to weak teams. So, what is that? What's gonna happen? Indonesia.
Untuk tim Malaysia sama Filipina, jangan nangis ya.
Oh, don't cry.
Don't cry. Are you crying, Team Philippines? Are you crying?
No, I'm not crying. I hope Team Malaysia and Team Indonesia had a good sleep. Okay? Are you guys ready for another loss?
Are you guys ready for another loss? Are you ready for another... Malaysia, are you ready for another loss?
Are you ready for another loss?
Okay, terutama untuk tim Indonesia, tadi kamu bilang, kamu bagi tahu yang dah 3 hari, di hari ketiga. Apa akan ada, betul? This is new tactic and you ready? Don't cry, don't make a sad face. Like this, okay? And go back to sleep, okay?
This is the 3rd day. They need to be ready because if they lose, they don't make a sad face.
Okay, do you guys think you're gonna lose Indonesia? Oh.
Wow. Big boss.
You?
Hey. He's gonna pocket them.
Oh, you're going to get pocketed.
In his pocket.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh.
They're scared. Malaysia's scared.
No.
Thumbs down.
Silent but deadly.
Okay, the teams are getting heated up, Rookie. We need to get this game started.
And it's going to be an exciting match today because we are going to see who is going to be the new faces, the new winners for today, Mara.
Now, we want to know from the audience, who are you rooting for? Write it down below. Are you there for Team Philippines, Team Malaysia, or Team Indonesia? But you know, there's only one way to find out who's the best amongst them all. It's time to head to our casters. Lead the gorge.
And there we had it, Isaac. A lot of smack talk from all the teams. Mainly really focused here on Team Gas, right? Like Noel, Adam, Alif, Ifran, Lukman, and as well as Allah needs to also take that on their stride and use it as their driving force to take a victory for Malaysia.
One of the things that I really like about this whole show match is how two teams can just gang up on one team. Just that easily, just gang on one of them. And that's always going to be easier, right? And everyone today just feels like they're all ganking on to Team Malaysia. Team Gas today, if they don't have gas, if they don't bring gas today, that's going to be horrible, man, because they're going to just keep bullying all the time.
Absolutely. It might be called Team Break by the end of the game number 3 here of the Tri-National Showdown. And to be honest, I have to give it over to the Indonesian team, right? Like, they always scrapped with the Malaysian team, and then PH are just like, let's take their turrets. Like, they're not looking. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And that's exactly how game number 1 went when I saw it the other day. And game number 2, I can imagine, it went very similar.
I've been doing a lot of homework in terms of this because I love strategy, man. That's one of the things that I actually enjoy a lot about our game. And in terms of strat, you just need to look at this as a 3-dimensional invasion game. In the moment that you go for something, you're letting something else go. If you decide to go for the fight, then you're gonna have to let go of turrets. And if you're gonna let go of turrets, then most likely you won't be able to collect all of those commander tokens that you could get from getting the kills. So what is the right strategy in a game where you need to be, the trade-offs is such a big variety of trade-offs in here. What to let go of?
Exactly. It's a lot of give and take, like you just said there, with your strategic talking points there, Isaac. But it's also kind of like prioritizing, right? It's the fact of like, okay, we go for the fight, but is it going to be a fight where we get a quadra kill? If it is, then let's take it, and then we'll then see what we can do after that. Because once you've taken that fight, right, and say, for example, there's a minion wave still kind of like in your second lane, it means if you can do that within that time, because that's another big valuable aspect of this whole thing is time. Just like a normal 5v5, you have to make sure the timers are correct for your strategy.
At the end of the day, when you start looking at what we've seen the last 2 days, you can see a very clear pattern. The pattern is very clear. At the end of the day, you collect the tokens, make it to the 100, and then just call in for the final showdown. As you get into the final showdown, just defend. And that's it. It's just defending for 90 seconds. And then you'll be able to take the dub. I think that yesterday, from what I saw from Team Philippines, they did really, really, really well on their performance.
Yeah, exactly. I think it also another layer to the whole thing as well, right? It's like maybe if some of the players or some of the viewers aren't necessarily used to this mode, it's not like you get to choose your hero, right? You get to basically, it's a random roulette. It's a bit like the gotcha for the skins. It's like you have 3 roles to get that hero that you possess or really want to possess because that's the one you're kind of comfort with. But that's the whole fun about this mode. It's like you're going to get heroes that you may not actually necessarily play. And we've seen it right here. There is a ragtag of team comps here.
This is one other thing that I really like about our tri-national show match. It's just like a lot of the heroes that are not part of the meta right now in the game for whenever that we're having the 1v1s, right? But in this tri-national show match, you need to just do whatever that you can with what is being given to you. You cannot be a chooser in here.
Oh, absolutely not. If life gives you lemon, make lemonade. But if it gives you rocks, then throw it at your enemy team, right? I mean, that seems to be the whole point of this tri-national showdown, is to basically throw fists, throw rocks, and get those commander tokens.
All right, you can already see that it is going to be a very difficult day. Very, very, very difficult day here for Team Indonesia that is being just targeted very easily by Team Malaysia. I'm telling you, maybe Team Gas is really bringing the gas today.
I mean, they've got a very destructive team comp, right? Obviously, the Spa Tanker has his very signature pick, the Charlotte, the Rose Spencer, but then they've also got quite a lot of burst. They have obviously the Garuda as well as the Ganon Gnome.
I'm telling you, the Garuda for me is the most OP pick in this whole mode. Because of the reach, because of the damage, and that's the main idea. As long as I can reach to you and you cannot reach to me, it's easier for me to win the fights in such a narrow space. This is just like laning for 15-20 minutes. It's just that simple.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Garuda, like you said there, obviously with the Wings of Judgment ultimate there, he's able to just kind of like actually play these 2v1 scenarios that you're seeing down bot side of the map here between the Philippines and Malaysia. And then whilst everything's kind of just happening and then shooting into that kind of left side of the map here between Indonesia and Malaysia, it's basically the same story of the past 2 days.
Yeah. You can start seeing that Malaysia has a very clear strat, right? Take the 4 people on the left side, and then just leave the Garuda just defending on the bottom.
I think long range is the game, right? Obviously, you just saw those couple blades absolutely slice through one of the members of Indonesia's team. And then you've also, on top of those couple blades, you've got the Wings of Judgment and the Cannon Blast as well. So you've not only got a CC, you've got so much damage coming in your direction.
I really like the coming from Team Malaysia. I like it a lot, like really, really a lot. Maybe day 3, they've already figured out what they need to do in order to take their first victory.
Yeah, just have like some solid front line, right? Obviously, the Charlotte is going to be a solid front line as the kind of game progresses in terms of getting the itemization, and also now that they're past level 4, you can do those very deadly combos, but then have everything else be a backline is also a really good strat here, because you got somebody to dive in, everybody dives in onto that bruiser, and then you just lay waste from a distance.
You already can start seeing that even though Team Indonesia does look like they are just being pushed back, like on a very passive way on both sides, but in terms of tokens, they're collecting the most at the moment.
Yes, Indonesia's currently at 10 tokens. We have Malaysia at 8, and then the Philippines at 6. But that's no kind of like unfamiliar scenery, right? Like the Philippines generally have like the lower tokens. Bit of a 1v1 going down here, but gets burst down by the Blazing Brilliance. Nicely done there by the side of the Philippines. Chano just getting that one kill there onto the score chart.
There are eyes here right now. One more time, Team Malaysia, they really are very focused on that turret. They really want to take that, but it's just so difficult with their Gutua just trying to defend it every single time.
Yeah, and obviously it's pre-4 minutes as well, right? Obviously we can still see that the turrets still have that shielding. So I feel like the Philippines down the bot side there, Casey Bay as well as the Chano, they're both pushing that turret very aggressively. So in 2 minutes time, 2 seconds time, sorry, that disappears. That's going to melt down.
Look at that, Team Indonesia. You can see at the bottom left corner of your screens. One more time, taking advantage of their position against Team Philippines on the right side, right? Like in that whole Team Indonesia against Team Philippines matchup, Indonesia just keep collecting more and more and more and more tokens.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. The Philippines was behind. They're now second place now. They get the current tokens from that turret. The Wings of Judgment. This is going to be enough to kind of take away that minion camp and now placing Philippines up by 1 token ahead of everybody else. So they are looking very strong in this one. And they're going for the same strat. They just put 2 down to the bot side, 3 onto their right side of their lanes, and just defend and push. So offense and defense at the same time is a perfect blend here.
You can see over there on the left side of your skin the rankings right now. Team Philippines with 219 points, a solid 50 points advantage compared to Team Gas, and Team Halcan 20 points away, trying to turn things around. As you can see the action one more time, Black.
So many deaths falling here onto the side of the Malaysian team. They drop like flies as they've already lost their T1 down to the bot side and also just lost a lot of life into the top side of the map there. Once again, we are seeing that constant brawl, constant barrage here from Indonesia going for the team fights, but then the constant barrage onto the crystals from the Philippines on both sides. The Philippines don't have just one target in mind, they have 2.
Team Philippines, in terms of strategy, they have had the most solid one in these 3 days of competition. Because every single time that you see them play, they might not be the loudest, but at the end of the day, they're the most effective ones as they can always push in both directions.
Well, the PKL region is known for scrapping, right? They love to scrap. It's their bread and butter, like I was saying in the women's series. Once a team fight ensues for a Philippines team, that's it. You better kind of like hope your and put all your blessings into a sack and hope that you can take a team fight over the Philippines teams, because it's quite an objective to do.
Very difficult day here for Team Indonesia. Team Halcan defending on both ends, right? Left and right. They're just trying to clean the waves. There's nothing else that they can do. They haven't been able to take command in none of the 2 lanes.
Yep, no command, no real privilege here from the side of the Malaysian team once again. Team Gas currently running out of gas. They are looking to cipher some out of those dry tanks of the side of the Malaysian team. But once again, huge tremor smash there from Momo-chan.
The Garuda right now just imposing himself in there, and right now Team Indonesia, they're right now one more time on the counter. That little counter over there puts them in a very tough position, as right now it's going to be Team Malaysia coming in from the left side.
Yeah, they're coming in with a flank there, getting that cannon blast, and then the couple of blades onto the back line there was absolutely huge. Low health bars all around onto the side of the ID. They got to be careful. What was the Agudo thinking?
So low in HP and still decides to roll around and rolls into its own death. Right now, the minions are going to come in from both ends, and those turrets right now looking for a very, very grim future.
Yes, popping down that Luban ultimate. It's going to clear out that minion wave as well to the bot side of the map here for the side of the Philippines, going and approaching and encroaching on ID's Crystal. They have 1 turret remaining between themselves and Indonesia's Crystal. Can they defend it?
Tough moments right now. So we're going to get to 8 minutes of our day 3 or match 3 of the Tri-National Showdown. At Showdown, bringing in teams from Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Right now, we get at the 50-minute mark, at the 50 points mark, sorry. Team Indonesia right now being ahead but their crystal is just starting to get exposed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a bit of a aggression from the side of the Philippines onto Malaysia's bot side turret here as well. 3v1, but it's going to be all down here to Noel for actually driving away majority of the Philippines team here, getting that takedown of the minion wave. Crystal is almost, the turret's almost laid bare, but now we are seeing bot Spartak go in for a bit of a team fight right now. Microphobia is on the run. He gets shut down.
Shut down there, and then one more time it's going to be the last member of the Team Philippines just running away under the turret. It is not going to be enough reach from the Garuda, but look at that right now, the turntables, and we can see that it's going to be the Team Philippines, the one that's going to be pushed up onto the crystal.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's been turned here up on its own head. I mean, we saw the Philippines were leading in this game, number 3 of the Tri-National Showdown, but now we have the funny number on the side of ID, 69 points here for the side. They are very close. That now changes to 77 command tokens. They are very much encroaching fastly on that 100 token point.
What to do right now? Do we just go all together just to try to finish Team Philippines? Or are we going to just try to split and try to put attention on Team Indonesia as well? Because both of them, with this so low in turrets, that it's just a problem of, do I defend or do I attack? Right now, they're just in between those two decisions.
I mean, this is the scary thing as well, right? Like, it's kind of like a betrayal in a certain way, because obviously if Indonesia gets to that 100 points, then the alliance is formed between Malaysia and the Philippines, and then it's kind of just like the enemies and now become allies, and that's where Indonesia is going to be really careful.
Oh, they got to be really careful one more time. You can see that right now, Team Indonesia, they do not want to give up. One last turret stands in between them, enemies, and their crystal, and this is gonna be 2 different waves coming in at the same time.
They're 2 different ways going at the same time, but it feels like Malaysia cannot get anywhere close, because once again, if you look at their drafting, they're all relying on Adam Spartanka, on the Charlotte to actually get anywhere close, because if any of the long range get too close to Comfort, they get taken down super duper easy, especially when ID have the Liam Po, they have the Agudo.
I feel like this game is coming to an end. Right now, we're going to get to the 11-minute mark. And right now, Team Malaysia is the one that is going to be defending. This is the beauty about this whole triangle of danger, right? In one moment, you're attacking. In the next second, you're next to your crystal just trying to defend the last turret.
Exactly. I think it aptly should be named the Bermuda Triangle here onto this one, because it's going to look like a lot of deaths happening and taking place here currently, as Indonesia have currently 8 points behind now to trigger that showdown, which is where we'll start to see the alliance being formed here by Philippines and Malaysia. But this is a lot of brawls taking place here.
Oh, are we even gonna make it that to the showdown? Because one more turret is standing right over there, and now Team Philippines is pushing down, knocking at the doors of the high ground of Team Indonesia.
Yep, they are definitely knocking on their door, right? I mean, that crystal, that turret is looking pretty low. That score check with a blazing brilliance and absolutely brilliant ult there with the wipeout. Malaysia's got to answer.
Oh, look at that. Even though right now Team Indonesia has the more points, but their crystal is going to be targeted, and this is going to be it. Look at that, Blam.
Oh, so close. They had no minions, though. They had no minions. I mean, look at the bot side of the map here. Noel, he's trying to get the push onto the Philippines turret, it looks like.
Oh, look at this. Right now, we're just waiting for the minion wave. They're 50% on their way. The crystal just standing there with 1/8 of his HP, and the minions are coming in there, Blam.
It looks like Malaysia's trying to get the victory off of Philippines' effort, right? Obviously, all that effort was triggered by the bot side of the map here. But now, obviously, as you can see into the points into the top side, it has triggered the showdown. They are 101 points. They have to maintain this for 90 seconds. They're currently just only started at 90 seconds, Isaac. That means it's going to be a heck of a long time for them to keep themselves alive.
Can they defend for 90 seconds with their crystal just like that? The answer is no! Their crystal is going to pop, and that's going to be the end of our game.
Yes, end of the Tri-National Showdown there. After the alliance was formed between Malaysia and the Philippines, they were able to get the takedown of the crystal. It actually goes over the victory to Team Gas. They get the last hit, and the Gas is back in the tank.
Oh gosh, look at that. The one thing that you need to do is to be able to laugh last. Team Gas, they were really mocked at the beginning of this whole stream. Everyone was just saying that they did not have their performance, and they've just stood the highest right now, and they're going to take their victory on day 3.
Absolute victory lap deserved of the Malaysian team. I mean, they have suffered for the past 2 days, and they finally get their victory here, Isaac. So, themselves back into the race before we get that final day tomorrow of the Tri-National Showdown, where we potentially crown our winner. But I feel like because they have such low points already in the standing, it's going to be only just about maybe contesting for that second place here between themselves and Indonesia.
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen. Let's just check out the highlights just real quick, so we can actually just look at the chaos going around everywhere. I just love that, because who does not like to see just chaotic activities going on?
Exactly, especially after we see so much organization within these normal 5v5s, right? To see a 5v5v5 is aptly should be only known in one word, K. And I can think even more chaos is going to ensue on stage very, very soon, because Malaysia got the win.
Oh, Malaysia taking the win. I am really looking forward to hear exactly what they want to say, right? Like right after nobody believed in them after 2 very basic performances, but today just being the last ones to smile and the last ones to laugh, that is actually amazing. I just really want to hear what the Team Malaysia wants to say about it.
Exactly. I mean, they always get the last laugh right. I mean, that's always the same, right? Those who win get the last laugh, and Malaysia currently getting the last laugh here before the final day of the Tri-National Showdowns. As you just saw from those highlights, we are seeing that they're already on the stage. Everybody is actually performing, and they're celebrating. Look at the Philippines were celebrating, thinking they got the win, but they didn't. So maybe celebrated a little too early.
It is a big day. There's going to be a lot of stress coming out of the semifinals after we move out of here. So it's actually really nice to see everyone enjoying what this is. At the end of the day, we're all playing a game.
Exactly, we're all playing the game, and as the tagline suggests, it's our game. So whether you are loving ranked, you love in peach, you love the esports, or you love our casual matches, there is a place for everybody within Honor of Kings, no matter what you get from the game.
This was beautiful to watch. The moment of the victory right over there. Look at Team Gas. Noelle just stomping her feet against the ground. That's one of the beautiful things that I really like about Noelle, man. Noelle is like the most, when you look at her play, like you can see the most regular human being just enjoying the game. Like the pure joy coming in from her face, the way that every single time that I have the chance to talk to her, how she really loves what she does. It is one of the best picks, I would say, out of these 15 players.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely the gas behind Team Gas, right? Obviously, you saw towards there, able to abuse that crystal on a 1v1. But we're going to go and see what Malaysia has to say for themselves after they get their first win at the Tri-National Showdown. Mara, take it away.
And for our third day of the Tri-National Showdown, we got Team Gas from Malaysia with that win. Congratulations.
They started really good, but Alif, you know that Indonesia got 100 points first, but you and the Philippines, you team up finally. You got teaming up against Indonesia, and you got the crystal. Can you walk us through what was happening on the communications when that was happening?
Okay, so first kali memang tu adalah mostly bertuah kita, luck for us actually. Tapi kita dah nampak crystal dia dah nak pecah, so that's objektif kita tadi, crystal. We collect point and we are crystal, and then we got it, kemenangan, and alhamdulillah, that's the thing.
Wow, they said that they were lucky to get the crystal, but in their communications, they only focus on the crystal, and they got it, and they were very, very thankful for it.
And how was that like, getting that first win for today? What did you guys say to each other? Because you guys were talking, we could see in your faces how happy you were. How was that for the first win?
I was actually asking my teammate, siapa yang dapatkan last hit? Who got the last hit to the crystal? Because we weren't sure if anyone were hitting the crystal. But eventually, Noel told us yang oh, aku yang pukul Crystal tu sorang-sorang. I attacked the Crystal alone, so that's what she did. Thanks to Noel, she carried the entire team.
wow. Noel, how was that first win for you?
Thanks Indonesia team and Philippine team that didn't notice me, and then I just like beside the crystal and then choo. So so that's why I can break the crystal, and we lost 2 days ago. So today we must get the point and tidak memalukan Malaysia. So we did it. Thank you all the fans.
Wow, they don't want to embarrass Malaysia, and they did it for the fans, Mara.
I don't think that you guys are embarrassing Malaysia. You're representing Malaysia really well. In this game, we're all having fun in this tri-national showdown. And today, you proved that it doesn't matter what the other teams do. You guys rose above the rest. And how proud are you with that win today?
Saya sangat bangga dengan saya punya captain disebabkan dia tukar dia punya mindset dan kita semua punya mindset untuk YOLO, untuk just go, jangan fikirkan apa-apa dah.
He likes the mindset of his captain because his captain has the YOLO mindset and they want to go all in, all out on today because they want to get the win.
We love what you guys showed today. And what message do you have for all the people supporting you, not just Malaysia, because you have fans from all over the world?
Kepada fans-fans yang dekat Malaysia ataupun Indonesia, terima kasih kerana support tim GAS ni. Esok kita orang akan buat benda yang sama insyaAllah. So, korang nantikan esok.
They said that they were very thankful of the support, whether it's the Malaysia fans or the Indonesian fans, and they were very thankful and they want tomorrow to repeat to be like today. They want the result to be the same, that is Malaysia winning, Mara.
And once again, congratulations. Thank you so much for such an amazing showdown. Thank you. And now, let's take a look at the updated leaderboard. Thank you so much. Right now in first place, it is Chano Squad International from the Philippines. Second is Team How Can from Indonesia. And finally, on third place, Malaysia, Team Gas. We got 7, 6, 5. It is such a close game right now. I mean, you want to know who the fans are voting for, so write it down below. And it's time to talk to the team captains of all the teams here with us. Guys, how was that for you? Indonesia, you almost won. So what are you going to do next time to change up the strategy to make sure that you maintain the lead?
We have to change the strategy because last match, the Philippines and Malaysia are fight with us. It's like 1944, I think. I don't know. So country fight us. We change strategy.
And today, Chano, you did the strategy that you're supposed to do yesterday. You teamed up with Malaysia again. Yes, yesterday it didn't go as planned.
Yeah.
What happened today that you stuck to the plan?
My plan is very, very, very okay.
The plan went well, and you partnered up with Malaysia, just like what you're supposed to.
Ano ba yun, naipag-partner sa Malaysia? Hindi.
No. Because earlier, like on the last game, you and Malaysia were helping each other defeat Indonesia. So yesterday, you said there was the alliance.
Today is no.
And it just happened naturally. The alliance happened naturally.
Wow, and Alif, finally, yesterday was the Philippines. The first day was the Indonesians. And right now, this is the day for Malaysia. And don't forget, not only you will be participating in the tournament, but after this, there's going to be Nova too. So what happened? Is it only luck, or was it all the practice that you guys did? Walk us through what you did to achieve this win today.
Okay, selama 2 hari ini mungkin kami terlampau pressure, tekanan sebab kita tahu yang dah attack kita. Jadi kita rasa macam mana cara kita nak atasi masalah tu. So untuk today kita lebih kepada tak apalah. Kita main sesuka hati kita je sebab kita pun dah ketinggalan point. So luck is luck juga. Kena ada luck dalam satu game ni. But we all give our best and that's the result. Alhamdulillah.
Wow, you were very pressured for the first 2 days to perform. But on this day, they said that they want to use that YOLO mindset again. And they said it was luck, but it was also all the practice that they did. And today, thankfully, they got the win because of all the hard work and the luck too for today.
Luck is just a small part of it. It's also their teamwork and that passion that they were showing in the game. Now, later on, it's going to be Nova that's gonna be playing. Can you give them words of encouragement so they're more pumped up for their fight?
Okay, for Team Nova, macam biasa, korang adalah yang terbaik di antara yang terbaik. Jadi tidak ada masalah, itu kacang je bagi korang. Bawa balik kemenangan untuk Team Nova dan juga Malaysia.
Wow, he said that Malaysia is the best of the best. And the enemies that are facing him is going to be easy because they are the strongest and bring pride to Malaysia.
And we're looking forward to that battle. And later on as well, 2 teams have made it to the semifinals from the Philippines. What do you have to say to them?
Ito lang sasabihin ko sa Blacklist International tsaka sa Boom. Kailangan nyo mag-champion kasi nag-champion na yung girls team natin. Tapos kami din, magcha-champion din dito. Hakot Award ang Pilipinas.
This is the only thing he's going to say to Blacklist International and Boom. You need to be the champions because the Philippine team, Hive All-Star, won the championship earlier and he predicts that Channel International will also be the champion. So what they want to do is to collect all the awards, collect the trophies and the medals. Now, Sir Pai, Indonesia did not make it, but we still have a great community here in Indonesia. Let's invite them all to keep supporting the Honor of Kings KIS4.
Oke guys, karena udah nggak ada tim Indonesia, jadi masih ada perwakilan juga organisasi, ada Boom Esports juga bisa kita support. Jangan lupa langsung aja datang ke GBK Basket Hall ya. Di sini ada juga banyak, ada karnival juga banyak yang lain bisa dimainin di sini.
He said that even though Indonesia didn't make it to the knockouts and in the semis, but they're still Boom Esports, one of the organizations representing Indonesia. So come and support because there's not only tournaments, but there are also carnivals and games and rewards that you can earn in GBK Basket Hall. So come one for all because it's going to be so much fun for these days and tomorrow. So that's it from all superstars from all the respective nations, Mara. So we're going to go for a break because after this, we have a great match coming for us. So see you guys after the break.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marwah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas. Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pula. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bela spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama. Berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi. Genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti. Bukan instan limitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman. Enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong. Musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Strong power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kokong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata hingga sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya akan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa. Siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli. Saat saya genggam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja. Dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata. Seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won. Nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me good sing ke sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel alright. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit me way mah. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me ni, aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you
Fortune on
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. We're bringing you live the action of the first semi-final in this, our first tournament of 2026. I'm Isaac Peña, and with me, Sagi. Sagi, how are you doing, man?
I'm back after a short break, and we just saw multiple good news coming so far for PKL and MKL region here. Just now in the Women's Series, we saw how Hive All-Stars managed to take 2-0 against All Gamers Global. And just now in the Tri-National Showdown, Malaysia finally got their first win on board. But now, here's the main game. Here's the main part of the story here. How does these teams, which of these teams, who will advance to the finals of KIS4, taking that 35,000 USD as the champions?
You make a very interesting point today when you say, like, okay, it's already been one victory for a team from the Philippines and one victory for one team from Malaysia. So what is going to happen right now in this one? This is going to be the tiebreaker if we were to see this as a matchup between these two regions, right? Let's look at what semifinals we're going to have today. We're going to be packed with a lot of action. Nova against Blacklist International is going to be our first match. And right after that, Nonshin Red Force is going to battle it out against Boom Esports for a spot in the final.
And you can see through the scheduled matches for today is exactly what Isaac has mentioned just now. So the rivalry between Nova Esports and Blacklist International, they have a very distinct storyline, right? For Nova, they've been one of the best performing teams in 2025, and coming to 2026, they are looking super strong, not dropping any single series, only dropping 2 games against BTR and also Nongshim Red Force. Right now, they are at the verge of re-attending the finals of KIS3 to KIS4. So can they like repeat the story? Is something we want to find out.
That is exactly what I was going to bring up right now, right? It's just, can you imagine if Nova is to win today, and then we have Nonshin Red Force winning today as well, making it to just Season 3, Season 4, back-to-back Nova against Nonshin Red Force finals, man. That would be the first time that we have that in our invitational tournaments. So we have a lot of different things that we are going to dissect to you watching from home. So please go around, get a beverage, get something to eat, and we're going to break all the action for you right over here. First game, Nova against Blacklist again.
But I like the fact that you bring up, it's like, hey, there's a potential of the repeat of KIS3 finals matchup.
Yes.
We can never count out Blacklist International or Boom Esports, especially we saw for a fact that, hey guys, group stage, does it really matter? Because the teams right now that are in the semifinals, Nova, yes, they are the champions of Group A. But you take a look at the semifinalists for the other few. Blacklist didn't do well in groups. Nongshim didn't win a single series in group. Same goes for Boom Esports. They didn't do well in groups at all. So for the reference to group stage is only a testing ground for these teams because group stage doesn't let go of any teams that doesn't perform well. Only knockout stage does.
Sagi, you've mentioned something that is the strategy of this tournament. And maybe, since we've always said that the boys that you can see on the screen, Blacklist Internationals, they are breaking the code. Maybe their strat was not to break the code of the team in front of them. Maybe the code that they were breaking was the code of the brackets and the system of the tournament.
I think you make a very good point, right? Breaking the code, but not your opponents, but for your own self. Because we saw throughout the improvement of Blacklist International's draft, it has been more and more so, more consistent coming in towards the knockout stage compared to their group stage performance. And this is our matchup poster for today. A mission to break the Supernova. Will Blacklist International be the hurdle that stops Nova from, yet again, attending another grand finals of an international event?
The narrative is very clear. We have Nova, that they are supposed and intended to be the ones winning this match, and then Blacklist International, the opponents in front of them, that they need to stop them from making it to back-to-back finals in our invitational. Now, Blacklist International, from what we have been seeing in these last days, they've been performing really well. They had a very good match against Kagendra, a 4-1 victory for them, but on the other side, Nova did really well against Team Hack as well with a 4-0 victory.
I beg to differ, right? Yes, we can agree that Nova Esports did really well against Team Hack, but that's the thing. It's not a difficult opponent compared to what Blacklist and other teams have went through.
Ouch.
It does give Nova a sort of momentum, no hard feelings Team Hack, but it's based on statistics.
Go ahead.
So Nova Esports, yes, you get the momentum, but do you get the on-screen, on-tournament practice similar to Blacklist International? Because from what we see so far, Blacklist, they have improved a lot throughout the entirety of the tournament. So can they bring that improvement to challenge Nova is what we need to find out in this best of 7 today.
Let's summarize exactly what you're mentioning right over there. So you're saying that Nova came into the knockout stage, they did not have the opportunity to really measure and to improve on their performances from the group stage, since they had an opponent that maybe was not at the level that we were expecting for this KIS4. On the other side, Blacklist might have the advantage because they have had to face stronger opponents since day one, since game number 1 up until right now. So you do believe that Blacklist might have an advantage in terms of that?
I think they have an increased opportunity to challenge Nova Esports here, because every single team thus far right now, they think Nova is the eventual champions here. But you can never say too fast, because throughout the last 2 days of knockout stage, there has been so many upsets here. We went from 3 IKL teams to 0 IKL teams, so that's definitely something to look out for. And for us, this is Philippines PKL on the line. It matters where do they qualify today, or do they not qualify at all today?
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen today. We're going to move onto the stage with Mara Aquino. Mara, take it from here.
We've had such an action-packed day, and Rookie, you know, it doesn't end there. For sure, the next best of 7 will be so intense.
It's going to be intense, all right, Mara, because we're going to see one of the best teams competing today, and we're going to see the first contender for the title.
It will be Team Malaysia versus Philippines. Let's set the stage for Nova Esports and Blacklist International.
One step closer to the finals. It's a do-or-die battle to regain their title. They were the top of KIS last season, and they aim to shine over the horizon once more. The one, the only, Nova Esports!
They stepped up their game big time. They stood strong in front of the home team. Now the chance to settle the score is set. Can the Asians deliver the biggest upset? It's round 2 for Blacklist International.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our game. Nova Esports coming in with Mutsu, Wendy, Kongling, Xuan, and Waypit. 5 boys in purple that they are gonna try to make their way all the way into the finals. Up until right now, they've been performing really well. Blacklist International is gonna try to stop them on their breaks and send them back home.
The Asians in black and white right now. In front of your screens, the Hope and these 2 out of 1 Hopes coming in for the PKL region. In the Clash lane, Chami 1, Chaz in the roam, Justchi, Jungle, Dragon, Golden Kite, the twins in the mid and farm lane here. This roster has shown us consistency in improvement. 2025 year was their experimental year where they were spring 2nd place in their PKL, and then they went to EWC, didn't do too well, but when fall kicked in, champions of their own region, top 4 in the world of KIC, and right now in 2026, they are looking much more stronger and much more eager to push even further. First hurdle right now, Nova Esports is in front of them.
I would dare to say that Blacklist International, when you think about them, you can really summarize how our game has been evolving by looking at their performances. You look at Blacklist International, they started a little bit slow, but they have picked up in such an amazing way. On the other side, Nova, since day 1 of Honor of Kings professional competitions, Nova has been there, man. And it's always been there like a strong team demonstrating what they're made of. Can the contenders really stop Nova from making it to their second final in a row?
This brings to the question that we always discuss, right? Is history important or is current on-stage performance well? Because throughout the entire event of Honor of Kings Season 4 Invitationals, there's so much upsets that up to this day, my predictions are all out of the window. I've only had 1 point out of 4 matches I predicted.
Sagi, I'm not gonna lie, man. You are not doing really well in that. You're not doing really well predicting the future. So if for some reason there's some investment opportunities coming to you in the next days, do not take them, buddy. Please do not.
I'm very aware of my financial situation, so if a financial opportunity actually comes, I don't think I'll actually grab on hold towards that, because I know for a fact that in this specific timeline, my luck is definitely not there. But Lady Luck definitely needs to bless either of these teams. Is it going to be a potential PKL Grand Finalist, or is it going to be Nova rewriting the script and following 2025 and making it to the finals again to defend their throne? All these are amazing storylines that can be said and told in this ban and pick of this Game 1.
Blacklist International is going to be taking the blue side, and Nova Esports is going to be taking the red. The first round of bans are going to come in. Blacklist International is going to have the priority over what they can play on. The meta is in their hands. Nova Esports is going to have to respond.
Yeah, and so far in the blue side, there's a lot of evolving strategies. Starting off the tournament, we've seen more Arlie Maestro Nuis from the 2025 patch, and coming into the playoffs, more of these roamers, more of these flex picks like Chicha has starting to arise in the blue side. For blue side is really Dolia, Zhangfei as your primary 2, or you look into something more specific for a composition, something like a Chicha that has been banned by Nova.
Looking at all of these days of this whole week of amazing performances, man, I do believe that the roamers have taken a very big spotlight in terms of the BP, because having a good roamer and those interesting picks, the Crown Face, the Lapu Lapus in there, the Dolias in there, have actually had such a high win rate that might be the first options that we need to prioritize.
And talking of priority, right, that's a lot of bans being funneled over to the side of Nova Esports against Chami 1 in that clash lane. Chicha has been a flex pick so far between Clash Jungle and Farm Lane, but checking out the side of Blacklist International, I'm not sure whether they have actually selected Chicha at all in this entire tournament. But on the first pick, it does come to a question that do they take the Long, do they take the Zhangfei? What's their first pick priority coming in for the side of Blacklist?
On your comment on the Chicha, man, it's just very interesting just to see how Nova Esports respects a lot Chami 1, and they do not want to allow the Chicha. Blacklist might not have played it, but for sure they have it over there ready to go. So if they have it ready to go, Nova Esports don't want to even allow the opportunity for that.
I do agree as well here. So removing Chicha is a very smart choice, and Blacklist International locking in that Parasola Arlie as their first pick. But in this specific meta as well, Arlie is a very high risk, high reward sort of pick. You need to funnel a lot of resources in towards our pockets, and there is a lot of counters available in this meta. Like, for example, what Nova is selected, the Chano, and later on, will we see Blacklist take away the Xiao Qiao to remove the counter in the mid lane coming in from Nova?
You know what the issue is in here? That picking the Arlie is actually such an interesting first pick. Like, so many other options for you to be able to counter the Arlie. So showing your hand that early on a hero that you actually need them to perform. You need Golden Kai to be able to perform on that Arlie. Picking it first, that's gotta be something that Blacklist International and the coaches have actually predicted was gonna happen.
And it's a very expensive draft as well, right? We're looking at Arlie, we're looking at Tiger's Pay, and to add on towards that, Lapu Lapu. So for Blacklist International, they are starting off really strong in the first 3 picks with their comfort ones here. So it comes back to Nova here. Do you take the Ukyo for the jungle matchup, or do you take the Xiao Qiao for the Arlie and mid matchup here? Seems to me that Nova is putting more resources into that 1v1 jungle to make sure that Kong Ling gets that equalizer against Just G, at the very least in the jungle department.
Kong Lin is going to have to demonstrate today, because in front of him, Joshi has had an amazing tournament. Joshi performing really well. Kong Lin, on the other hand, has had his ups and downs, and very new to Nova Esports. So for Kong Lin today, is going to be do or die. In this matchup in game 1, when it's going to be Joshi on his pay, he's going to have a very big responsibility on Yukio Tachibana.
It's going to be either a confidence breaker or a confidence builder, right? Because out of the Nova Esports lineup, 4 out of the original 5 in KIS3 is still present in Nova. And Kong Ling being the new addition to the roster, he needs to be able to fill CY's shoes that he has left to make sure that, hey guys, I am the replacement that Nova is looking for to conquer the 2026 year. So that comes to the question, can Kong Ling do it? And can Kong Ling do it in the series?
Xiao Qiao being taken away, as we had already mentioned, that it needed to be one of those clear bans from Blacklist International, right? Like, so Xiao Qiao is going to be taken away. The Mai Shiranui as well, narrowing down to very few options over there in the mid lane.
I like it. I like it. The fact that they are removing so many of these Arlie counters in towards the mid lane is completely an improvement for South Blacklist International's draft coming in from the group stage. The trial and error has allowed them more of these opportunities in the pick and bans right now. And Nova Esports drafting the white anchor, Ata, in towards the Clash lane for the Hands of Strength. An interesting one. They love this a lot.
Oh, I love to see the Ata. Ata is one of those heroes that are so OG. I like it a lot. Can bounce around. It can still just recover. Has a lot of sustain. It does have initiation, and with his ultimate, it's able just to narrow down the area of the battle. So that's going to be a very interesting pick for Xuan, who's going to have to really take control of the moments of the game.
And talking about interesting, right? What's Nova's last pick going to be? Is it going to be a carry mid? Is it going to be a utility mid? And to answer our questions, they're hovering towards the Silk Reaver Sure for the Hands of Wendy here, so that mid lane 3v3 is going to be extra difficult for both teams. Whoever wins it will allow more opportunities to their side laners here. For Blacklist, it's going to be Golden Kite and Chami one on the Rose Fencer, on the Parasola. If they can get the mid prior, these 2 strong side lane monsters can start to put pressure against their enemy. For Nova Esports, it's about winning that 3v3 mid. Forbidding the fact that, okay, you guys want to push out mid, help your side lane, we won't allow that. We will use the Shi and strike a deadly blow on towards you.
A lot more initiation coming in from Nova Esports, right? And at the same time, that Shi just does not need any gold. It's one of those heroes that I really like because it can just funnel all the gold towards all of the other players. That's going to put Mutsu and Konling on the spotlight very early. Now, Wendy and that's is it gonna be more of like a cleaning and then just trying to make the moves in the mid lane, or is it gonna be just trying to move into the brush and trying to initiate things on the sidelines? What do you think?
I think it's a bit of both, right, Isaac? It depends on the situation. You gotta be flexible. In this case, I think early game is much more on towards the side lane, getting those catches, pushing the advantage for Muji as the channel, and in towards the mid game, it's about getting those bush visions, getting those mid control, forcing the fact that, okay, Blacklist, you want mid control, you gotta fight for it here. And to your point, there is a very interesting one. Channel versus Arlie matchup here. Does Blacklist International move the Arlie away to a cross lane or towards the mid lane that we always see in the pro matches?
You might want to just get that Arlie out of there, right? Like if you know that you're not winning in there, why don't you just go for the swap? Just do the swap. You know the Golden Kite is going to have to really carry on the team in terms of damage, so you want to put him in a more satisfying position. On the other side, Joshi against Konling, in the first 2 minutes, you're just going to see them running around and collecting items, collecting gold, trying to just bring a little bit of a gap. Will we be able to see some little scraps in the first 2 minutes? Can we see them just try to find a little bit of hands?
At the very least, from your comment, Isaac, we do see a very aggressive approach coming in for the side of Blacklist International, sending Golden Kite to that mid lane to at the very least get that early game farm going, right? Clear that mid lane, try to move faster towards the side lane. I think that's the plan coming in for Blacklist Marksman.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's just start with the game. Blacklist International is going to be taking the blue side. Nova Esports is going to take the red. This is going to be our first semi-final of the KIS4. Ladies and gentlemen, Jakarta, assemble.
Assemble, get that Eboin points in, and support your favorite team in this KIS4 run here. And so far, in towards the early game, is looking pretty damn consistent for Blacklist International, clearing up that mid and immediately getting that fire beak towards that bottom lane here. This is what you need as an early. More farm, more time away from the channel, so you can be that mid-game monster here. We always say that, okay, channel is a very good matchup in towards the early. In lane, that's if it's a 1v1. If the Arlie has 3 items versus the channel 3 items, Arlie is way much more stronger in the mid game here. So Golden Kite, he's definitely the focus here as we see Just G coming in towards the top side here, wanting to jump on towards Strand, but a nice silky imprint coming from Wendy to disengage away Nova to safety.
Wendy very smart, he does that, but look at that Strand!
Pulls in two, coming in for the side of Blacklist International here, but Strand overestimating his abilities here. But Konling trying to find for a return kill here, unable to get it, but Strand getting punished for being overly aggressive.
Too confident, Strand right over there. He goes in with the flash. He comes and initiates onto 3. Bounces in there, but there's no follow-up damage. Joshi, Dragon, Golden Kite, they were all on their way, and it was a bait, and they allowed over there Nova Esports to fall and Blacklist to take the first blood.
Very beautiful stuff thus far coming in for the side of Blacklist International. Not fearing the sudden engage coming in from Strand here. So in this early game, it's looking pretty good so far for the side of Blacklist here. However, take a look towards that bottom lane here. A lot of the pressure has been put on towards Golden Kite.
A lot of pressure coming in for Golden Kite, right? But one of the things that I want to spotlight right now has been in the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Wendy just making the movements, comes in, cleans the wave so quickly, and immediately makes the rotations. And look at how Dragon just read that. Dragon just decided to let that wave go and come in and just make the support onto the top lane first.
Yeah, that's not something that my solo rank teammates will actually do here, so props to Dragon for actually being able to do this sort of rotation. Farm is inside, but it's like, hey guys, my team is much more important. Hence, we see a almost 800 goalie in the favor of Nova here. Wendy looking for a potential play on towards Chami, but Chami smells it and backs away to safety.
Look at that. We can see everyone in from Blacklist International making their way over here to the clash lane, and I can smell that hands are going to start being thrown in here.
And Waypit here just taking a walk with the side of Chaz here, just trading positions here, coming in with the stun, with the swift strike. Just a bit of a small poke here, getting that top lane control. So whoever gets that top lane control gets the teleportation here. Nice pull on towards Chammy1. Chammy1 gets CC'd down. Have to append the flash to escape towards safety here. But look at Dragon here. Beautiful destructive deluge. 3-man off the call towards the members of Nova here, but no one is in danger here. In terms of common spells, Nova has won the trade against Blacklist International.
The comes in from Blacklist International actually on top level. Dragon was all the way back to his mid lane, but they just call him back. Comes in from the flank, and then with that ulti, he just needed a little bit more damage, and it would have been an amazing trade.
I think it's really back and forth between two teams, right? Dragon finding a beautiful one, but knowing for the fact that Waypit still has the Unbridled Outburst, they really play it to a good perfection here. And look at Chaz here, getting pulled, getting CC, chunked away from this objective here. With that health bar, this is an easy tyrant going into the pockets of Nova.
Easy tyrant, and then it's going to be Blacklist that they're going to try to reply back by taking that turret, right? If I cannot fight in for the objectives, at least I'm going to fight in from the turret. Give me a little bit more minion waste, please.
But good news coming in for the side of Blacklist International. Check out the gold. They are 1,000 healthy due to the first early game First Blood. And for the fact that Chammy1 has always been consistent in farming and getting those towers in the side lane, Chammy1 is going to be a monster on this late game Charlotte pick.
Oh, just beautiful performance in there from Chammy1. We knew that he was going to be one of the players that we would need to look at. Look at that. One more time, Chaz is going to have to flash away.
Yeah, Chaz playing really aggressive into the jungle coming in for the side of Nova here. Waypit does find the Unbridled Outburst here, but there's no real follow-up coming in from the Nova members here. So that's going to be a big cooldown being expended by both sides.
Lapu Lapu, one of the most popular picks over here in the KIS4, right? Because of the tankiness that it allows you to get vision, and it allows you to be able to sustain a lot.
Look at the damage coming in from Muji here. One signal shot, 2 auto attacks, and Golden Kite is already half HP. Wendy here taking a very aggressive approach into the side of Blacklist International's jungle. Seems to me that they want to be invading this Crimson Golem that's going to be spawning in just 4 seconds.
Just he understood that Wendy was waiting for him in the brush. He does not want to let that Crimson Golem go as well. Look at that. They want to fight it out, and they cannot take it. Kong Ling is going to claim it.
Very clean map movement coming in for Nova here. It all started with a good poke on towards Golden Kite, and then they advanced to the jungle to pick up a Crimson Golem, knowing for the fact that Golden Kite wasn't there to be able to contribute to anything here. So, in terms of that small exchange, still in favor of Nova.
Yes.
But in terms of gold, look at Blacklist gold.
Blacklist right now with the advantage, right? Like it used to be 1,000 gold, they're very clear 1,000. Now, right now, Nova's just narrowing it down to just like a couple hundreds. What we need to be looking at and paying attention is just the beautiful performance from Chammy1, just liberating himself out of that lane. But look at that, he's being targeted so much.
Yes, so much damage coming in from the Swift Strike Ukyo Tachibana here. That's one full combo in towards Chammy's face. Has to take the Walk of Shame to regenerate back in towards the fountain here. In this mid-game, more of the resources are being traded left and right in towards the side lane here. Towers are being traded, minions are being pushed in here. But Blacklist International, they have to back off here. If they can get this turret and back off successfully, that's going to be a big win.
That's going to be a really big win. Right now, it's going to be Wendy, the one that has eyes onto them. It's not going to be enough reach, but look at that, Sagi.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the engage coming in for the side of Golden Kite here, but he has zoned himself and has set himself too deep in towards enemy territory here. Chammy1 looking for the engage here, finds the flash engage onto practically no one here. It's a 2-for-1 special in the favor for the side of Nova, taking 0 casualties.
Nova comes in, they had eyes on them, they tried to catch on Wendy. Wendy just pulled back out of the fight at the right moment, and without any abilities, Golden Kite and Chaz need to pay with their lives. Right now it's a 2-0 trade for Nova, turn things around, and now they're the ones with the gold advantage.
I think it's a bit of an overextension coming in for the side of Blacklist International. It's great that you can get so much damage on towards the bottom tier 2, but you were too deep in towards enemy territory, which resulted in towards these plays happening, right? Just G fortunately still gets the Azure Golem, but losing out Golden Kite, a tempo hero that needs so much farm, it's really a painful one coming in for the side of Blacklist.
Chami one more time, just trying to push in the lane. He's going to force Konling to go around. That turret won't be able to stand. That's going to be a tier 2 turret that's going to go for Blacklist International.
The last time these two teams meet, the goal was 50-50, the kills were 50-50 until the 8th minute mark. Is there going to be a difference between group stage? This is the time to find out.
Alright, 8 minutes 45 seconds. This is going to be our last Tyrant before the 10-minute mark. Josh is going to claim it and the fight starts.
Yeah, the assassination has already concluded coming in for the side of Golden Kite. Getting the kill on towards Wendy, a miss of Wave Pit and also Muji here. There won't be any wave clear coming in for the side of Nova to defend this middle tower here. Wave Pit goes in, stampedes on towards the enemy here. Chas baiting a bit against them here. Shen goes dangerously low, but they still get this tower here. Muji getting hit by those snowballs here. That's not going to be looking good for the side of Nova.
Oh, look at that. Joshi is such a menace. Xuan running away. Colin as well. They're going to have to run in for the hills. Right now, it's going to be Blacklist International in command of this game as they collect the tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
They're playing this with patience, I'm telling you. Mid lane winning the trade, and the 2v2 between Kongling, Xuan versus Justy and Chami won by Blacklist as well. Every single health bar coming in for the side of Nova Esports has been diminished and sent back towards the base. Hence mid free tower, bottom free tower, and right now, gold lead wise, we're looking at almost a 2,000 in favor for the side of Nova here. Wendy forcing the flash against Chami 1. The fight won't break apart as these teams are looking here, but Kongling gets caught by the flowing side here. Golden Kite goes in for the 1v1, gets caught by Muji. Muji gets the deciding kill on towards Golden Kite here as the fight does break apart between these two teams. Nova has the man advantage coming in towards his 10th minute.
Nova Esports right now, as they erase Golden Kite 20 seconds while he's going to be over there in the fountain, is going to give them priority over the Tyrant, over the mid lane turret, or over the Overlord. What is going to be their decision right now?
It seems to me that Blacklist International has no real way of actually contesting this Tyrant here. We see Chami already starting that Overlord here. I don't think they have enough time to practically do it. So as Chas gets pulled into the arms of Nova Esports here as Kongling, he's marching, he's going, but his fight goes towards the side of Justy here. Justy limping away towards safety here, but he's in human form. He can't run, it's just another free kill. Killing spree for the side of Nova. Muji, map in control for Nova for the next 30 seconds.
There is no safety for Joshi to run away. In human form, he does not have the leap that he needs in order to run away from the Nova players. Right now, Blacklist International, they have control of the lanes, but right now it's going to be Nova Esports, the one that are in control of the map.
It comes down to a deciding moment later on. Can Chami and Chas get a good pickoff onto us Muji? Because Muji is the sole damage dealer, late game powerhouse coming in for the side of Nova. The moment Muji drops, the entirety of Nova is forced to back away here. So Blacklist, number 1, find Muji and you get yourself a potential win.
You need to take him on a 2v1, maybe a 3v1 if you want to get get him killed. A 302 Muji right now, 8,600 gold. It's not going to be easy to take on a 1v1. There's nothing that Chami 1 can do in a 1v1 against him right now.
Yeah, so it really relies whether Chami can actually put pressure on towards the side lane here. But talking about pressure though, Justy already being taken down by Xuan and Kongling combo here, forcing a recall coming in from Kongling to attend to Chami on towards the Clash lane side. But if Blacklist can find this kill on towards Kongling, maybe they're up to something, maybe an end, but Kongling spots it. Kongling needs to back away towards Nikki. Kongling with the double flip gets himself away. If Kongling were to fall, then maybe, just maybe, that could have been the Blacklist backdoor.
Oh, but it cannot be because right over there, Kongling just solved the problem. And right now it's going to be Mutsu, the one that's going to have priority over that tier 2 turret. It's going to be Wave Pit with the assist. It's going to force them back. They're going to take the turret and they're going to rotate down to the farm lane.
The game is wide open right now in this favor of the side of Nova Esports here. Trailing with a 3,000 gold deficit behind them is Blacklist International here. They need to find a certain footing. The only good news so far is that the high grounds are yet to fall for the side of Blacklist.
Oh, look at that. One more time. They're going to come in. It's going to be very difficult for Dragon to run away, but look at Chaz.
That Chaz already taken down by the damage here coming in for the side of Nova Esports here. Calling, playing really aggressively, scouting out those visions, forcing the members of Blacklist to back up. So right now, with that tier 3 high ground going down, Nova Esports once again win out on these small skirmish exchanges.
In the small scrimmages, Nova Esports is superior. They're able to just win those fights. Mutsu finding no real danger around him, and this is going to be difficult. Blacklist International understand that they're going to have to try to split push if they actually want to stay in this game.
Yeah, Ultimate already committed coming in for the side of Blacklist International's mid lane here. Calling needs to take a recall to attend towards that top wave here. This gives Just G an angle to flank towards the back line here. Take a look at Just G. He's waiting. He's scouted out. Tiger 4 wanting to run towards safety here. Ghost Ship coming in here, but on towards the cross map here. Cammy 1 gets the kill on towards Wendy. That's 40 seconds during the spawn of the shadow objectives here. No unbridled outburst. No consistent crowd control coming in from Nova. This might be Blacklist's chance.
Look at that, Josh is just so low that he's not going to be here to contest the Dark Tyrant. Dark Tyrant already 50% HP, 10%. It's going to be Champion 1, the one who's going to get the kill!
And Muji gets taken down! Next on the chopping block is Waypit. 40 seconds coming in from Waypit and Muji. This is going to be a detrimental one for the side of Nova. Chammy 1! What a steal!
What a clutch moment coming in from Chammy 1. Josh was not there. Chammy 1 just took the cake and he became the superhero that Blacklist needed at this moment. Look at that.
The waves are coming in for the side of Blacklist International. This might just be that shot in ending the game. Calling goes down. Wendy goes down. With 10 seconds on the clock, Blacklist International will draw first blood against Nova Esports in this best of 7 series.
Nova Esports came all the way to the high ground, but Blacklist International won the fight, won the Tyrant, and made the whole push straight into the Crystal. Blacklist International take the first victory in our first semi-final.
Wow, that was an insane game coming in for both of these squads here. It was looking so favorable for the side of Nova in that 10 to 12 minute mark here, but with a flip of a switch, immediately it went in favor in that final fight because of the fact that they caught Wendy. And in the few parts, Just G wasn't there to smite the objective. It was just Chammy 1 and also the side of Chaz stealing away the objective under the eyes of Nova, making it an immediate comeback for Blacklist. What a game, man.
Sagi, if you analyze that last play, right, like they're coming back after putting and taking pressure on the high ground. As they're coming back, they have eyes on Joshi, and they say this is free eats. Let's just go 4v1 against Joshi, but he's a pay, so he can leap through the walls. He's leaping around. They lose Wendy, and in that moment, everything just goes bad for Nova. It was just their greed on wanting to take on to Joshi that ended up just with them fumbling the ball.
I think it's also a very good map play coming in for the side of Blacklist International. They realized the fact that, hey guys, for this specific moment, we can't really 5v5 against the side of Nova Esports. So Just G was off on towards the side lane, pushing the side lane turrets here. So it forces one member coming in for side Nova to recall, and that player was Kong Ling, the main engager coming in for the side of Nova. So when Kong Ling has to attend the wave, Just G comes in with a very aggressive flank, which disrupts the entire formation. Hence, that's why Wendy was the first one to get caught. And it resulted into a 4v4 in the Tyrant pit. But that's the problem. When you lack a form of CC, when you lack a form of formation that has already been in your mind for the past 15 minutes, Muchi gets caught out, and what we talk about, the moment Muchi falls is the downfall of Nova Esports Comp, which is what happened. Tyrant stolen away, Muchi falls, immediately GG serve to Nova Esports.
He did fall only once, and the moment that he fell, it was just the end of the game for Nova. You called it like that, Sagi. Maybe your predictions are coming back. Maybe this is just
I don't know, man. I voted for Nova in this series, so Blacklist International already won first game. If Blacklist wins, it's pretty happy for the Blacklist boys, but maybe I need to do a TikTok dance because of all the the predictions that actually fumbled here. So I don't know here, but this is the game one, and this is exactly what happened here. Chammy 1 playing a very good game alongside Golden Kite. The strong two side lanes really played to a perfection in those team fights. Although Golden did fall 2 times, he was playing really aggressively in getting those common spells from the side of Nova Esports.
When you analyze their performances, right, like one of them, Golden Kite's performance is going to be a little bit more flashier because he can take the kills, and then you always have the early. That is always just, it always takes the spotlight. But if you're asking me who kept Blacklist International in the game, it's got to be Chami1. Chami1, since minute 1, he understood what his job was. His job was to go in, understand how to manage the maps, how to keep the game alive for Blacklist International. And he's the one that makes the big clutch and steals the Tyrant. So I do believe that my vote for this MVP needs to go for Chami1.
It could potentially go in towards Chami or Golden Kite here, but based on what you have mentioned so far, seems like the votes will be more alluding towards Chami1 in getting the MVP, but it is a collaborative effort coming in from Blacklist International in sustaining the map pressure that's being generated coming in for the side of Nova Esports. Very different playstyle coming in for 2 Clash lane here. For Chami, it's about side lane control into flanks coming in for the team fight. For Shren, it's about giving away the resources to Muchi, to Kong Ling, so that these 2 players can actually flourish while Shren becomes the frontline tank in getting vision and information for the team. Hence, you can see 82 million last hit versus 32 between the 2 Clash lanes.
I'm telling you, Nova, I would say that their strat was actually paying off. It was a good strategy. It was a good BP. They came in, it was working at the perfection. But it was just Blacklist that they caught that little opening, and they were very defiant. They were determined. They were so determined in that exact moment, because it was just from the moment that they steal the dragon to the moment of the end of the game, there's what, 30, 40 seconds probably? It's just like one last push, and just in one push, they won the whole game.
That's why in these clench situations, in these clutch ones, right, especially in the semi-final setting, there's no like returning route, right? It's just like 1 BO7, you go finals or you go home. So for them, every single fight, if the game is still in the 40-60 or 50-50 situation, there is always a potential comeback, which this time for Blacklist, they really made it paid off. Losing the high ground didn't really pressure them, but they knew exactly what to do thanks to the pressure generated by both Chami and also Just-G in the side lane.
That is the beauty about this game, man. Like, you think that you have the W in your hand, and then after just one little mistake, then you're just looking how your crystal explodes in your face. And that is exactly why we fell in love with this game, because the uncertainty of what could happen, the ways how things just could literally just blow up on your face at any moment. So I'm really happy to see that Blacklist International just kept the game alive. Right now you can see the way that Golden Kite, you can see how Golden Kite and Muchi, the 2 people that had the most gold, that had the most damage, and great performances among the 10 players.
And roamers as well, super duper important in this game. I do believe that both of these roamers contributed to a lot of these beautiful engages coming in for Nova, for Blacklist International. But at the end of the day, Chaz's micro play at the Tyrant was what really forced Kong Ling to not be able to smite the Tyrant, giving the damage amp that Blacklist International needs to force that game-winning play. So really, down to these small moments is really what awarded Blacklist International this game-1 victory. And I'm not going to say who's the MVP, because these are 2 twins on your screen. It will be Blacklist International's Dragon with an insane stat. 2-0 and 4 KDA, still okay. But take a look at damage here. 134,000 damage done, only 24,000 taken.
Oh, come on, when you can deal 135,000 damage with only 7,600 gold, says a lot about you, right? In that Lady Triana de Cascada, which had an amazing performance by Dragons. Very early in the game, just Dragon was making the moves. And that's exactly the reason why he's gotten the MVP. Throughout the whole game, he was never only in his mid lane, he was always making the runs, so the left and to the right.
And you can see these highlights, right? It's Golden Kite going for the assassination plays, and at the 10th minute mark, things are looking way better for the side of Nova, because there was never really a 5v5 in favor for the side of Blacklist here. And take a look at these moments here. It's just Nova pummeling the members coming in, but when the formation breaks, this is the exact moment. Take a look at Chaz. charging in, knocking up Muji, CCing in 4 days. What did I tell you? Muji goes down, no solid damage, no consistent DPS for Nova, and it's all over for the boys in purple.
Love it. The way that the PKO representatives are playing into this game shows us that this is not going to be an easy 4-0, man. For those of you who were expecting that this was going to be a 4-0 or just going to be a very one-sided game, I'm telling you, we're going to be here for hours. This is going to be an amazing day. So if you're ready for this, if you had already talked to your friends, just telling them that you were going to see them later on today, just tell them to cancel your plans, because this is going to go all the way.
It's definitely an exciting series thus far, coming in for the side of Blacklist and also Nova. Very back and forth up until the 8th minute mark, until we get that decider of team fight 10th minute. Then the script immediately flips on towards the side of Nova. Blacklist International finding that comeback win, but that's game one. We've seen before teams getting game one against Nova Esports just to lose consecutive games. So is it the same story? Potentially it may be. Or is it going to be start something new, dethroning the NKL teams in international tournament?
One of the things that we need to be very calm and cold-minded to analyze is the fact that Blacklist International, through this BP, through this lineup, they did spend a lot of very important picks, right? They spent the Pei, they spent the Ardi, they spent the Lapu Lapu in there. So those three main heroes that they could actually use, all of them out of the mix. And on the other side for Nova, I would dare to say that it was not that strong at the feet in terms of the hero choices that they had.
Yeah, not really that expensive that you can say for the side of Nova Esports. So it comes down to how well Blacklist International, especially the coaching staff, TG, in being able to plan the drafts going into the full extent of the series here. As we see, once again, Nova Esports selecting the red side, the reactive side, to counter some of these picks coming in from the side of Blacklist.
I like when teams just choose the red side. It's just a lot more reactive. It allows you just to really apply what you have already prepared based on your understanding of your opponent. You already all of these teams. It's just like when you play chess, man. When you play chess, you know that there's certain openings. You know exactly what your opponent wants to do by moving specific pieces. So in this gigantic chess match that we call Honor of Kings, I am totally sure that the Nova Esports coaches have already set a whole book of what Blacklist International could do.
Yeah, they better set up a whole book here, because right now it's in the situation that they are 0-1 down after a rather dominating mid-game. So with that being in mind, Blacklist International takes over the blue side and Nova Esports takes over the red side here, with picks like the Arlie, picks like the Lapu Lapu being expended here. So maybe Blacklist International starts creeping into the mine, starts creeping into the Dolia, for example.
Of course, like they need to just turn around and they start looking into who's going to be the main carry for this second game. We already had all the spotlight over there on Joshi and Golden Kite in the previous one. So what about right now? Who are they going to try to benefit? Who are they going to build their whole system around?
Maybe on the hands of Dragon, right? Because Dragon thus far has had a phenomenal performances thus far, and we see throughout the bans, it's a Pei and also an Arlie, both picks that Blacklist International have expended in that game one. So Nova Esports, they have a choice of banning the likes of the Dolia, but instead no. They ban out the Long, they are trying to invite the idea of the Dolia Yangjin composition for South Nova.
Let's see, Blacklist International might decide just to go directly with a channel pick. If you analyze the BPs, these last two BPs that Blacklist International has had, the first hero pick that they have is always someone for Golden Kite. I don't know how necessary it was to take that channel, since Nova Esports could not actually taken it away from them, but maybe the Blacklist International coaches have something in there that we don't know.
I think it also shows one thing, right? Number one, priority for Golden Kite. Number two, to your fact that yes, Nova has used that pick back in the last game. Maybe it's for Blacklist to say like, hey, we don't want to show anything, so let's just pick a comfortable one for Golden Kite in the farm lane, so we see what Nova Esports plays before we decide our 2 and 3.
Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are going to be the two picks from Blacklist International. Two of them great initiators, and at the same time, they're amazing bodyguards for the channel.
Yeah, I love CC as well, right? But Nova Esports does put priority on towards Kongling's Luna here. So right now, there's not a lot of counters available coming in for the Blacklist to really limit this Luna. We can imagine that Nova will go in towards the line of banning the Mai Shiranui coming in for the side of Dragon to limit the counters for this Luna. And for the side of Blacklist International, it's really about the jungle matchup that may favor Just Chi going up against Kongling later on in that early department.
Haya is going to be the first ban here from Nova Esports, trying to avoid just being one man less in the big fights, right? That Haya is going to be has been an amazing pick during this whole week of performances. We've seen a lot of very good performances at the same time that we've seen some other more abstract performances as well.
That's true. It really comes down to the players and teams, whichever they actually mastered the higher strategy. I think notably so far, the two players that have had a wonderful higher performance is Boom Esports Tatsuri and Nova Esports Wendy, that has like a fantastic performance on towards the Evernight aspiration. But take a look at Blacklist International's third and fourth ban is really heavily targeted towards Waypit, removing any single form of the roamer pool that can initiate or tank for the front line. Because so far Nova, yes, you have a lot of damage, you have a lot of mobility, but where does your front line, where does your face check comes from the side of Nova?
Exactly. I can see that Nova Esports is going to have a very big problem with the vision, right? Like if you do not have someone tanky enough just to come in and just provide information, what are you going to do? It's going to be so difficult for them. If Blacklist International locks in the Ogren and they lock in the Niwa, what do you respond for Nova Esports in terms of a hero for Waypit?
It's such a difficult one, right? Because all your engaged roamers are removed from the pool. If you drop a Diadea, that's going to be 4 magic damage in your game. So maybe you go in for the likes of the Guiguzi, go in for the likes of the Donghuang, or even the Mozi might not be the best of the case here, because 4 magic damage into double, triple tank lineup. Do you really have the damage here? Oh no, they're going for the Strider here. They're going for the Sakir here.
Okay, I am not gonna lie. This looks like Blacklist International completely cornered Nova Esports into what they wanted them to pick. They completely just put them in a position where Waypit feels like Sakir is the only option left. Right? It's not even like this is a good pick. It's just like this is the only pick that could work right now. How comfortable is going to be Waypit with that Sakir though?
I think they are definitely playing on a timer right now for Nova Esports. In terms of 5v5 team fight, it's looking much more solid from the side of Blacklist International. At the very least, in the mid to late game department here, Nova Esports is riding for the fact that they are playing those aggressive early game skirmishes with the Wendy, Mai Shiranui, with the Waypit secured. If they fail the early game department, it's not gonna look good for the side of Nova.
Oh no, of course, man. Like imagine if just in the first 4 minutes, if Luna were to fall. Imagine if the first 4 minutes, if for some reason Blacklist International's Ogren is able to come in, put a timer on the Luna's blue buff. How does Nova reply back? They don't have the initiation. They don't have the early damage. What to do? This for me, it's not even a 50-50 no more. For me, this is a 70-30 going in for the PKL.
I fully agree with you. I do think that Blacklist International's draft is really, really well done this game number 2. For Nova, they need to ride on their, I would say, superior execution. If they can superiorly execute that early game, maybe they can snowball the game and close it off early. But if they do any form of mistakes, for example, like you mentioned, Just Chi utilizing the Ogren, gets the early invade against Kongling, timing the buffs, making it difficult for Kongling to farm. Once those items, once those succubus cloaks starts hitting the pockets of the Zhang Fei on towards Chaz, the Ogren on towards Just Chi, the Guan Yu on towards Chami 1, things are not going to be looking good for the side of Nova Esports with a 4 magical damage composition.
Alright, Nova Esports is going to have to really speed up the pace and really hope for no mistakes. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go for game number 2. Blacklist still on the blue, Nova still on the red. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in this one, Sagi.
Yeah, Just already clearing out that mid lane very aggressively thus far. We do see the roamers tussling over to the bottom side of the map, getting control for their respective junglers here. At the very least, in this early game, it's looking really comfortable for Kong Ling to first hit that level 2. And towards the bot side here, a lot of damage has been committed against Wave Pit's roam.
That is the one advantage about having the new WoW with you, right? Like the rotations are so easy and you're able to just deal so much damage at the same time that you are so annoying with the boxes.
Yeah, those creation blocks are giving a pain towards the side of Blacklist International. And towards the side of Nova here, the Kachusins are hitting pretty hard on towards Chaz here, and we can see the jungle clear has benefited Kong Ling, and he's already level 4, pacing himself towards the first mid lane wave.
He's gonna make it easy there, right? He's just waiting in for Wendy so they can attack that at the same time. Trying to wait for the Dragon's movement, right? Like just waiting and see if Dragon might make a misstep. Dragon decides to go all the way back for that.
Yeah, very slow and controlled early game coming in for both squads. You can see the rotation being aggressively to cover Kong Ling to pick up whatever farm available on towards the map right now. Chammy1 just being a bit of a CCTV, getting like the vision that they need to spot out Kong Ling's rotation here. Smiting away that River Sprite and then pacing themselves back towards the farming tempo.
Joshi wanted to come into the top lane. He's going to make it a 2v2. Early on in the game, does Kong Ling actually wants to engage and take part of this?
He's playing really aggressive in this game. He does miss the ultimate here. Kong Ling, no ultimate on towards the Luna. Big mistake, gets tagged by Justy, gets charged by Chammy1, and with the Crimson Golden available, this is a disaster for the Nova Esports jungler.
This is bad news for them. Look at that, the Crimson Golden is going to be the next target. Blacklist International, they want to take onto this one, but they need to get out of there quick.
They need to, but the jungle buff has been successfully defended coming in for the side of Nova here. So that is still a bit of a good news. It means that Kong Ling dropping one death, but didn't really get severely punished here. Towards the bottom side here, Golden Kite and Muchi trading flashes, trading ultimates between those two. But due to the fact that they have the timer on towards Dusty, this is a free counter coming in for the side of Nova Esports, turning that deficit into an advantage.
That's crazy movements, man. How is this even happening? They had the doors open for the Azure Golem to go and get the invasion onto Nova. They go for the Crimson Golem instead. They are not able to get the kill, and then they lose their own. What looked like a great moment for Blacklist might not be it.
Run away towards safety here. He does get himself away here. So in that early game, it's looking comfortable thus far for Nova to attend to that 4th minute Tyrant fight here, because no Unbridled Outburst, it does mean that this is not going to be a easy one for Blacklist International to actually fight for this objective.
Why would he use his ulti at that exact moment onto Wave Pit's Sakir? Like, it is not even a very important trade that you could actually do in there. Just keep your ulti and try to defend the objectives. That should have been the move in there.
I think the idea is to get a nice pickoff on the 3-minute 45 seconds timer to make Nova Esports out of position here. But unfortunately, the Unbridled Outburst didn't catch on towards Muchi. It only landed on towards the super flexible and high agile roamer like the Secure. So it didn't really pay off well compared to what we expected here. We do see a bit of a poke on towards Chaz, with more members being invested towards the bottom lane here. Wait it, flash engage on towards the back line here. Golden Kite, no flash to run away towards safety here, being the primary target here. And right now, with a 4v5 advantage here, Nova takes full control once again of this buff.
The indecision from Blacklist International in the last 4 minutes has just given Nova just an amazing opening. Right now, it's going to be the mid lane turret that is going to be under siege.
Yeah, Chammy1 trying to look for a stampede here to really limit the movement coming in from Nova, but a good poke and good disengage allows Nova Esports to comfortably sit at a almost 2,000 gold advantage for the side of Nova.
How did Blacklist just miss that dunk in there, Sagi? I do believe that we mentioned it at the beginning of the match, right? Like we talked about the fact that as long as Luna does not fall, things could work for Nova. Minute and a half, Luna falls immediately, and Blacklist just seem themselves to be still on the back foot.
I think the invade coming in after Kongling faltered in towards that early game was really detrimental. If they can get that invade off and back away towards safety, Justchi could have been such a great boss of a monster. But
of course,
we need to check a replay later if we do have it to really see what exactly happened for Blacklist, because that could have been a very good one, but due to the fact that they failed that invade, right now we're sitting at a 3,000 gold lead for Nova at only 6 minutes of the game.
And it's already 1,500 advantage that Kongling has on top of Josh's Ogra, right? And that is exactly the one thing that Nova needed, just for Kongling to start getting more and more gold before the Succubus cloaks are going to start being spawned.
Even though Nova is in a very comfortable position, they cannot afford the teamfight mistakes, especially in this timer and nearing the 10th minute. They need to make sure that, based on what we've said so far, this game needs to be a steamroll. This game needs to end quickly before the Succubus cloaks that you mentioned start scaling in for the team.
Well, they need to be quick, and quick you need to be to go online and go and apply that CD key that you can see on the screens. The CD keys are gonna allow you to get in more and more free stuff. We love giving you freebies, so please go ahead, go online, use that CD key, and enjoy what we're bringing you free in this KIS4.
Ray of Light is the CD code so far with LITE at the back here, and 7 minutes thus far we do see more control being relinquished from the side of Blacklist International to Nova Esports here. Question is, how do they realistically play the high ground later on? High ground, there is a bit of a dangerous element for Nova. They have to play against the Chami 1 Guan Yu and also Chaz on the Zhang. So if they are, how would I say, if they are unaware and they are not with cautious moving on towards the high ground, things could look pretty difficult for them. But as of now, it's looking much more Nova favored, at the very least for the earlier part of the game.
Well, it's going to depend on how they can coordinate the waves coming into the high ground early on, right? Like if the waves can come in coordinated at the same time, then it's going to be good. Now the problem here is that Chami 1 just keeps stacking up and just getting more and more items. Frigid Charge is just going to be the last item that Chami 1 just made.
Nova Esports not giving a single ounce of opportunity to the side of Blacklist International to find for those big comeback moments, right? They definitely learned from their mistake coming in for the game number 1, where it was looking really good for Nova, at the very least for the 10 to 12 minute mark. But one mistake is what it takes here, and this fight is just a bit of a poke. Nova Esports finding the dragon in towards the back line here for Strength. No flash, no mobility here. Gets traded 1-for-1 Justchi for Strength. With a nice, beautiful stampede coming in for the side of Chaz and Chami 1. Finding their markers here, but gold is key. No gold means no damage here. No damage means no kills for the side of Blacklist International as Nova takes another high ground in towards that top side.
That is exactly what Nova needs to do. As the minion waves are going to come in, they're still going to have the power play for at least 10 more seconds. Take on to the high grounds, 56 seconds onto the Dark Tyrant, and that's going to be exactly what Nova wanted to see in this moment of the game.
Very good retaliation coming in for the side of Blacklist International at the start of the fight here, but Nova Esports trading Strength for Justchi and then picking a subsidiary kill on towards the remaining member of Blacklist, getting the top and mid high ground. Right now with a 7,000 gold lead, Nova Esports just needs to calm down, collect the shadow objectives, and they may look to equalize the series later on.
Dark Tyrant needs to be the next goal, 20 seconds until we're gonna hit the 10-minute milestone. Blacklist International, they're gonna have to put all in and try to go and contest that Dark Tyrant, because if it goes for Nova Esports, we're not gonna make it to 12-minute mark.
We are not making it to 12-minute mark. It's looking super difficult for the side of Blacklist International. You can see the aggressive positioning coming in from Nova, choking the space that is available for Blacklist to be back into their own territory, right? Making sure that, hey, There will be no signs of potential steals coming in towards our blacklist. We will get this objective and look for the potential game-winning push later on.
The Annihilation gets eyes on the timer just to confirm what we already knew. Both the Dark Tunnel and the Shadow Overlord are going to go for Nova Esports, and this is going to be 3 ways that they're going to try to finish the game.
Chami1 being caught in towards the side lane here by both Wendy and Muti here. The Laurel Princess marching against Chami1. Chami alone in towards the side lane here. First to fall, and with that, it will be a 30-second timer before the horse comes back to action for the side of Blacklist International. In the meantime, the Overlords are starting to march in to the base of Blacklist.
Alright, let's wait and see what Kong Ling can do, because this is the moment for him to shine. If he can proc his ulti and just keep refreshing, flying around, this could be his moment to take the spotlight. The Overlords are coming in, the Bangers are in the high ground. Take this from here, Sagi.
Young Brother Albert's man towards the backline here, but Wendy finding a perfect engage towards the backline here, annihilating every single member of Blacklist International, and this game 2 goes over to the hands of Nova Esports, equalizing series 1-1.
Nova Esports telling us we did not lose the first game, we gave it to you. So Nova Esports in here, turning things around, throwing things, it's going to be a 1-1. We are balanced, we're the same back to the starting point, but this one was such a beautiful game as well from Nova Esports.
And you can see the Team Hawk members, the Malaysian KOLs as well, coming over and give support to the Malaysian representatives that is surviving, thriving in the semi-finals of KIS4. But back to the draft.
That's actually really interesting. Sagi, just before we move forward, just to build onto your point, man.
Sure,
I actually really like the fact that Team Hack is over there just trying to support for the Malaysian teams, right? Like the teams from their region. Because at the end of the day, even though they lost to Nova, but they came in to learn, and they're here just trying to enjoy the beauty about our KIS4. So I am really happy and very satisfied to see that even though there's so many rivalries going on around right now, we can still understand that we're here playing a game. So thank you very much, Team Hack. Sagi, you can continue with your point.
Hey, sportsmanship is always welcome in competitive esports or traditional sports, right? But back to the draft here, Isaac. We've all thought that it was looking super duper good for the side of Blacklist International. I guess that's why we are casters, not coaches or players here. We were proven really wrong coming in for the side of Nova. Yeah, that's pretty much about it. Yeah. For exactly this case, yeah. Like drafting wise, I do think that Nova did give us a shock when they did select that 4 magic damage composition, but the way that they executed really showcases why Nova is a very dangerous team to enrage.
Yeah. Well, Sagi, I'm gonna challenge you onto that one, man. I do believe that you and we did a really good job at understanding that Blacklist International had, on paper, they had the advantage. And again, on the execution of the game, things like all the pieces were lined right over there for them, and they were unable to take advantage of that. So I would dare to say that we did a good job, and things should have gone in a different way. I'm happy for Nova Esports, but at the same time, I'm a little bit concerned about Blacklist International not being able to take that game too.
And it was a very, very expensive drop once again, coming in for side of Blacklist International. Picks that they have invested are really, really crazily expensive. You have the Channel, you have the Nuwa, and you have the Guan Yu as well. You can say that Ogren fell out of meta, but still, Ogren is one of the premier picks that could actually play tempo for tempo here. So that's already one lesser jungler to be able to match against the potential pay that Kong Ling might pick later on. And also, they managed to get the first blood on towards Kong Ling due to the mechanical misplay here. So what exactly happened after that?
Well, right after that, what happens is that Blacklist International, they decide to go in for whatever that they could grab, right? Like they just immediately go for the Crimson Golem. They thought that it was going to be an easy grab without the jungler from Nova Esports to come and defend it, but it just took them too long time. It was too long time. They were not decisive enough. They were trying to take the Crimson Golem at the same time that they're trying to defend themselves. It just felt a little bit of miscommunication in there.
And maybe it's like 50% of Blacklist wanted to fight for a big team fight win, and 50% just wanted to take the Crimson Golem and back off. But in the end, none of that 50% actually makes sense and allowed for the side of Kong Ling to come back from spawn, get his own Crimson Golem, go through mid, just chase Crimson Golem. So that was a very interesting shift up of momentum here, and that might be one of the key moments of this game that allowed Nova Esports to just stampede through this game in like 11 minutes.
Really happy to see how Chami has had two very strong performances in front of such a top-level contender like Xuan, right? Like when you analyze just the data coming in from Chami, I don't see the defeat coming in or being in any kind of way related to his performance right now.
Yeah, and the jungle matchup specifically here, Calling has been a absolute monster on towards the Luna here. Although only 0-3 and 1 in terms of scoreline, but his Luna thus far in this tournament yet to suffer a single loss.
If I am not losing, just get me on that hero every single time, please. I would say every single time that Nova has a chance to put Kunli on that Luna, they should just keep going at it. We already saw it today in semifinals. Let's wait and see if they can win and seal the deal, and then we can see his Luna tomorrow in the grand finals. On the other side, Blacklist International, they've really tried their best to try to stay alive in this game. I think that both games, 1 and 2, they had a very clear narrative. Nova Esports controlling the tempo, controlling the game early on, but the difference was that in this opportunity, Blacklist did not have a chance to actually get out and split push in any way. What made Nova's victory a lot easier in this time.
I think you make a very good point, right? You can't really split push because the fact that you don't really have a hero to actually do so. In the previous game, you had the things like the Pei, you didn't have the things like the Charlotte here, super duper strong in the side lane. But coming towards this game is a more so of a well-rounded lineup, front to back composition that relies Chaz and Chami to find a perfect engage. And it really allows for the fact that Nova Esports to say that, hey, you guys are playing really unorganized, so let me punish you. And Muchi comes up and brings in that 3-0-3 of an MVP performance on the Laura Princess.
Muchi with two strong performances, right? Like this Laura Princess, the airing 3-0-3 KDA, but on the previous one with the channel just dying only once. In both games, Muchi has been a top performer, so I'm really happy to see that he's able to get this MVP. The game started like this. This was the best moment for Blacklist. It was in that moment that they could have actually just sealed the deal early on.
Exactly. That was the early gameplay that we talked about that really awarded Blacklist International the chance to completely shut down Kong Ling's Luna here. But we need to check the tapes later on when we are off stream to really see what exactly went bad for Blacklist International. Ever since that play, every single team fight has been in the favor for the side of Nova Esports here. We can see Xuan going in for the aggressive engage, trading himself for a 1v1, and Muchi here just cornering Chami. And this was the final play coming in by Wendy here. Take a look at the Mai Shiranui here. Kachusen finding a 4-man engage on for the backline here. That was a nasty one.
Yo, man, Wendy's such a G, man. I love to see him flying around. That is always just so beautiful to see. And it was not only Wendy, it was just the way how the Mai Shiranui and the Dharma were able just to really just jump in there. There was nothing for Blacklist to respond with. Now, we're going to jump into the next game, and I'm going to pose a very interesting question right now. Please. Blacklist International has been able to play in a very strong way against Nova Esports, you would be able to say. But that's just because the heroes that they have picked are very, very expensive picks. I am wondering, as we move into the next game, when all these expensive heroes are not available no more, will Blacklist International be able to keep performing the same way?
That is a very good topic to be bringing up, right? Because if we look towards the global ban picks thus far, let's analyze Nova Esports here. Game 1, only the Chano and Zhang Fei was really expensive. Game 2, maybe the Dharma, Mai was really expensive along with the Luna. But take a look at Blacklist International. Every single hero, maybe aside for the mid-late in Game 1, those are expensive. So 9 expensive picks compared to like 4 to 5 expensive picks coming in from Nova. Drafting pressure will be mounting on towards the Blacklist International coaching staff and players here. It's a test of their hero pools right now.
That is one of the beautiful things about playing a best of 7, right? Because you play a best of 7 global ban pick. In this moment, you better just have a hero C in there. No hero pawn, no hero pool is going to be enough if you actually want to win in here. Let's see, because in this game 3, we'll very clearly be able to challenge if Blacklist International has the depth necessary to make it into the final.
They definitely have to, right? If they can break through this, they can potentially just win the entire thing here, right? And that's the 20,000 in IDR meme here. Binex and also Rookie Cast just casually doing it in front of the local Indonesian audience here. So very much, we do see a lot of fans, a lot of supporters here coming in to look at the potential finalists that's going into the KIS4 finals tomorrow.
One of the beautiful things in here that I've seen from this KIS4 is that even though the fact that the IKL teams do not have a representative no more in the semifinals, but I can see from the vibes in there, just like from the videos that I have been able to see of how it is looking live over there in the stadium, I am very happy to see that there's a lot of people just coming in to support the activity, to support the whole tournament. Not only the Nova fans and the Blacklist fans, but a lot of people that just love our game.
I think it's about like the inclusivity that we have, right? Like if you're a regular player, you just want to get some freebies, check out the tournaments and support your favorite team, feel free to do so. There's an in-game HOK app for that. You can get the freebies by going to the HOK Carnival that we have in every single event. Or if you're someone that's like very competitive, someone that's like really wanting to go pro, there's Open Series. There's multiple regions of pro play here. And if you're wanting to play, like if you don't get the chance, there is Open Series every single time after every regional finals here. So inclusivity is rocks in HOK.
I love that, Sagi. I love that. I love how everyone, the plan is very simple. Go and play, come and watch, and then after that, analyze everything that you can. Game 3 is going to start right now. It's going to be Nova Esports on the blue. Blacklist International is going to be on the red. The Luna, after that amazing performance by Conling, is going to be banned. No more Luna available for Blacklist International.
Yeah, and more jungle bans will be putting on towards the shoulder of Conling here. So we do see Pei gone, Luna gone. Potentially we might see an Arlie that needs to be removed away from the side of Blacklist International to really restrict Nuchi here. But this is the con right now. You played Arlie. Now you have to think that, okay, do I have to ban the Arlie or ban the Chicha or Long? These are strong 3 marksmen that could very well benefit Nova Esports. But they're like, hey, too much marksmen. Let's just remove one of Strand's favorite to pick here. It will be the Guan Yu being removed. So this comes to the question. Nova Esports, they prior the Long. This gives over to the side of Blacklist International to potentially pick up the Chicha.
Well, if they decide to pick up the Chicha, they might be able to play a little bit just with our brains. Do I play jungle? Do I play clash lane? Do I play farm lane? That would be an option. On the other hand, Blacklist International decide not to go with any of those gimmicks and they just go full-on system, Dolia and Yantian.
Ooh, we might see a Haya coming in for the side of Nova Esports to really punish this aggressive 1-2 Dolia Yangjin pickup here. I'm excited to see what Nova Esports actually picks up. This Allgren is a very good one because in terms of early game jungling coming in from the Twilight, it's very, very slow. So Allgren does the same way of what Pei does. Invade the jungle, bully out Just Chi's weak early game. Don't allow the Yangjin Dolia to come into fruition in the mid game here. So what can Blacklist International pick here? Potentially, there is 2 options. Direnjie to cancel out the highest ultimate, or the Garuda to cancel out the highest short range potential.
I would dare to say that the Garuda would be a better option in this actual game. Like going in from the Direnjie early on still keeps us with the Garuda as an option for the second round, but at the same time you need to analyze in this whole meta, in this whole week, anyone who's had priority over the mid lane has ended up just being able to have priority over the other resources. If we know that Nova Esports right now in terms of tempo has the Ogren that can invade a lot more, you want to have priority over mid lane so you can start defending quicker. So something in the mid lane that could help them out with that would be the next option for Blacklist, in my opinion.
And it's also a very interesting approach that Nova Esports has taken. They have removed the Agudo coming in from the equation here, so that they do not want to have any form of flex that's going to be happening for Just-G and Chami1 in that specific 1-2 matchup. So this Youngjin is currently fixed in the jungle as we speak here. This allows Nova Esports to pick a counter matchup against this specific matchup here. Do they go for the Mayin to win out their 1v1? What is the game plan to Nova Esports?
Well, for Nova Esports right now with the Mayin, it's just direct. It's going to be direct positioning onto Direnjia if that would be the option. If they decide to go for the Futsu, the Fatih is just going to be just locking in a 1v1 and then just create that a 4v4 in the other side. It's just that simple. With the Futsu, they are able just to have sustain, and they are able just to split push if it would be necessary for that.
And it's also an interesting one where if you lock in this Futsu, it makes Blacklist the national thing like, hey, do I want to lock in the Garuda here? Because we know for a fact that Garuda does very little damage on the ultimate. You need to hit a lot. So if the Futsu stands in front, pops a spell to Intuition, those blades coming in from the Majestic Guardian, you don't take much damage if you are the Futsu.
I love the way how Nova Esports right now with that Futsu pick, it puts a lot of pressure onto what Golden Kite can do, right? Because on that Direnjia, I know like he's got his second ability that could actually get him out of trouble. But you're being targeted by so many different people, and at the same time you do not have a bodyguard to be able to help you out. We know that the Dolly is going to be paired up with the Yanti, and it's going to be Josh and Chaz trying to make things work. So it's Golden Kite on his own. The problem in here is that you have so many Nova Esports players that they could be a threat for him. How do I control when to use my second ability or not?
Ooh, I think you save the second ability in two cases here. If you get caught in the mid lane or in the side lane by the Mozi Peacekeeper and there's a lot of people coming to you, you have to use it. Number two, the most important one, if the Haya tries to pull you, you have to spell 2 immediately because you do not want to be locked into that 1v1.
Oh no, 1v1s in here for that Direnjia would be really bad news. And that's just not only really bad news for Golden Kite, but it's going to be really bad news for Blacklist. Because Nova Esports in this moment, the lesser members that they have, that Blacklist has in terms of a fight, the better it looks for Nova Esports. On the 1v1s, on the 2v2s, Nova has the advantage. So, do they want to just really split right now onto their lanes and try to push deep into the Blacklist map? Or do they want just to clean the waves and then take control of the dragons? Which of those two strategies would be better for them? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, but in the early game, we do see a very aggressive 3v3, at the very least in the mid lane here. I do believe that Kongling wants to push aggressively and want to invade against Just-G's jungle as soon as possible here, so potentially we might see the Argren, the Haya, and also the Mozi stand by going to the mid lane and try to go for that aggressive invade.
Alright, let's wait. And we are going to welcome you into our game number 3 of this best of 7. Right now it's 1-1, once each in terms of victories. It's going to be Nova this time on the blue and Blacklist on the red.
And Dragon already at the start of the game going extremely low. Poked down by the Cannon Blast, poked down by the Haya spell 1 here. Not a good day as Dragon in towards the mid lane here.
Oh, come on, and that's one of the trouble about playing against Waypit on that Mozi, right? Because he's got a very long reach. The Garuda has a very long reach, but the cooldown is a lot shorter in terms of the Mozi with Waypit.
Waypit here playing super aggressive here, making sure that Wendy gets his hands on toward that Spiketail Beast so that Golden Kite isn't able to walk up to look for a steal, right? So very well played coming in for the side of Nova Esports in this early game, securing that bottom Fire Beak, securing that bottom Spiketail Beast.
Yeah. One of the big topics in this whole KIS4 has been the Chami1 and Xuan matchup over there in the Clash lane, right? It's something that people has been talking a lot about, like how Chami1 is such a good player and he needs to demonstrate that he can play against the best. And if I were to choose a 1v1 with two heroes, I would love that 1v1. The Fatih against the Futsi. Those two heroes, in terms of 1v1s, top level.
Top level indeed. Calling here, being punched out his entire health bar here. Take a look at Wendy's rotation here. Silently pacing towards the top side here. Will look to pull Chami1 into that Moonscape Mirage here. So right now, we're usually a 1v1. Yeah, great timing. 1v1 in the Moonscape Mirage. Chami1 going extremely low. Has to pop the flash. First blood goes into the hands of Wendy here. That's the level 4, but a beautiful Cannon Blast lands on towards Dragon. And Dragon gets caught by the inspiration ultimate coming in. High, the Sage Fight of Nova Shred. And this is looking super duper bad for the Black International squad.
Dragons International, they thought that they could have something in there. Chami1 taking a 1v1 in there against Shren, that he jumped in like a little bit too deep. And then when the reinforcements came up, it was dark and bad news for them. Right now, Nova with an advantage, the 2-0 advantage. And look at the gold difference right now. 1,500, almost 2,000 gold advantage for Nova in only 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Hey man, I just gotta say, Wavepit is not missing any one of these single cannon blasts. He's been super on point, and he's being a very annoying nuisance against the side of Blackest International here. They are being pressured so deeply right now. The early game is fully in control of Nova Esports with a 2,000 goalie at 3 minutes only here, Isaac.
Again, like Nova did not like losing that first match, man. Like they did not like the fact that just by losing that first match, people might think that they could actually lose this whole game, and they're trying to make a point. They have the composition right now. We know that Conley on that overrun right now in this moment, it's pretty unstoppable. Look at that, Moonscape Mirage one more time.
Yeah, one more time, Moonscape Mirage here. We see Justy, Chunk dangerously low, gets taken out, and in towards the mid lane here, the Garuda being caught out by Wavepit's thing inside the box. Chami1 coming to the rescue? No! Chami1 being denied of the rescue, and in the 4th minute mark of the game, this mid turret will be wide open for Nova Esports taking.
Chaz can only look with his eyes how in 4 minutes the mid lane turret is going to fall. It's gonna be free eats over here in the jungle for them.
Yeah, I didn't know they ordered like a food delivery here, and Kong Ling didn't get the smite against Justy, but that is fine. We can see how much pressure actually Nova Wendy is actually being able to generate on this Haya here. Every single Moonscape Mirage thus far has converted into a successful kill. The first blood on towards Chami1, the second kill on towards Justy, and just now Dragon got caught by Wavepit again. The pressure being generated by one single hero is just too darn much coming in from the Nova mid lane.
Oh, look at that. Right now it's going to be the Azure Golem that's going to be the next target. We talked about this at the beginning of the game, right? Like we talked how we have had different performance on that Haya. And you mentioned about two players that they have been playing really well. And one of them has been Wendy, and he is right now demonstrating that, Sagi, you do know what you're talking about.
Exactly right. This Haya is so darn good into the Yang Jian here, and we've seen a lot of these days, a lot of the teams has been trying out the Haya into the Yang Jian counters here. We didn't really get into the correct playstyle here, but today Nova Wendy has shown us why it's such a strong counter. You deny the Dolia refresh, and Yang Jian is just like, oh no, what am I gonna do? The Haya is just swapping positions in the Moonscape Mirage. I can't do anything to her.
Well, right now, as we're gonna hit 5 minutes and 30 seconds, you can see how deep right now the pressure from Nova is coming. It's gonna be the Garuda that's gonna have to proc his ulti to just clean that wave, but nothing they can do as the rotation comes in for the Clash lane.
Yeah, the Clash lane here, we see Shren going in for aggressive stage right on towards Chami1 here. Has to feel himself and walk away towards safety here, but that does give Nova Esports the HP advantage to secure once again this Crimson Golem here. So, at the very least, this is just 6 minutes, and we're looking at an almost 5,000 goal lead. And tell me, Isaac, have we seen Wavepit miss a single Cannon Blast on the Mozu?
I haven't. I have not seen it since the moment that you mentioned it. I've been just like really paying attention, and he does not miss. That man is on point.
On point, exactly. And Justy once again being kidnapped by Wendy into the Moonscape Mirage, isolated from Chaz, Dolia for the refresh here, and he's dead once again.
Oh man, like Wendy has like a target onto Joshi. He's not even looking for anyone else. He might just have an easy ult on someone else, on Dragon, on Chami 1, on Golden Kite, and he's just gonna keep it just for the sake of just putting Joshi out of this world.
Yeah, removing the double Yangjin Dolia ultimate here, and you can see throughout the other members here. Yeah, you can refresh with Golden Kite, but he's not really well itemized to really benefit from the Dolia ultimate. Chami 1 has a long ultimate, Dragon, double ultimate on the Garuda, not the greatest here, so removing Yangjin already stopped so much game plan that Blacklist International want to be having with the Yangjin Dolia here. So I gotta say, this, and I gotta glaze, this Haya has been pretty on point coming in from Wendy.
Oh, come on, as a friend of mine said, it's not glaze as long as it is real and it's just as long as it is accurate. So I agree with you in terms of that. Now, right now for Nova Esports, they're facing a very big question, right? It's a very awkward moment of the game, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Do they try to go in for the high ground, or do they try to just slowly just keep suffocating Blacklist? Should they just be a little bit more aggressive and try to go in for the turrets?
Nah, man, I think it's right now, at the very least, for Nova Esports, it's like you're saying, continue to suffocate Blacklist International. Beautiful stage fight on towards Chaz here, as we see Muji walking in towards Chaz, just sending Chaz to the graveyard here. Now, at the very start, if let's say no one dies, maybe we suffocate Blacklist International, but since Chaz has suffered a casualty as the one coming in from Blacklist International, Blacklist is like, okay guys, we can't fight. It's an 8,000 goal lead, 9,000 goal lead for Nova at 8 minutes. We have no way of playing these team fights, and we can only give towers and hope for the best.
Hope for the best, as the one more time the wave is going to come into the mid lane. They still have the power play. Chaz is going to join. Now it's going to be the Garuda proccing his ulti, trying to clean onto the wave. It's going to be hopefully enough, but it's going to be 50% of the HP of the turret already down.
It's not looking good at all for Son of Blacklist International here. We do see Nova Esports here cleaning up the jungle here, wanting to go for an aggressive push towards that bottom side. Once the 10-minute mark comes in, we might just see a double objective once again coming in from Nova due to how well farmed they are. Look at the goal discrepancy here. We keep repeating this, but this is just a magnificent one. This is so big.
It is just gigantic, man. It's something that we don't see a lot over here in big games, in semi-finals, right? Like 9 minutes and then already almost that 10,000 gold advantage. That is something that we don't see every single day. Well, Nova Esports right now, they have a very clear game plan. Just waiting here. It's 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Push in, try to get a little bit more pressure on the turrets, and they just go for double dragon at the 10-minute mark.
Double dragons will be spawned in the 25 seconds coming in towards the top and bottom river here. So at the very least for now, Nova Esports just casually building waves here. It's very smart as well. They don't immediately push out that bottom tier 2. They allow the minions to slowly but surely die towards the turrets here, removing the minions that can be farmed by Blacklist International here. So these are the small things that really choked out the goal discrepancies between the two teams. And talking about it, waves are starting to crash in.
Waves crashing in one more time. It's going to be the mid lane that's going to fall first. Then it's going to be the farm lane that they're going to be the last one that they can defend. The Garuda just being critical to keep the hopes alive. But Nova Esports already got what they came for. They have 2 high ground turrets, go back, and they're going to just keep going by reading the script.
Very clean stuff coming in for the side of Nova Esports here. They're just getting every single thing coming in for the side of the Blacklist jungle here. And talking about jungle, Just G getting pulled into that Moose Game Mirage to duke it out 1v1 against Wendy here. He's very low. Once he comes out, he will be executed by the hands of Kong Ling here. 4v5 for the next 30 seconds here. This might be the go button coming in for the side of Nova to potentially look for the game-winning push.
That's it, 25 seconds that Joshi is going to be off the map. Seems like Nova doesn't want to go in for the Dragons. They do believe that they have the composition to come in and then just use these 2 waves of super minions to finish the game. The Garuda already with his ulti available. The super minions are coming in, Sagi.
Flash Mine coming in for the side of Chaz. Chaz has to be the first one to be taken down here. Wavepin overextending himself into the crystal of the side of Blacklist International here. Does defense seems to be looking like a successful one at the very least for Blacklist. But what's the cost? All the high ground tier trees has been plucked and removed from the base of Blacklist.
All right, Nova Esports, they thought that they had enough damage to come in with those 2 super minion waves. It was not enough for the Dragons right now, or else they might just see the same mistake as in game number 1.
Game number 1, that lead was just 2,000 to 3,000 coming in from Nova here. Right now, we're looking at a 10,000 healthies for Nova Esports, and towards the mid lane here, we see Muji flashing in aggressively, looking for a backline flank here. Chami1 being chunked down to a dangerously low health here. Infinite Vastus popped by Muji, zoning the remaining members on the side of Blacklist International here, as Just once again being punished by the Moonscape Mirage on the hands of Wendy.
I'm sorry for Joshi, but he's gonna be having nightmares about Wendy and this whole Moonscape Mirage. Every single time that he's gone in, he's either come out to die, or he's just being Wendy, just claiming his life over there in the 3rd dimension.
Now Waves comes in, Sage Might landing on towards Chami1, towers going down, the final hit goes over to the side of Nova Esports in a magnificently clean game number 3 here, 2-1. Nova Esports in the lead against Blacklist International.
There was never a doubt that Nova Esports was going to bag the W over here in this game number 3, and they came in, they cleanly, slowly, and with a lot of patience, they were able to take the turrets, they were able to take the dragons, and they were able to take the crystal. A 2-1 advantage right now in this best of 7. Nova Esports has 50% of the deal already done.
And it goes back to the discussion here, Isaac, that you have suggested just now. The picks coming in for the side of Blacklist International, those are not cheap picks. Those are very expensive draft picks that could really damage them going into Game 4 or Game 5. And it doesn't look like they can actually afford to push it to a Game 7.
Oh, no. Like, at the moment, from what I can see here from my notes, like, I can see that Blacklist International already done with the Dolly and Yanjian picks. Over here, the games, like, 9 out of the 10 heroes that they picked in Game 1 and Game 2, very expensive picks. I don't see any hope from a Game 4, a very dominant strat. Now, what's going to happen is that in Game 4, they're going to have to come in with a very clear strategy on how to win with any kind of hero. So if you cannot win the fights, if you cannot control the resources, maybe the split push and then try to go in for a backdoor is the only thing that they can have. Maybe that's what they need to go.
Yeah, so far we see if Blacklist International, they play the map rotation, they do it pretty well. The side lane pushes, the split pushes, they do it pretty cleanly to like attract Nova Esports to have a man disadvantage here. So down to the final few heroes that they actually have in their hero pool in this meta, potentially we may see the Mai Shiranui, potentially we might see the Byron, potentially we might see the things like the Luna or Jing coming in from the hands of Just G here. So these are the available heroes for the side of Blacklist International to venture into coming in towards the Game 4, Game 5 scenario. But maybe Farmlane pool is much more forgiving. There's still the Long, there's still the Chicha here. But do they pick the Chicha? That's my concern.
I'm gonna try to rephrase my point so people do not misunderstand, as I do not see Blacklist with any hope to turn things around. Let me rephrase it as, in a best of 7, when you get to Game 4 and Game 5, the pressure on your picks, the pressure on your BP, it's so high. It's so high that you actually need to pace yourself on your Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3 so you can actually release some of that pressure for Game 4 and Game 5. Blacklist International, in terms of BP, they have done the exact opposite to that. They have gone full on for Games 1, 2, and 3, so I do not see exactly what they could do for Game 4 and Game 5 that could be better than whatever that Nova can put in front of them. That is my point.
Yeah, I think, Isaac, you really worded perfectly well. To those who are new to HOK Esports, the reason why Isaac kept mentioning Game 4, Game 5, and Game 6 is because Honor of Kings Esports, since the debut, we operate based on global ban pick here since last year, 2025. So what is global ban pick? When a team use a hero, let's say Haya, for example, on Wendy, Wendy can no longer use Haya for the majority of the BO7 until Ultimate Battle Game 7, when the game goes into a normal 5v5 match, blind picks. So for Blacklist International, what Isaac is trying to say here is that, hey, Blacklist, out of the 3 games you have drafted, the heroes that you have used, they are really strong meta heroes, but you aren't able to convert strong wins. But on towards the side of Nova Esports, however, the picks are moderately affordable, and they can still make more interesting drafts going into Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, before Game 7, where both hero pools will be refreshed here. So it's not looking good for Blacklist in a game planning side for the coaching staff.
I do believe that this is the moment in very high stakes games where experience really pays off. And that experience from Nova, that experience from Wendy, and it's just giving him not only the victory in this Game 3, it's giving him the MVP on that the Evernight aspiration. 305 on the KDA.
We were talking about this pick that does extremely well into the Yang Jin, due to the fact that you can deny the Yang Jin Dolia combination, but we really didn't see much of a good higher performance, the Evernight aspiration, in the earlier days. But today, Nova, when we serve it on the silver platter, playing this pick to a perfection, I would say.
Of course. No, at the end of the day, we always tell people, you know what, you need to play and then you need to go and analyze game. So if you're going to analyze game on how the gameplay goes, from this KIS4, this is one of the most standard and the most solid performances on this specific hero.
Correct. Very well done here coming in for the Nova squad here. Almost making zero mistake a stat from this specific high ground play, which is excusable that they want to go for the game-winning push. But other than that, they practically made zero mistakes. 10-1 in terms of scoreline and getting a very clean win on top of Blacklist International. Very well done here. And right now, they're holding the lead 2-1 before going into that short break.
Well, Sagi, I'm telling you, I do believe that not only we can give only one MVP, and that has always been a very big problem with me because it doesn't sit well that we just highlight one person, he's going to be the MVP. If you're going to highlight someone else that allowed Nova to have a very great performance, it's Waypit. Waypit on that mod was so accurate every single time. And I'm telling you, like, at the beginning, I was not seeing it. But when you mentioned it out, and then I started counting,
never missed.
Like, I have my tallies in here, and it was just like, no miss, no miss, no miss, no miss. Accurate all the time. So good.
Yeah. He was not missing any single shot on towards the Mozi. Every single time we see on the screen on like specific like high ground takes, on specific like a tower pushes, Whippet was just like hitting. But you know what? We need a strong break before we come back into this best of 7.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan insan limitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libat seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar tuh lawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi for my party. Push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Sedang
datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saja genggam jangan harap kembali. Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, got these singers on Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel alright. Orang jajali terjalan dah. If you want me, profit gue mah. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. If you ready, you jajali.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. We're live from Jakarta, Indonesia. This is the first semi-final of our tournament. It is going to be Nova against Blacklist, where the representatives from the MKL are right now with an advantage of 2-1. Not only an advantage in terms of the games, an advantage in terms of strategy, as right now we're going to jump into game number 4, and it's not looking good for Blacklist International. With me, Sagi.
Yo, what's up? We're back at it again, and like Isaac mentioned, right? The drafting pressure coming in for the side of Blacklist International, it will be adding on towards the shoulders of both the coaching staff and also the players here. Because so far, yes, you can say that the drafts has been magnificent in every single game, but you gotta be saving some heroes when you're going down the BO7 line here. So far, it's looking really difficult in Game 4 because we're operating on global ban pick. One hero use means that the hero won't be allowed for the majority of the BO7.
Let's see. We feel your love. We feel your love. We have a lot of the fans sending us their messages. This time we're supporting Malaysia in HOK. Let's go Malaysia.
Let's go Malaysia. That is the region and country that I actually come from. So if you hear and see me glaze Nova Esports, sometimes it's justifiable. But Blacklist International is also good friends of mine. The players know that I always vote against them. So I'm in a bit of like a 50-50 right now. So whoever wins or lose, I have a lot to talk about later on.
I just love that because as a Latin American man, I cannot be biased in no way since my region is not in the tournament this time. So let's move into the next game. Right now it's going to be Nova and Blacklist. For Nova, the BP is going to look a lot easier. For Blacklist International, right now they need to start thinking, what do we want to allow? Because you cannot ban everything. And I think that that's the big issue. Right now, does Blacklist want to allow the pay? Do Blacklist want to allow the hourly? Do Blacklist International wants to allow the chicha? That is going to be a problem for them. Not only what to pick, but what they are going to ban.
Yeah, so that's the problem, right? When you use up so many of these picks and you only have 2 bans as your starting ones in the global ban pick format, you gotta be thinking like, okay, what am I trading? What am I giving away? What am I trying to play here? Because there's still a lot of things, right? Like the Dolia for Nova, the Chicha for Nova, the Arlie for Nova. All these are available picks that are coming in for the blue team. For Blacklist International, they are scrapping and seeing what are the remaining ones that they can realistically play for their draft.
Yeah, Blacklist International really do not want to see that pay, man. Like it's been in the first game they chose it, and then after that there has been that immediate first ban in the BP.
Yep. We do see that as well, and that's the two shot we talked about here. Nova Esports favors this pick between Muchi and also Schwan here. So this is definitely going to be an expensive one for the side of Blacklist International to realistically counteract against. There is potential of the Aaron, there is the likes of the things like the Byron to realistically counter against Shren. So it really comes down to Blacklist International. Do you want to counter based on the heroes selected by Nova, or do you want to draft a comfortable team comp with whatever picks that you have left on the red side?
And I like the way that they go with, right? Like they choose the Dharma, which can have a lot of sustain. It provides initiation and is really good on the laning stages. And then at the same time, they choose the idea that can be paired up with a lot of other different heroes. So these two first picks from Blacklist International, they maximize on their versatility, just to wait and see what Nova Esports' next two picks are going to be.
Nova Esports taking a very comfortable route as well, immediately reviewing the fact that, hey, this Shurcha, I'm comfortable with it going up against Chami 1's Dharma. So, hey, let me pick up a strong marksman, and we will see what Blacklist International have to answer against Muchi's Direnjie here.
So the Direnjie is going to be there paired up with a bodyguard, right? We're going to have the Lapu Lapu on the Direnjie in the 2v2 that we might have in there. Erin is going to be their matchup. So we clearly already have like a very interesting thing. Like we have the matchups for the farm lane and for the clash lane at the same time. Now, what do Nova Esports stars focusing on banning? Jungle or mid?
Ooh, jungle or mid? That's a very good question here. I think both teams are looking to really target down both sides of the mid pool. So it's really down to what is available, right? For the side of Blacklist International, there is still the potential of the Maestro Nui that can be picked up for them. And we might see Wendy come up with something like a Milady as a counter. So these are like back and forth picks that I enjoy seeing at 4-5 coming in for the second phase of the pick and bans.
Nova Esports just banning that Agudo. And I'm going to tell you something. From that Agudo pick, that Agudo system, from a lot of the teams that we have in the international stage, I do believe that Blacklist International is one of the teams that plays it to the best. I do like a lot how Joshi can be on that Agudo and get all of his teammates around him to really control the tempos. I like that. So Nova Esports at the same time just decides just to ban it away.
Are we gonna see a potential Kong Ming here coming in for the side of Wendy? It's something that they generally like to do back in 2025, but they deny me that dream. They go for the potential Yu Huan, for the sustain, for the face check against Blacklist International, and they give more priority against Kong Ling on a jungle assassin. Once again, he gets his hand on the feathered foot fade in the jungle.
The fade in there is going to have such a great time, right? Like a lot of very squishy heroes in front of him. You've got the Ganon mod, you've got the Aaron in there. Like it's going to have a very direct access to their back lane. So right now, Blacklist International, in terms of trying to balance things around, they get the monkey to be able to get enough sustain as well.
Yeah, I like this from the side of Blacklist International. They still manage to use whatever that's left in the pool to make a decent draft for themselves. So you have the Dia and Monkey that will be the core fundamental of the team fights, where we see Monkey goes in and then Dia funnels the heal on towards Monkey, and then you have the artillery coming in from the Golden Kai Laurel Princess and Dragon on the Smith and Blade. Coming in towards the Nova Esports side, this is where things start getting interesting. Shren will be a primary target to be looked at when he goes in for those aggressive plays. He's going to be diving in deep and finding Golden and finding Dragon the Twins as the backline main target of assassination.
I can feel right now that Mutsu on that DRNGA might be just a little bit of luring people out. I do believe that he's going to play more as a bait, when people are going to jump in, trying to get onto Mutsu. Then we will be able to see Xuan flanking in with the Chicha, putting pressure on the backline, just for the Fade to come in and then just be able to collect all of the kills. That is how I see the Nova Esports strat going on. Now, on the other side, for Blacklist, well, they have the Monkey and the Dia. Do we want just to jump in and then just try to suck in some damage, try to get enough enough of vision for the Ganon Mo to be accurate enough to burst enemies away? That might be the way that Blacklist International could answer back. What do you think of how they're gonna play this game?
Okay, let's look at the potential combinations here coming in for South Blacklist, right? We're looking at a Dia Ganon Mo, so maybe we see Chaz 2-2 go in, lock down a specific target, and then Dragon comes in with some freshly forged, jabbing whichever target, right? At the very least, in terms of range advantage, it looks more favorable in towards the hands of Blacklist International if they can find the proper snipes. But in terms of a proper 5v5, it comes down to whoever gets the better engager. Does Lapu Lapu on the hands of Waypip find the perfect engage? Does Kong Ling find the assassination? Or does Chammy1 and Justji get into the backline of Nova?
Well, if Waypip can just keep playing the same as he played in the previous game, it's going to be really tough for Blacklist to answer to what that Lapu Lapu can do. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us jump into this. It's going to be game number 4. Nova Esports is going to be on the blue. Blacklist International is going to be on the red.
An interesting start already coming in for the side of Nova Esports here. Sending Wendy, not even taking the first wave in mid, directly towards the Clash lane to get every single thing into the pockets of Cham, from the side of Chammy1. You can see another 2v1. Chammy1 goes in against Wendy, goes in against Ren, but Dragon is here for the rescue here, but Chammy1 going dangerously low. Back away here. The Spriteling troops are giving a lot of power, a lot of shielding to deny the kill here. But you can see the fatal arrow coming in from the side of Shred, doing a lot of work here. Every time you swap yourself from melee to overkill form, you get 50% CD back on your spell S1 and S2. That's why you can keep seeing Shred spamming those arrows against Chammy's face.
I just love the way the Dragon came in clutch just to help Chammy1, because on that 2v1 that they had in there, it was going to look really bad for the Dharma. So Dragon coming in, being able just to push them out is the reason why Chammy1 could still stay alive.
Yeah, a very good rotation thus far, elevating some of the pressure that's being on the side of Chammy1 here. We can see Kong Ling going on an aggressive jump here on towards Dragon here. Dragon gets chunked out by some of the basic attacks landed on the Kuchiki Byakuya Fate skin. Towards the top side here, we do see Shren stealing yet another fire beak from the side of Blacklist International's jungle.
Slowly, Shren on that Chucha, he knows that his job is just going to be to try to deny Chammy1 from some gold. He doesn't want to even go for the kill at this moment. He just wants to chip away his HP bar.
Such an aggressive Chicha coming in for the side of Shren here. Every single resource so far has been going in favor for the Clash lane side of Nova here. Fortunately for the Blacklist International, their bottom side is looking super duper strong. They are suppressing Muchi very well. They're doing a really good job, right? Like making sure that they're freezing the wave. Every time that Muchi wants to come in for a specific minion, he has to sacrifice some form of his HP. And if Godokai does it, he has heal coming in from Dia.
So that might be the opening that right now Blacklist International is looking for, right? Just to be able to maximize out of that advantage that they've got on the farm lane in this moment of the game. If we analyze this game compared to the previous ones, we can see that the whole opening has been a lot slower. We have not seen anyone trading yet, but look at that 3v3 over here in the mid lane. The goal is just very clear. Get the gold, move out, and try to find someone lacking over there.
The Dream Roll landing on towards Kong Ling here. Kong Ling gets taken down super duper low by the Destined Encounter coming in by Chaz. This potential objective might be in control coming in for the Son of Blacklist International, coming in towards this 4th minute mark.
Wow, just in there, just the accuracy coming in from Dragon, right? And that's the one beautiful thing about that Ganon mode, that you do not need that much damage. The only thing you need to do is just to be accurate, landing the blades specifically on the target that you want.
And Tyrant has already been secured coming in for the Son of Blacklist International here. A way better early game that's being composed coming in from the Code Breakers here. They secure the Tyrant and they are back towards the farming tempo here. That axe almost stole away the Azure Golem, but Blacklist International, they secure it with no harm.
I like it, I like it, I like it. I like the way the Blacklist International is right now playing in here. They might not have the advantage in terms of the composition, but again, the key in here is going to be, how do I beat you in terms of the strat? 3 against 3 over here in the farm lane again.
Yeah, just Wendy sacrificing a lot of resource into the pockets of Kong Ling here. Kong Ling being the main benefactor coming in for the Nova Esports side. In terms of resource allocation, we will see a lot of gold going into the pockets of Xuan and also Kong Ling in the early game. Hence we see this gold chart here. Kong Ling is the richest out of all the members here, but it sacrifices Wendy's gold in the mid lane.
Yeah, of course, like at the end of the day, Wendy's gonna have to sacrifice himself in terms to give enough advantage for Kong Ling. So if Kong Ling is going to be taking that advantage, he better just start capitalizing out of that. The same way as Xuan right now capitalizing out of that movement, he takes on that turret, he's gonna have priority on the rotation.
He might just continue his aggressive push towards the top side here. We do see Kong Ling jumping in very aggressively with that S2 here, trying to chunk out and get vision for Xuan here. So Xuan getting a bit more damage in towards the top side, everybody backs up, and we are back into a stalemate here.
Sagi, I'm telling you, you gotta keep your eyes on Dragon. He is going to be the main person to observe here in the Blacklist. He has been, up until right now, very accurate and just pushing the fade away.
Cammy one here, looking for the engage. Sets 2 on towards the wall here. Wendy forces the flash to take away. Golden Kite gets the first kill on towards the mid lane coming in from Nova Esports here. Waypin limping away towards safety here. Where is Stren? Stren is still coming to the cavalry here. Muji finds the assassination here as Stren comes in with the Grandmaster's Force going in against 4 members here. But that is so much tankiness from the side of Blacklist International squad here as we see Kong Ling dangerously low. Only 10% health. Muji has no flash. Gets caught by the Dream Rogue here, and that is a big win coming in for the side of Blacklist International.
Xuan came in the exactly moment that we needed him to come. He comes in the right ankle, comes in from the flank, but the tankiness from Blacklist International at this moment of the game was too much for him. Xuan does not have the items yet, he does not have the damage. He's got the angles, he's got the timing, it was just the wrong moment of the game. Only 7 minutes in here, Blacklist was too big a shield for him.
And they managed to take down Wendy, the primary target with the human reduction, and then with the venomous staff here. So when you fall down, there's no real threat that could handle him here. Waypin gets caught by the Dream Rogue coming in from the side of Just G here. Does trade the life of Golden Kite thus far. Kong Ling going in for the aggressive chase. Chaz has to burn the flash to escape here. So right now, 1-for-1, Roamer for farm lane in favor for the side of Nova.
Roamer for farm lane, I'll take that every single time. That is Waypit's job right over here, just to tank in so we can have access to the backline. Great movement in here coming in from Waypit, who's having a great performance today.
Yeah, Waypit is just really consistent thus far, finding the re-engage, especially like, hey, he got chunked out by the Dream Roll, but he still went aggressively, knowing for a fact that Golden Kite has no flash. And Kong Ling, he's a semi-tank fade that we see here, completing the Crimson as well as the Blazing Cape. So he's really tanky on that fade.
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen in here. You can see Blacklist International already decided to start moving together, a 5-man squad rotation that they're going to be doing right now. That's going to give Nova some information, okay? If Blacklist International decides to start moving on the 5-man rotation, well, split push and then just go in for the Tyrant. In the moment that they need to go and break apart to go and clean the waves, that is the trigger for this to happen. For Kong Ling to come in and control the resources.
We do see that Waypit here, aggressive engage on towards Dragon to start off the fight here. Dragon has no flash, gets caught by the hardened Jade Seal here. Chammy falls, Dragon falls, Just G, defensive Dream Room to escape towards safety here, but Kong Ling, he is not yet done. We do see Muji flashing aggressively against Chaz. Chaz will be the next one to fall. Beautiful stun coming in from Wayne. He catches onto his 2 remaining members for the side of Blacklist here. With a 0-5 ace, Nova Esports are in control.
I'm telling you, that should have been a quadra. It was 2 double kills for Konglei. They just stacked them up. It's going to be an ace. Nova Esports wants to finish this game quickly again.
This is just superior team prowess, and you talk about Waypit. He's just styling here, as you can see in this instant replay.
He comes in and he gets into Dragon, and that's the main idea. You get Dragon out of the mix, and then there's no damage to actually be afraid of. Konglin comes in, takes some Dragon, and then after that, it was just easy for them just to chip, poke, and then just collect 5 kills in the pocket.
The engage from Wendy was really beautiful as well to catch off the remaining members, Golden Kite and also Just G. And you gotta say, right now with 3,000 goldie, it's looking even more healthy for Nova to come in to get this Tyrant with no contention or whatsoever from their opponents.
Alright, so right now Nova is going to be able to take on to that first Shadow Tyrant, which is going to be good news for them. At the same time, let me tell you some better news for them. They have already 2 or 3 Succubus Cloak on their players. They've got 1 on Xuan, they've got 1 on Konglin, they've got 1 on Mood, so that's already 3 Succubus Cloaks. So the damage coming in from Dragon and at the moment is going to start being just a lot less.
Yeah, and even Waypit is also working towards his own Succubus Cloak as well. That's going to be 4 Succubus Cloak in going to the pockets of Nova Esports. And Golden Kite is going a full magical build on towards Aaron, not the traditional on-hit build. So for the DPS coming in from Blacklist, is solely relying on physical damage from Chammy, which is pretty insufficient.
That is going to be very insufficient. That's going to be really difficult for them. Chammy one in here, he needs to be an initiation, not a damage dealer.
Yeah, that's the problem here. We do see the unending sorrow being forced out by Wendy already in this aggressive approach. So far, the defense coming in from Blacklist International has seen pretty consistent stuff. Wendy charges away, gets the Raging Sea on towards the backline here. Hardened Jade Seal on towards the side of Dusty. Chammy one finding the re-engage, does not find onto any possible targets here. Strand using the Grandmaster's Forge, doing a lot of damage, almost taking down Chance, but with the advantage of health bar, so the team has destroyed a tower. In favor for
Right now, Nova Esports over there in the mid lane with the super minions, they're going to have a very clear advantage as they are going to target right now the 2 flanks from Blacklist International. Chammy 1, he was targeted out, and we're talking about the fact that maybe Chammy 1 is going to be the only damage dealer that we're going to have coming in from Blacklist as the Succubus Cloaks are already online. But that's not going to be enough. Who's going to initiate if Chammy 1 is going to have to deal damage?
I think Just G has to be the one that initiates and Chammy 1 comes in, try to swoop a kill on towards Wendy, but that's the problem here. Muchi has the spell to negate that from happening here. We do see the Grandmaster Force being pumped coming in for the side of Strand here. Going dangerously low, uses the Sprightling Troop to keep himself alive. Just G doesn't get the finalized kill on towards Strand here, and towards the other side of the map, we do see Chaz being the first victim to fall from the Nova firepower here. Losing Just G, losing Chaz, 5v3 head on. This is looking like Nova's chance to potentially get another high ground.
They need to get that high ground. The problem here is that the Ganon Mo is just so good at defending these turrets that it's not going to be making it an easy feat.
Wendy aggressively going in with the mournful tenfold here, picks up the kill all towards Golden Kite here. That is no marksman for the next 30 seconds here with the minion waves marching in. This may be the final nail in the coffin as Nova Esports gets the match point in hand. One more win separates them to the finals.
3-1 advantage right now from Nova Esports on top of Blacklist International. They came in with a very solid composition, and they have right now 1 step away from their 2nd final in a row in our Honor of Kings Invitational series.
Wow, beautiful stuff, I would say here. The early game was looking very 50-50 coming in for both teams, but Waypit, man. The Waypit engage coming in from the Raging Sea Flash successfully caught Dragon out of the team fights here. And you know for a fact that they are like saying that, okay guys, Dragon, Gun, and Mo has no flash. Yeah. It's 20 seconds on timer. We need to go now. And everybody from Nova just clumping in, jumping on towards the Blacklist members. 5-4-0. A what? Double kill for Konglei?
Double kill. That's exactly what
yeah.
happened. It was not even easy for them. Like Konglin comes in, takes the 2 kills, and then because they need to chase all the way there to the clash lane, that's the reason why they do not count as a quadra. For me, I'm gonna put it on my stats as an easy quadra.
I mean, stats is stats, right? So we do give him that on paper quadra here, unofficial quadra as we like to talk about it. But the title that suggests just at the bottom here, back and forth battle, win against Blacklist. Nova secures the match point. Yes, we are playing in a best of 7 format. It's a first to 4, and right now with the scoreline, it is looking Nova Esports 3-1, and one more win will send them to the finals to deny the upset coming in by Blacklist.
At this moment in time, it does look a little bit more possible that Nova is going to seal the game and a 4-1 than Blacklist turning it into a 3-2. When you analyze the way that they've been playing in the last 3 games, Nova has completely control of the game. Later on, when we see the goal chart, we'll be able to understand what I'm talking about. In the moment that they put their foot on the gas, Blacklist International cannot stop them. So that is the issue. The issue is that in the moment that you give Nova a little bit of an advantage, then they just pick up and then they don't stop in there.
Yeah.
Look at how Blacklist was able to kind of just keep it pretty leveled all the way until 8 minutes 50. Little mistakes, big ace, boom, 5 minutes after, 4 minutes after, it's just game done. It's just that. How to go from 0 to 100 real quick.
We need some roamer love here. I do believe that Waypit this game has had a phenomenal lapu-lapu. Every single play was initiated by him. Every single team fight was started by this Ripatatu on the hands of this roamer player here. If there's an MVP, a personal one, I gotta give it to Waypit.
I gotta give it to him as well. The way that he's been playing in these 4 games, he deserves to get that MVP. The problem is that look at how Kongling's map is looking like. With a performance like this on Kongling, and when you analyze only the numbers and you know that the numbers don't lie, Kongling was vital for the whole team of Nova to be able to win.
He was very vital and very flexible on his build path as well. Knowing for the fact that if he went like full on assassin mode, he could have been like immediately eradicated by the multiple level of CC coming in by the likes of Just G's, Monkey, Chaz's Diadea, all those CC, right? But instead he went for a different approach. He made sure that he was always alive, make sure that he could always apply the burn effect coming in from the Blazing Cape, so everybody was affected by the Imperial effect. No one gets to heal to full. So that's a very smart approach coming in from the Fade's itemization for the side of Kongling.
I do believe that we need to talk a little bit more about itemization, and I do believe that we have a responsibility to educate. So when you see that we jumped into this game number 4, and there's a lot of magical damage coming in from Blacklist, that is not on design. That is the decision that they need to make based on the heroes that they have available. And that made them very predictable because the first set of Succubus Cloak that came out just completely sealed the deal for Nova Esports.
This was the storyline that we had for the side of Blacklist International in Game 2 of this series here, where they went like 4 magical damage, and we expected like, oh, it's just waiting for Succubus Cloaks, but they got outscaled here. But this game, the highlight has to be Waypit on that Lapu-Lapu here. So many of these beautiful engages by this man on your screen here. Look at how cheerful he is.
Great heart tattoo. I am loving the performance from Waypit today. Just the way that he was always willing to sacrifice himself just to go and re-initiate. He is the shield of Nova Esports, and in some moments he was the spear that initiated some very critical fights.
This one was the start of the engage that we see, but the next one is what we need to highlight here. Look at this play. They were timing Dragon's Flash to a perfection. Doing perfect. Okay, Dragon has no flash. Waypit, I'm gonna go now. And Kongling is like, okay, bet. I'm gonna follow you. And every single play from there on off was just Kongling racking up those kills, padding that KDA stack here. Super well played coming in by the Nova Esports Roller.
Oh no, I love it completely, right? And the way that he just uses his flash, comes in, gets the initiations, engages, and then they eliminate Dragon. That is the reason why they were able to take that little ace. Very well done here from Nova Esports. And after that, this one right over here, I thought that Xuan might have just bit a little bit too much, but he was showing that in that Chicha, it's been banned so many times, there's got to be a reason behind it. 3-1 right now for Nova Esports against Blacklist International.
Match point at hand. We are not playing in a double elimination format here, so it's at death's door for the PKL representative here. So, how did they realistically come back from this? Because in terms of execution after game 1, every single game has been looking really clean for the side of Nova Esports here. And in terms of draft pressure, it's not looking good for the Blacklist side.
No, it is not looking good for Blacklist since game number 2. And that's the thing, like, what is the big difference about are they a good team or can they become a great team? Let's agree on the fact that since 2025, Blacklist International has been coming up, improving their performances, becoming a lot more consistent. But are they arriving to the glass ceiling, to the glass roof that we know? In 2025, KIC, they finished the semifinals, unable to make it into the final. Right now, KIS4 international stage again, is semi-final gonna be the international glass ceiling for Blacklist International?
I think it's too early to stay here, Isaac, because this is only the start of 2026, and we've seen teams starting to be able to pick up consistent games against their MKL counterparts here. This time, as Nova Esports, they are not coming in with a clean finish. They are coming in being nitpick on some of their draft strategies, some of their misplays in-game that cost them the game, such as Game 1. So, for Blacklist International, maybe this tournament is for them to try and error, see how far they can go. And after the season, they go back, plan it again, and see how far they can improve. That's what they realistically want to achieve coming in for 2026, all the way to maybe the year ends KIC.
The fans right over there, we have not only fans of the Nova Esports and Blacklist International teams, we have pro players as well, just right over there. Look at how beautiful our game is. The pro players love it so much that even in their day off, they're out there still watching games live.
Oh, no. They are not on their day off here. They have a game right after this. It's going to be Boom Esports going up against Longshin Red Force to decide whether a PKL team advances here. But what am I saying here? They haven't really lost yet. For the side of Blacklist International, they are still in the series. 3-1. Close your eyes. Think about every single game is a BO1 with a little bit of restriction and see if you can force it through. If you can't, say GG and try your luck next time. But now, lock in, and this is your shot to push it to Game 6 or Game 7.
This is your chance. You are very close to the finals. For Nova Esports, the only thing that they need to do is just to keep performing the same way as they did. For Blacklist International, on the other hand, it is the time for you to demonstrate that you are at the top level. You are belonging in here, that you belong in this stage. I love the fact that Blacklist International, these 5 members, have been together for such a long time. One of the teams that did not make many changes in terms of the way that they played, from 2025 to 2026. I really hope that they can do something different in this one that could take us to a 3-2. In front of the Nova Esports, it's going to be really hard.
It's definitely going to be a difficult cookie for them to actually crack as of this point here. But hey, that's the journey that they actually need to take out right now. Banning the Jing, banning the like of the pay here. We might be seeing a potential Luna coming in from the side of Blacklist International, but there are still a lot of counters that Nova Esports has in their pockets here. We might be looking at a potential Arlie being the pickup here for Nova. Blacklist International, there is the loan for them in this pack.
Yeah, the loan is available for them, and they decided, okay, that we need to get our hands onto that immediately. Let me just lock that in. That just allows on the other side for Nova just to pick on the early, right? The early that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect time to whip out the early. Good matchup into the long in towards the mid game. And Nova Esports, they know what restricts Blacklist here. They need to take away the engaged roamers from the hands of Chaz. Force Chaz into an uncomfortable roamer that he doesn't is that he isn't able to really perform, and there's no vision provided by Blacklist, and Just needs to be the tank. So when you put Just as a tank and you put Chaz into uncomfortable position, the entirety of Blacklist International, their draft, their fluidity in game isn't as good when they're playing jungle assassins or when they're playing jungle carries.
Very few options right now for roamers in there for Blacklist International. That's going to be really tough on them. One of the happy things and one of the beautiful things that I'd really like to see is that they're going to be able to play that Aguto composition that I know that they are really good at. Now, put all the cookies, put all the gold onto the Aguto, and let's put all the hope on Joshi so we can actually try to make it into game number 6 so we can actually try to force this into an ultimate battle.
I like that idea. It's a very good storyline if Blacklist International can actually force it. But right now, if we were to look at the drafts, it's signifying to me that there are no longer any frontline heroes for Blacklist International to actually pick. Maybe if they consider the likes of the Donghuang, the Guiguzi, these are unconventional ones that might not be that beneficial, or there is another route to take. Potentially put Chami 1 into the sides of the Ata, the Baiqi. Maybe it can salvage the draft for the side of Blacklist.
But look at that, Nova immediately. They just decided, okay, no more to Nolio Shan. I'm not allowing any of these to go out there. They understand that right now what they need to do is just to completely focus on Chaz. Force Chaz into something that he might not like. Right now it's going to be really difficult because from the roamers that he could go for, Sakir, Guiguzi, not ideal in this whole matchup.
It is not ideal here, but they need to find a breakthrough point in this draft right now. I like the pickup here coming in from the Byron. It does allow for the side of Blacklist International to rely on Chami 1 as their singular frontline and play those aggressive takes here. They have a lot of healing coming in by Just coming in by Chaz, and also Chami 1. So maybe they can actually find their mark in this game, but picking the Spark base here does allow the Charlotte to be given over to the hands of Shred. It's either the Charlotte or Fatih or the Nova.
No, it's gotta be the Charlotte.
Liu Bang.
Liu Bang?
Interesting. Wow, that's a whole different idea.
But again, like Liu Bang sounds really good in terms of the composition. Like Liu Bang and Musashi, amazing combo. We've seen that already during this week. But at the same time, he got the opportunity to get the Charlotte and then have the advantage over there in the clash lane. With the Liu Bang against the Byron, I don't see that big a gap in between those two.
I think it's not really about the advantage in lane for the side of Nova Esports. They want to play outside of lane, playing on the momentum that Kongling can actually provide. So Kongling will be a spearhead for Nova. Once the go button starts by Waypit or Kongling, the Liu Bang immediately comes in and explodes the first person that they come in contact with.
Okay, I agree with you in terms of that. I like the fact that right now we're going to put the spotlight a lot more on Kongling, and Kongling is going to have to be just that spearhead that you're mentioning. The issue in here that I do not like a lot is the fact that Blacklist International in front of them, they have a lot of sustain. They can really sustain a lot with the Aguto using his ult, the sustain that we can get from the Yuhuan, from the Byron as well. They do have sustain. They have burst with the Xiao Xiao, and they have damage per second with the Long. Blacklist International, out of a very horrible situation that they put themselves through their picks in games 1, 2, and 3, might have found something in game 5 that we were not expecting. A pretty, very, very decent strategy.
I would say so as well. I would agree, because if the Agudo times the ultimate to a perfection, he can dodge out against Kongling's due to the death. So the Musashi, when you jump against the Agudo needs to time it perfectly, and you can dodge away and bail out again. So that negates the Liu Bang Musashi combo against the Agudo. And same for the Long, you can dodge it with your ultimate. Same for the Yuhuan, you can dodge it with the ultimate here. So that leaves your target to be the Xiao Qiao, which is Dragon, and potentially Chami 1, which is the Byron here. So we need to see how fast the reaction time is coming in from the Blacklist members.
All right. Let's go. Jump into the next one. Right now, it's already 3-1, the advantage of Nova Esports on top of Blacklist International. Look at this. We're going to start it in a very lovely way as Waypit comes in, gets eyes on Joshi, sends that information, and Colin knows that he's mirroring the path.
Yep. For Waypit, he's just trying to like, hey, I don't want you to smite away the early camp. I just want to make sure that I disturb that early clear. But Joshi reads the macro play coming in for the side of Nova. So at the very least, this early game, we do see for the side of Nova, there won't be jungle exchange, but there will be a lot of jungle invasion coming in for the bottom side. Oh, Chaz gets it.
As long as they just slow them down, right? We know that the Aguto is a very good pick because of the pace that it can provide, right? Like the pacing that the Aguto can have in terms of the jungling, it's really beneficial to Blacklist International. Nova just needs to slow him down, and that's going to be it. That's the only thing that they need to do. They don't even need to steal. They just need to slow.
Yeah, just need to slow it down, make sure that this game doesn't become a snowball or death ball for either teams. And so far in the laning phase, just like what we mentioned, right? Byron into the Liu Bang, it's pretty much of a 50-50 matchup. Shen just needs to clear the wave, Chami needs to take control and try to see if he can convert that lead that he had to potentially look to put pressure onto a side lane here as a beautiful hard breeze connects on towards Kong Lane here. Kong Lane dangerously low here, but Dragon has to force the flash. Beautiful snipe coming in from Wendy to force that reaction.
I loved how Wendy just get in with the blades, but I love even more Dragons just flash just towards the blades, so she was just right in between them. Lovely performance by Wendy and lovely performance by Dragon.
Yeah, very good reaction that like we talk about here. So in the early game, both teams are trading blow for blow. For the blow coming in from Blacklist is Kongling's health bar. For the blow on towards the side of Nova is to take away Dragon's flash. So Dragon will be in pretty much of a danger later on if he does get target locked by the hands of the Musashi on Kongling.
Dragon's gonna be under a lot of trouble, but the problem in here again is that Kongling cannot be targeting everyone. So if Kongling is gonna target onto someone, I would prefer that he's targeting onto the Lung, on Golden Kite's Lung, than it would be onto Dragon's Xiao Xiao. But that's just my preference, right? Just try to force the infinite vastness early on in the fight.
Yeah, I think if you can force the infinite vastness early on in the fight, it really removes the leeway of team fighting from the side of the Lung. So far, we need to see what's the first engage coming in. Who will pull it off? Who actually gets the benefit of the timers that we have right now? And in another 30 seconds, Dragon's Flash will be coming up shortly, preparing for the fight, which is the Tyrant.
Ooh, over there, Chaz is going to just run away because he was a little bit faster than what Wendy could be in that one.
Yeah, very close call here. So that's going to be a big cooldown coming in from Chaz. He will barely have it available coming in for the 4th minute Tyrant fight. And so far, this early game is pretty similar to the previous game. Slow farming coming in from both squads, just casually waiting and scaling to their big itemization power spikes.
Well, that's
coming
not
in for
bad for
Chaz here does get taken out immediately. So this is cause and effect here, Isaac. Mid lane, you get burned by the side of Wendy, and you immediately get jumped on by Kongling and also Waypit here. Perfect CC chain coming in from the Nova Esports squad. And with that, they get the Tyrant, and they are looking to pressure this bottom tier 1.
Oh, they want to put pressure onto that. Golden Kite is going to have to run away, understand that he needs to cut his losses. The turret is going to fall, and it's just that, right? Like, it's just the control chain coming in from Nova. It's very dangerous. They have a lot of damage, but at the same time, most of it is going to be focused onto one target. I don't see a lot of AoE going on in here. That is the issue.
That is the key issue here, as we do see an engage coming in from the backline, coming in from Waypit on towards Just G here. They almost blew apart Just G's health bar here, but Shred too deep in towards enemy territory here. Will be the first casualty for the side of Nova Esports. Beautiful flash long strike on towards Waypit here. Vanguard lands onto a knockup on towards multiple members, but the problem is all the kills went into this Chaz pocket.
Oh, I'm telling you, man, they come in, they target Joshi, Joshi does not die, and then after that they don't have any abilities to get out of the fight in that specific place. the geography around the Azure Golem area in there does not allow them to run out. And the problem is that Wendy might want to just stop them with the blades, but he is just a cannon mob. He cannot be carrying on the team at this moment.
Ling finds the angle, goes in with the due to the death onto a Chammy1. Chammy1 has no flash, cannot heal due to the Imperial passive here. Does survive for another day, but the cavalry coming in for side of Nova Esports catches on towards multiple members here. The Tremor Smash doesn't find onto any key targets here. They do get a 1-for-none trade in favor for Nova Esports, but those are heavy cooldowns invested by both teams.
Dragon Splendor saved him when Wendy had his eyes and the target onto him. The blades came in, but the Splendor saved Dragon onto that specific action. Right now, Nova Esports, they do have a little bit of an advantage. They have the cooldown of most of the abilities on Blacklist is right now not available for them.
Yeah, especially when you have no Splendor, no Flash, you will be a key target coming in for sort of Kong Ling to be that delivery system, sending Insurance Liu Bang for the explosive damage. So this mid-game is going to be really crucial for Blacklist to, at the very least, look to survive. They are looking to survive, really.
Look to get something out of this, right? Like, it is only 7 minutes right now. They are doing really well on doing what Blacklist has done good in the previous game. Trying to stay alive. Trying to not allow a very big gold gap, but look at this fighting here.
Wow, beautiful engage coming in for side of Kong Ling here, already eliminating Chaz from the team fight here. Infinite Vasta is forced to be popped from the hands of Golden. A beautiful flash stun coming in for him, but the damage wasn't enough. Still, 2-for-1 in favor, 2-for-0 in favor for the side of Nova here. Beautiful setup once again coming in from Kong Ling and Weiping.
Golden Kai just coming in and just running away after his Infinite Vastness comes in, and then Kong Ling wanted to get him out. And one more time, it's going to be the Splendor that is going to save Dragon's life again.
You can save it this time, but next time when Kong Ling jumps on towards you, that's going to be a key cooldown that won't be available later on. Let's check the gold graphics of Spar. You can see the jungle and farm lane has one of the biggest gap between these two teams.
Yes, exactly. Right now, it is a very big problem that they're facing. As you can see, that Mutsu has at least 1,500 gold advantage very consistently on top of Golden Kite. So that Long is just having a very difficult moment in this time.
Yeah, in terms of gold, that is a problem. And in terms of the range advantage between Wendy and also Golden Kite, that's also a very big problem as well for them to swallow here. Muchi going in for an aggressive take here. Does chunk down Dragon's health bar here. We do see a lot of these long-range pokes being committed by the side of Nova to really force Blacklist International to back away. And throughout all that chaos, Shrimp was nowhere to be found. He was just casually taking that bottom tier 2 for his own taking.
Easy, just that's the good thing about the Liu Bang's design, right? Like, he can just split push, and in the moment that you need me to be with the team, I will use my ult to just TP myself towards you. So very well done there from Xuan right now. He keeps taking the turrets. We're gonna make it to 9 minutes mark. We're 60 seconds away from the Tyrant and the Overlord to go into their shadow.
Clock is ticking here. Towards Blacklist International, I don't really see a way they can actually come back towards this team fight. Unless we see Chammy1 miraculously get like a 5-man knockup on towards his Flash Storm Strike. If not, I don't really see a way that could actually break through this circle that they're in. They're being slowly but surely chunked out of the circle. It's shrinking and it's pressuring them.
The problem in here is that Nova Esports, as long as they don't make a mistake, there's no way for Chammy1 to be able to jump in. That is the issue.
Okay, we do see the first due to the death, trading Dragon Splendor here. More of the engage coming in for the side of Black National to capitalize on this. We do see Kong Ling going in, popping a Dragon Rage, sending in strength, but that is a beautiful and fastest coming in by the side of Golden Kite to get the return kill on towards Kong Ling. Blinking health bars from the side of Blacklist International. They need to back off. It's already a 1-for-1 mid for jungle here. So there won't be any much more of a retaliation coming in for any of these squads.
Nothing that Nova could have done in there They jump in. Kongling is taken extremely low before Xuan can actually TP himself and try to provide some extra shield. So that's the reason why Kongling is falling. But look at that. One more time. Blacklist International don't want to let that Overlord go for free.
Javelins coming in from Wendy is just unstoppable, man. Putting so much pressure on towards the side of Dragon and Golden Kite. They are getting severely outranged by a single god MO on the hands of Wendy.
Now the situation in here just looks very grim for Blacklist, as we can see Mutsi on that early, already starting, initiating on that Overlord that she might be able to take on a 1v1.
Oh, nice breeze on towards Waypit here. Waypit has a Tremor Smash to escape towards safety here, but due to this chaos, Muchi does get the Overlord for free by single-handedly getting it in towards his pockets here, so Minion Waves will be in advantage for the side of Nova Esports for the next 90 seconds.
Right now, Nova Esports has the tempo, they've got their resources, they've got the momentum going on for them. 4,500 gold advantage for them. The bangers start jumping in. The high ground is going to be the next target.
Yep, 3 Overlords all marching in towards the base of the side of Blacklist International here, but their wave here is looking pretty good. Half health on towards the first tier 3 high ground.
Look at this one more time. The one thing here is that right now the Ganon Mo, the Nova's Wendy's hero, is going to put so much pressure on Blacklist to defend the turrets. It's going to be really hard for them because they do not have the reach advantage.
They did use the Hall to try for an initial engage here. We do see Waypit coming in with the Grand Slam towards the backline here. Setting up the team fight for the side of Kong Lane here, but they have already gotten what they came for. Securing that top tier 3 and right now setting their gaze over to the potential Tyrant in towards the bottom side. And Chen just doing straight things. He doesn't need to join the fight if there's no big on-out engage. He's like, okay guys, you guys stalled him. I'm gonna get this bottom tier 3 for free.
They just come in and they just do one more time exactly what the strat was telling them to do. Right now they got control over this. The Azure Golem is going to go to Wendy and the Dark Tyrant is going to be the next target. Look at that, 13 minutes. At this marker in time in every single game in this matchup has been the moment where Nova just closes the deal. Let's see if this is going to be the same pattern.
Mushi gets taken extremely low here. That is a nice Storm Strike coming in by the side of Chammy 1. But where is the follow-up damage here? An aggressive engage coming in from the side of Golden Kite. Looking for Wendy in the backline here, but the Ardent Dominator does save Wendy. Leaving Kongling to be in the mist here. He does trade jungler for jungler. And this fight seems to be out of control slightly for both teams.
Well, that happens because in that moment, Mutsu was nowhere to be found closer to try to save onto Kongling. The decision coming in from Nova is that if they cannot win this fight, they do not need to gamble it. Just take the 1v1 and that's it. Look at that one more time, Blacklist wants to do something.
Yeah, Chammy 1 just got deleted from the map. The freshly forged coming in from Wendy just immediately annihilates him. And Dragon, Splendor, no flash, next target for Muji. And that's a double kill going into the pockets of the Nova farm lane here with waves crashing in from all 3 lanes. This might just be the end for the side of Blacklist International.
Oh, nothing for them to do. It's gonna be an ace, and it's gonna be a triple kill for Mutsi, and it's gonna be Nova taking the victory. A 4-1 fashion. Nova Esports, they're gonna move into the final of our KIS4.
And these 2 out of 1 PTL teams here, they do falter in the semifinals against none other than Nova Esports here. This does put their records to be still unable to defeat their long rivals here. This will be a long story for them to actually be able to chase up to Nova Esports. But today, Blacklist International, they have done their best, and this is where they bow out of KIS4 here in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Nova Esports, you can see them on stage right now. They're gonna come, take the bow, say thanks to the fans that they've been supporting them, and supporting them in a very good way, man. Like, come on, they've been Season 3 in the finals, and they're gonna be Season 4, sealing the ticket one more time. Blacklist on your screens right now, Simon.
Yeah, they take the bow, they gain our respects. Their growth coming in from 2025 all the way to 2026 KIS4, everybody has saw it in their eyes. A very respectable performance as well coming in from the Code Breakers here, but today they were the ones to be decoded by none other than MKL's very own Nova Esports. One of the, I would say, biggest achievers coming in from 2025.
Nova's dominance remains unbroken. They faced Blacklist International, one of the strongest Philippine representatives in KIS4, and one more time, Nova ends up with the upper hand, making it and sealing their ticket into our first final of 2026.
Well, this still remains a storyline. Will we see the repeat of KIS3, where it's going to be Nova versus Nongshim Red Force? Because the next upcoming matchup is going to be another spicy one. Nongshim Red Force going up against yet another PKL team. This time, it's not going to be Blacklist International. It's going to be Boom Esports.
I'm telling you, man, like, I love when history repeats. Just for some very simple reason. History is cyclical. And then those cycles, if we are able to see them happening every single year, that shows the patterns of our game. Nongshim Red Force last year, they were able to go into the final KIS3, but then after that they dropped. Nova Esports, they were able to go into the finals. They were champions of our Season 3. Can they repeat that and come in and be champions of our Season 4? That is exactly what we need to be asking ourselves right now. Lovely performance coming in from Nova. Let's talk a little bit more about Blacklist though. Blacklist International, they came, they saw, they tried to conquer, but they are able to go home with their heads held open.
Fully agreed, right? I do think that their performance was really good in today and yesterday's series. And to be honest, I would say, you can't really blame them. Nova is one of the teams that are known to be winning the entire tournament, and for them to put in back-to-back consistent games against the champion material says a lot about how well that Blacklist International has already improved coming in from group stage. Because group stage, they were all over the place, figuring out their drafts, coming in as the third seed of Group A, challenging the side of Kagendra 4-1, and coming into the semifinals. Sadly, they lost 1-4, but hey, not a lot of teams can actually beat Nova Esports in an all-out best of 7, and they still got 1 to 2 games against them.
I love the fact that Blacklist came in with a very clear goal in mind into this KIS4. They came in with the goal in mind of just measuring where they in terms of their skills. They came in, they played some very difficult games. And I'm gonna tell you the truth, man, in a lot of those difficult games, they never looked like they were very far away from their opponents. In some of those games as well, they get to show us that they've been working really hard in terms of draft. They've been working really hard in terms of the strategies. The problem is that there's still a distance in between them and their objective. Is this victory from Nova, is this defeat from Blacklist going to set them back, or is going to propel them forward? Let's wait and see what 2026 is going to say.
It definitely will propel them forward here. We've seen the storyline coming in from the side of Blacklist International. I've mentioned this before. 2025 spring, they lost to Boom Esports in the grand finals of PKL. And then they went to the side of Esports World Cup, Honors King World Cup. Didn't do the best. Coming in towards the 2025 fall, beat their rivals, Boom Esports, in local ground. Went to KIC, played in KIC, and made it all the way to the top 4, almost beating HBSC. So this tournament for them definitely will be something for them to remember, something for them to swallow and digest, and maybe, who knows, in EWC, in the next upcoming tournament, they will come back even stronger here. But that's for Blacklist International. Now, for Nova, they are once again in another international stage finals.
Is this Nova dominance over the other teams in the international stage going to keep lasting for how long time? How many finals has Nova been able to be part of? Just the fact, like, let's not even say about how many they've won. Let's just take account of how many they have participated in. When you are just every single year just logging in 2-3 finals, that builds a distance between you and the rest. It is just a kind of experience that other people cannot practice. Experience in the finals is something that you cannot buy. It's not something that you can prepare. It is something that you can only accumulate.
Yeah, experience comes in the form of how you accumulate it to real-time tournament experience here. But this might be one of the best early performances that we've seen so far in this tournament alongside with Golden Kite. 702 in terms of KDA on that Parasola. Doubling that damage taken with that damage dealt.
I would love to go back and see exactly in these 5 games how many times did Mutsu die. Because I do believe that it's about once or twice in all the 5 games that we saw Mutsu just go back straight.
You can see throughout the highlights here, the first few fights was really banking on towards Kong Wing to send in strength for that big burst damage in towards the backline. But later on, the focus really shifted up where it's down towards the members like Nova, Gucci, Wendy, doing the consistent DPS, outshining Dragon and Golden Kite in that damage department.
At the end of the day, when you are a farm laner, right? When you're gonna be on a marksman, if you can stay alive and you can deal damage, your team is always gonna have good times. The problem is for those marksmen that cannot actually survive. But if you're always online, if you're always dealing, it's alright, as long as you're just going simple attack. You go A all the time. It's just easy. That gives your team a very big advantage.
I think for farm laners, it's never about how flashy you are, but how consistent you are. That's why the best farm laners in the world, maybe they don't have the best highlight clips, but in the form of being the most consistent player and not dying a single time in that chaotic fight, in a chaotic game, that just shows how leveled we are in terms of being the best farm laners in the world.
Nova Esports seals their ticket to our final tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna bring you the final for KIS4 first tournament of 2026. Already one finalist being designed for Nova. Let's wait and see who's gonna be our second one. After we finish here, we're gonna bring you the second semi-final of Nongshim Red Force and Boom Esports.
Wow, the storyline is always there, right? Nongshim Red Force known as the PKL Gatekeepers. So this time, in a semi-final setup, once again with another Philippines team, this time it's not Black International, it's Boom Esports here. So can another PKL team actually defend themselves against Nongshim Red Force in a same setup? It's down to the hands of Boom Esports to rewrite history. To rewrite history, it means that you do not want the same matchup of Nongshim and Nova to be in the finals of yet another KIS.
Well, we jump into these semi-finals with 2 representatives from PKL, right? So that was 50% of chances that we would have at least one of them into the finals. One of them is gone, so the other percentage is just going to be on the hands of Boom Esports. What about if we go on stage? Mara, you have the players. Let's see what they have to say. Mara, take it from here.
And that series just cemented the place of Nova Esports in the finals to have a chance to fight for the trophy. Congratulations, Waypit. Congratulations, Sean. You guys are so phenomenal, as always.
Once again, congratulations, Nova, as you secured a consecutive final position on the Invitational Series to defend your throne. And I want to ask you something, Waypit. After losing Game 1, you swept through the entire match. How did you guys adjust immediately after Game 1?
We just focus on next game and play more careful.
You focused and you play a little bit more careful because Blacklist is such a strong opponent. That's good, Waypit.
And they're very strategic with every move that they make. Now, Xuan, you were the champions for KIS3, and now the first team to enter the finals in KIS4. What do you think, and what do you have to say about the improvement of all the other teams and the other regions in this tournament?
Saya rasa semua region semakin kuat. So we have to do more preparation.
He said that every region is strong, so he needs more preparation. Wow.
Oh, that they prepared more because they acknowledged and respected all the other regions, even though they're ahead of everyone, the respect is still there.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And Waypit, you're going to go up against whoever wins later. Is it going to be Nongshim Red Force, your final opponents who dragged you to the ultimate battle last year, or the new contender, Boom Esports from the Philippines? Who do you think you want to face in that finals in KIS4 here? Nongshim or Boom Esports?
Nongshim.
Why? Oh, why Nongshim?
Because I love their noodles.
Okay, he loves his noodles. But are you going to drag it to the ultimate battle again like last year?
No.
You want to end it quick like their noodles?
Win. I want to win.
Okay.
Let's do a prediction in case you meet them. What's the prediction? 4-0? How is it going to be? Is it going to be 4-1? Prediction.
4-3. 4-2.
4-2. Almost ultimate battle, but not quite. Now, Sean, for sure a lot of Malaysians are cheering at home right now. You've made them so proud heading to the finals. What would you like to say to everybody?
Terima kasih semua sokongan kepada Noah. Malaysia boleh, Noah boleh.
He said that thank you for all the support from Nova. Malaysia can and they will win this.
Boleh, thank you so much once again. Congratulations, and they deserve to have a little bit of rest for tomorrow.
Yep, it's going to be very interesting tomorrow in the grand finals. And Nova, they have secured the first slot for the grand finals. Again, congratulations, Nova Esports. And we will be back after the break for more exciting matches in KIS4.
I'll do this. The Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No.
4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Don't think, just color everything. Wow.
is gamelan song.
Di Museum Wayang Jakarta.
Kita happy banget bisa di sini nih bareng sama Dalang. Boleh mungkin perkenalan diri dulu.
Saya Wandoyo.
So today you will have a special mission. Your mission today is to color two wayangs, otherwise known as shadow puppet. Anoman, the pure and cunning and the inspiration of Sun Wukong, and Rawana, the powerful and arrogant king of Galengka. But you have to work fast. You have only 10 minutes to color before presenting your wayang. Don't forget to have fun. So are you guys ready?
Let's go!
The first step is color the base in white color.
I'll do this. The Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No. Pengen banget kalau bisa pengen banget persis, cuma harusnya sih emang tetap masih beda ya, karena kita nggak bisa sedetail itu, cuma at least kita berusaha yang terbaik lah.
Berusaha yang terbaik.
Kayak tim sebelah tuh.
We want to beat them, although we have not favorable odds. We have a smaller bra, but we also did it already. Our hair and our face, apparently all white. It's not supposed to be all white.
Okay, now you can add another color to finish your wayang kulit. Four minutes left. Don't think, just color just color everything what just she say. Speeding up. Okay, 10 minutes is up. Let's compare with the real one. We start from Team A.
Let's go.
This is the real one and this is their artwork. So what do you guys think?
Better than them.
Dalang, menurut Dalang gimana?
8. 8. We got 8.
Let's move on to Team B. What inspire you guys to color like this?
Three Nation and Might together, we try to do something creative. But no shame, Black Kiss and PHK.
United as one.
Yes.
Berapa skornya dulu?
Skornya 7,5 ini.
We won.
Okay guys, that's it. Thank you for Team A. Thank you for Team B. You guys did a great job. Amazing. Thank you, Dalang. Now, Dalang will show us his work and we will show him our game. Okay?
Okay.
Let's go. It's our game.
It's our first time to shoot like this contest. Saya dapat belajar tentang sejarah Indonesia.
We were coloring 3 nations, 1 table.
Itu bagus sih buat generasi kayak gue juga bisa tahu tentang wayang ini, budaya Indonesia juga. Pakai tangan kiri aja, tangan kiri.
It's good to experience this, and I'm glad to share this experience with people from all over Asia.
Indonesia wayang kulit, I love it much.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Sinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pula. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, Gantian datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bela spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank, mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan insan imitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kokong pedang. Yang saya incar tuh rawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun satrakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go di singgah sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel alright. Orang jajali, tanya lain dah. If you want me, profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. For the kings. Fortune on us.
Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, this time we did coordinate it. I'm gonna speak first, Blam is gonna follow, and it's gonna be totally fine. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. I'm Isaac Peña, with me, Blam. Blam, how are you feeling right now, mate?
I had a rest. I watched a very entertaining series between Blacklist and Nova Esports. Obviously, was rooting for Blacklist to try and take more than that one round. That game one was definitely very satisfying to watch, though. But then after that, it kind of just all fell apart. Kind of like a ragtag or a very bad second-hand bike that's kind of had its day, you know, unfortunately. But hoping for more for Boom.
Well, it is sad for Blacklist that they're going to have to go home. But in terms of the PKL, they still have one more representative. Boom Esports is going to be taking on Nongshim Red Force in this last semi-final of our KIS4. One of these two teams is going to make it into the finals. So even though Blacklist is out, the hopes for the PKL are still in.
They are still in, but obviously, if we look at Nova's winning interview, at the end of there, they want Nongshim to go forward. So they don't want a single PKL representative going forward. They want Nongshim because they like their noodles.
I like the idea of Nova against Nongshim Red Force just going one more time. I hear you about the noodles, though. Talking about that is something that really brings some appetite for me. Well, the players already in there, you can see it is very different just to see different athletes as they come into the arena. Some of them are really cool-headed and relaxed. Some others, you can see that they're a little bit more stressed out. What do you think is going on through these players' minds right now?
Well, I think it's the same thing that happened to all the Indonesian representatives, unfortunately. There's a lot of stress happening there because it is the knockout stage and there is the chance of being eliminated from the competition. So they have to dictate their fate.
They have to take control, right? And they need to put their fate in their hands. Like right now, they do not want to allow the opportunity for their opponents to actually send them back home. So at the end of the day, if we decided that we wanted to come into this KIS4, make it big, make it all the way until the final. It has actually been a very bumpy road for these two teams when you have already on screens the head-to-head in between the two of them in terms of the digits. When you think about Nongshim Red Force and Boom Esports, it's been not the best. Nongshim Red Force finished 4th in their group. And then after that, when they came in the match against Dominator Esports, who actually picked them for that matchup, they take the victory 4-2.
Exactly. It was a beautiful series as well. Like, honestly, a very good match. I feel like it was probably the highlight of the series yesterday. But if we're highlighting anybody, we're looking at Haku, we're looking at Carl, right? And obviously, just like the team head-to-head, it's very similar, but it's kind of the disparity starts to kind of show with the average damage, as well as like the head-to-head with the team. Is the average gold is obviously a little bit more edging towards Boom Esports as well.
When we talk about the data, when we talk about the numbers, we need to understand that for Boom Esports, this whole tournament has been ups and downs as well. I think that that's one of the things, the characteristics of these two teams in this semi-final. Boom Esports, they come in, finish 3rd in their group and then yesterday in their match against Bigatron by Vitality, go all the way to 7 games, showing us an ultimate battle, the first ultimate battle of 2026.
Yeah, it was an amazing ultimate battle as well, right? Obviously, it was something that was definitely coined. The way it was going 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, it just kind of felt like it was written in the stars there between Boom and BTR. But again, let's pass it over to the host. Let's see what these players are feeling, how they're looking going onto the stage. So, Mara, over to you.
Let's pave the way for the final teams to compete for the last spot of the finals of the knockout stage.
Let's give it up for Boom Esports and Nongshim Red Force. The Eastern Warriors survived their first knockout round. Turning up the heat, they are ready to add some spice and run it back. Last year, Nongshim Red Force!
The Beast returns to fight one more time. They survived the long battle, but their hunger continues for the title. Now they're ready to feast once again. Let us welcome Boom Esports!
Nongshim Red Force and Boom Esports. Nongshim Red Force, Ratel, Siri, Haku, Illusion, and Namu. The 5 members that they want to repeat history. They want to be in the finals of our Invitational Series one more time. It happened 12 months ago. Why not again, right now?
Exactly so, but I mean, the last standing member in their way to get to that spot, Isaac, is going to be none other than Boom Esports. Miji into the Clash lane, Danny is their farm, Carl into the jungle, Draw as their robe, and then Tatsuri as that mid lane. And once again, we have the PH Gatekeepers going against the final KKL team.
Well, let's wait and see if right now Nongshim Red Force, they can just keep gatekeeping against the Filipino teams, right? It is very important for us to outline it here that Nongshim Red Force has been a nightmare for all the teams in PKL, and it's just becoming a part of the history of our sport. If today they're able to beat Boom Esports, it's gonna be one more stone on that legend of the Philippines gatekeepers onto Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, absolutely. They are definitely collecting them like stones, right? Another notch in the belt for Nongshim Red Force if they're able to be successful within this best of 7. But that's where the whole beauty of this lies, Isaac, is it's a best of 7. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And we know Boom can take a team all the way to the ultimate battle and then win the ultimate battle. Nongshim, on the other hand, last time they found themselves in an ultimate battle with their tournament life on the line, they lost. So that's the one thing I feel like Boom Esports has over Nongshim this time.
Well, let's wait and see the experience in terms of that. Nongshim Red Force might not want to push it all the way. I know that for Boom Esports, after their victory in the ultimate battle yesterday, they might already have that experience that Nongshim Red Force might be lacking. So it's going to be really, really difficult for them. Highlighting some of the players from Nongshim Red Force that are going to need to stand up tall today if they want to go into a second international final consecutive in the Invitational Series. Illusion in the mid, and Namu as the roamer.
Yeah, I think, like, for me, if Nongshim are successful to go forward this time around, I really hope that 2026 is a little bit more of a brighter year for them, because if it is the same result as last time, I want to go from 2025 and have the same year last year. You want to kind of improve on that one. You want to go into the Kings Major League, which is where Nongshim Red Force will be hailing and competing for to get a spot in, obviously, future tournaments. So hopefully for them, they are going to just sort of keep riding the high if that is the case. But Boom Esports, for the Philippines fans that are in the audience there, the GBK Arena, definitely want to try and trump this Nongshim.
Boom Esports is going to have to really work things around. Mickey having an amazing tournament over there in Clash Lane. Carl in the jungle, I have not yet seen enough evidence of him being one of the top 3 junglers that a lot of people say he is.
Absolutely. I mean, there's been definitely some competition for top 3 jungle within Season 4 Invitational alone, and just from watching the matches, Carl's not been kind of the shining star into the jungle, but he's definitely one of the shining stars on Boom Esports nonetheless. The progression is there, but it's just a bit underwhelming within the Season 4 Invitational so far, so really hoping to prove me wrong. It's going to be Carl in this series trying to take on Haku in that head-to-head that we saw earlier.
Carl against Haku is going to be the head-to-head on the junglers. On the mid lane, we're going to have Tatsuri against Illusion. These 2 mid laners are going to have to really perform really well if they want to be able to win those fights in there. Sometimes for a mid laner, it's just really difficult because you need to just give gold away and then you just need to become a support. But look at Nongshim Red Force, the choice that they do, the choice for their first pick for this semi-final is going to be the high.
Yeah, I mean, it's as if we scripted it, right? Obviously, we talked about mid lane. First pick onto the blue side here is going to be none other than the Evernight Aspiration higher. I mean, is this Nongshim trying to basically dictate whether Boom is going to go for the Dolly and Yang Jiang combos since it's not been banned out in the first part of the phase? Instead, they ban out the Wild Rider Agudo because we know that that is one of Carl's trump picks. He loves that early game hero, but there it is. They have baited it and they have got the results. We have the Trilite and the Sea Singer combo coming through.
We just saw in the first semi-final of the day between Nova Esports and Blacklist International that Haya into this specific system is a gigantic matchup. It is very difficult just to not fall for it. And then on top of that, they decide to go with the Ogren that is going to have complete control of the tempo in the initial game.
Yeah, I want to really see some good performance here onto the Orgren, right? I mean, Orgren has definitely been like one of these heroes that has been kind of like held on a pedestal, but now obviously due to the changes in terms of attributions and the nerfs that have recently followed onto Soul Guide here, it's been a lot harder for some of these junglers to actually perform on this pick. So Haku is rising to the test here, and then obviously we have the Reefheart Datu that's going to be on Namu here. He had some fantastic engages with this hero yesterday.
Lapu Lapu has become one of the top picks in the whole KIS4. When you analyze the data, like the way that he can sustain and he can initiate, like his win rate is extremely high, and he's been one of the most picked heroes as well. And that's because of those reasons, right? Right now, we already finished the second round of the bans. All of them from Nongshim Red Force directed to the mid laner.
Yes, directed to the mid lane. Obviously, Lady Gem being one of those big counters towards the Ogren, I think is a good takeaway here. And as we was obviously commenting on within the Tri-National Showdown, the Garuda, the Majestic Guardian, has such a great wave play potential, but also long-range poke. And speaking of which, Fire Snake, Luara, I feel like this is the first time we've seen this one come through, and this is definitely a shake-up here for Nongshim Red Force. I want to know what Coach YK is cooking up here.
The Luara right over there it's not been a very common pick, right? Like Luara, we know that due to its design, like it's really good in terms of like the damage per second. It deals a lot of damage. What are they trying to do with this, right? They're going with the Fatih on the class and the Luara on the farm, with the Ogre in the jungle. What are we expecting to see?
I mean, into the team fights, obviously, it's going to be a on-hit farm lane going up against another on-hit farm lane, right? So obviously, you're going to start to see them build a lot of those on-hit items, like the Sparkforge Dagger and the likes of, to try and just get proctor as many on-hit effects as possible here with the Luara. And obviously, with her combo, using the ultimate and then using second skill there, and then basically just building up her bar, she then gets this mini knock-up with her basic attack. So really, to try and just disrupt the flow here of the side of Boom Esports, I feel like it could actually be a little bit tricky for the Yao to constantly keep like backflipping around when you've got these like mini kind of like meteorites striking at your feet and knocking you up.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you in terms of that. And one other challenge that Yao is going to have is that him and Heino might have to tank a lot of the damage. If what we want to do is just to have that Yanji and Tolia sustain. So who is actually going to be doing what in here? I do not see clear roles coming in from Boom Esports. I don't know if that's going to be good for them, as it's very difficult for Nongshim Red Force to plan. But I just see it as a very unclear draft coming in from the PKL.
I mean, they got the long-range poke, right? Obviously, with the Magistrate, the Ranger down to the bot side of the map, generally sort of like that's a very low to mid-range hero when it comes to his normal attacks and obviously projectile speed. So having the range of the high note there is really going to enhance the fact that they've got a little bit of poke here to try and kind of allow the Yang Jian and the Yao to really take the bulk of that damage, or at least try and bait out a lot of those skills. And then you've got them scepters just flying in your face. Could be quite tricky for the side of Nongshim Red Force to try and counter that long-range poke.
Well, these two teams have created two very different compositions, and they're going to try to come up with different strategies as well. This is going to be the first game of our second semi-final. The winner of this semi-final is going to be facing Nova Esports in our grand final tomorrow. Look at that, Miggy already been proccing the flash. Welcome to the semi-final.
Yeah, welcome to the semi-finals. I mean, the Yao into the Clash lane is a little bit of a weird one here for me. Obviously, yes, it's obviously going to try and play around the Mighty Conqueror Fatih here, but it's normally, well, we saw it yesterday, it was Yao, but it was going to be Carl on the Yao there, so a bit of a change up there, maybe not like you were saying into the introduction there, Isaac, the identity under the side of Boom Esports, especially to the sort of like mid to top side of the map, is a little bit kind of murky right now.
It is going to be really difficult, right? Because in a game where you do not have the space to make mistakes, where there's no actual mistake that you can take if you actually want to make it to the finals, not having a clear identity and roles into what you want to do might be too big of a gamble. Let's wait and see what's going to happen and what this game is going to bring us. We can see already Nongshim Red Force just making the rotations over here, and it's going to be Miggy the one that's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good strat for the side of Nongshim Red Force, just kind of trying to give the advantage over to Ratel into the top side of the map, because if they get that T1 very early onto the side of Nongshim, and Ratel has been playing very phenomenally for one of the Clash lanes, I'd probably say he's definitely one of my top 3 Clash lanes of KIS4. So freeing him up means that you have that unleashed beast into these team fights and into the backline of Boom Esports, more importantly.
The Fatih is such an incredibly strong hero, right? Like we know after he procs his ultimate, he's going to have so much sustain, and at the same time it just can deal so much damage. So that's going to be very, very difficult for Boom Esports to actually face onto. Look at the Haya already having eyes on where Carl is right now.
Ooh, okay,
Easy.
managed to get the last hit there.
Easy
So
pick.
definitely Nongshim nicely contesting these smaller camps, making sure that resources is not going to go over to the favor of Boom Esports.
Lovely performance right now in here. The Nongshim Red Force and Boom Esports in this almost 3 minutes of the game. Very slow, very, very slow, very meticulous. They do not want to be making any mistakes. A lot of respect towards their opponents on both sides.
That's the word I would have used, definitely. Respect's being paid here to Nongshim Red Force, not only because they have the title of the PH Gatekeepers from Season 3 Invitational, but the fact is that they know that Nongshim from group stage, the bottom of Group A, arguably the tougher group, but the bottom of Group A really shined here into the knockout stage, so they know they cannot disrespect Nongshim, or they will literally falter in this semifinals.
What I wonder right now is such a slow pace of the game is actually more beneficial for Boom, because then it means that Nongshim Red Force, they lose a lot of the momentum that they could have with the Ogren and the early invasion that it could provide. They lose a lot of that priority that the Lapu Lapu could provide as well. So this whole 4 minutes, even though they have been pretty equal for both of them, but I feel like they're a lot more beneficial to Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, it's been very coy. Obviously, we did see top side of the map very early that Miggy almost got caught out there, and we do see that obviously Haku has been able to kind of achieve that level advantage there. The bait rewind being used pretty early there from Tatsuri. I don't know if that's a misclick or a little bit of a bad move there, as we've seen this Tyrant starting to get handled on here by the side of Boom Esports. Obviously, Haku using the path of passing over the wall here just to put the pressure on, get the reset. That's something that Boom didn't really want.
Right now, Nongshim Red Force is going to try to come in for the steal. Look at that. Carl's going to claim the Tyrant.
He claims the Tyrant. First blood does go over to the side of Boom Esports as well. So not only do you hand yourself the Tyrant, you get the takedown onto Illusion, which is the hero we were seeing within the draft. Is, hey, Carl really needs to look out for this hire and for this Ebonite aspiration.
Lovely performance in there. Carl comes in, takes the Tyrant, and after that, the Hound locks into Illusion, and his Haya, it falls after. Right now, they not only took the first blood, they also took the Tyrant, turning things around. Boom Esports in a game that was looking very slow right now might start just to move a little bit faster.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, still only around about 200 goal difference, right? So I think it's not something we can really write home to mum and dad about. The Boom Esports are a little bit ahead, but that Tyrant is definitely going to tip the scales on that very even Stevens goal lead now. They get the extra damage, the movement speed. So rotating around this map is going to be a little bit faster and easier for Boom Esports. You can see that Namu's just trying to cut off the access back into the mid lane here.
Right now, the whole focus comes in here to the farm lane. The Luara, Sirius Luara, is not having a very good and easy contest against Danny, right? Danny's dear and dear right now with the upper hand in there in that matchup that up until right now has been always a 1v1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, Raw's always been down there as well. 2v2 top side of the map here. Miggy tries to force out the ultimate there of Ratel and gets it, but now we get the knockup from Namu coming in with the path of passing. Carl, maybe getting executed. There it is. Haku gets his revenge, but trade a health for a turret is always a good trade if you are Boom Esports.
That is really good right now for Nongshim Red Force. Boom Esports takes control of the map, but Nongshim Red Force in that engage. The Moonscape Mirage one more time in here, Blam.
Yep, into the mid lane here. They're all waiting, anticipating the return of Haya, but it's going to be Danny that gets focused and executed once again, and boom, goes down draw. And they're looking for some more here. Tatsuri is definitely looking a little bit worse for wear and does not have the fate we want.
A 2-0 trading here for Nongshim Red Force. They start commanding with a little bit more ease. They came into that fight and they were able to take on the marksman and the roamer from Boom Esports. Right now, Boom, at the beginning, they started looking like they had control. Right now, Nongshim Red Force slowly trying to turn things around, Blam.
That's the thing about Honor of Kings, though, right? Like, it gives you the illusion that you are ahead, and then all of a sudden it just takes one solid team interaction, and you're back on top. Exactly as you can see here with Nongshim Red Force ahead by 1K. It's the first 1K goal difference we've had since the match started 7 minutes ago.
Now look at that. That's a lot more of what I thought that we were going to be looking like. Haku and that Ogre jumping in and trying to harass a little bit of the jungle. He needs to have control over that, right? And because as time passes, you've already mentioned it, right? Like the Ogre has already fallen into priority picks because of the constant nerfs that the hero has had. So as the times keep passing, there's not going to be that much damage and sustain coming in from him.
No, yeah, you definitely have to kind of like outscale your opponent to try and have any leeway there. And you said it obviously beautifully in the draft there that you need to kind of be invading very much early on. And we saw many a times where the path to passing came through, but the results just weren't quite there. Was able to steer State away, that 4 camp away from the side of Boom Esports, however, so still maintaining that goal lead to around about 1.5k. Top side of the map here, Namu does actually try to drive away Miji from stopping this takedown of these minions into the T1. And it looks like Nongshim are going to secure that first turret of the game.
On the macro game, we can see that the Tatsuri's pick, the Heino, is going to allow Boom Esports to have a little bit more re-aggro in terms of turret damage, right? Because of the way that Tatsuri's Heino is being designed, then it can actually just, we could say, just rewind time to a moment where the turret was not that low in health. You could say it in that way?
Yes. Yeah, correct. Yeah, I mean, we saw it beautifully in like the likes of KWC, right, where we saw players like Hailang just really slow down any kind of domination of the map because of that Fate Rewind. He was only there for that sole purpose, but Bloom, they are playing it a little bit differently here. I feel like the main motive is just the poke potential from it. They're not quite playing at that same level, but it's still working.
It is still working. Nongshim Red Force has not been able to create a very big advantage. It's 2,000 gold right now after several good fights and several good moments, right? 30 seconds away from the Shadow Overlord and the Dark Tyrant. There's going to be a key moment in the game. When games are this balanced, it is the main objectives that they are actually going to be the cue for someone to take a very big gap.
Yeah, they're always going to try and look for the key to the whole, right? They're looking for that golden ticket to find the unbalance of the enemy team here. But once again, we're using that Fate Rewind just to keep Tatsuri safe. So it's a very selfish kind of Fate Rewind, you know? Like, it's not being used for objectives or anything like that. It's just to save his own gold.
Well, that's going to be very dangerous for them right now, because right now, Nongshim Red Force is going to have priority over this Dark Tyrant. The Fate Rewind is going to be on cooldown, and Boom Esports have very few options how to contest this.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for a way in, right? Obviously using the Radiance there, trying to get the slowdown onto Namu, but he has his own Radiance. So if they decide to actually try and commit, it's going to be a hard way to get in, but obviously Moonscape Mirage will be being used here onto the likes of the Hino, is able to keep him away from these team fights, so Poke Potential does get lost here onto the side of Boom Esports, and that's going to be a double takedown. Make that a 3. If you're an Espresso, you may as well be on Caffeine Drip, because that is 4-0 trade here for Nongshim Red Force.
Nongshim Red Force completely, as we just mentioned, taking control of this. We knew that the 10-minute mark was going to be the cue for something big to happen. And Nongshim Red Force at the 4-0 trade, they're not going to go only for the Tyrant, they're going to go for double Dragon Control.
As if the salt in the wound wasn't enough, right? They're literally just completely cutting a limb up here from the side of Boom Esports, getting both of those shadow objectives. But look at that instant replay here as well. Obviously, the higher really turning the tides there for the 1v1, making that a 4v4. When you're entering the pit, you need to be prepared. And unfortunately, for the side of Boom Esports, they were a man down before they even started here. And taking the Hino away just means that chunk, that crowd control damage that you can get from Hino Scepter Spears just wasn't there.
Oh no, of course, and that's the issue, right? Because Carl is just so focused on trying to check on the Tyrant's health bar that he needs to do too many things at the same time. He needs to try to deal damage, he needs to try to keep an eye on the Tyrant, and at the same time he needs to be sustaining as well. It was too much for him.
Yeah, instead of the Eye of the Tiger, it's Eye of the Tyrant here into this game of one between Nongshim Red Force and Boom Esports, and definitely taking away the attention from a player like Carl is definitely one of the ways to kind of like turn the tides for the battle for yourself. Is you've got one player already completely distracted, not knowing where to place down those hounds, not knowing where to fly in, just kind of like panicking, saying like, guys, we've lost Tatsuri. We need to get him back into the fight if we want to turn this into our favor. But now, Nongshim, after that double objective, get Team 2 into the bot side and top side of the map.
Look at that Moonscape Mirage one more time. Gonna take it into the other dimension for the 1v1. And there's nothing they can do as they come out. Oof! Moves away. The mobility coming in from Miggy allows him to survive.
Yep, there we go. So Miggy is actually going to be saving grace here for the side of Boom Esports this time around. But what's not going to be safe is that T3 top side of the map. And that Fate Rewind is not going to come through and actually save it. It's going to be the Godlike kill going through here for Aku. And Siri coming in, getting a shutdown onto Migi. They're looking to favor a little bit more here. Tatsuri playing very precariously here. Just going to go try and get that dive in, get enough scepters to try and make sure he's able to do enough damage to push away Nongshim Red Force.
Well, this is looking really bad for Boom Esports, right? Like 13 minutes and 30 seconds mark. We have already about a 7,000 gold advantage for Nongshim Red Force. Lucky for them, the Dragons are not available at the moment. So the only thing that Nongshim Red Force can do is just to clean waves and try to put some pressure onto the high ground. Nothing that they could actually do in this moment due to their composition to finish the game. But look at that, 50 seconds away from the neutral objectives to spawn one more time.
Yeah, that could be the final nail of the coffin here for game 1 for Boom Esports. But it's going to be the knockup there. There's a catch on for 2 of Boom Esports, but there's no real follow-up here. We are having a little bit of a fight on 2 fronts, but it's just Migi trying to kind of bait out enough skills, maybe try and get clear of these minion waves to save the T3 from falling down. But the party is going to be able to blitz this down, but it's going to be Boom that uses the Fate Rewind for the first time selflessly.
Yeah, it was a very good Fate Rewind in terms of time, but look at this. One more wave of minions coming in. That ability is not going to be available, and the mid lane turret is going to fall. Now, this is going to be the bottom lane turret that is going to be under siege one more time.
I mean, with the refresh of the Celestial Melody there, they were able to actually maintain that T3 into the mid lane, but it still doesn't mean that it doesn't stop the spawning of the super minions, so you still have that enhanced minion wave into the mid lane, so you're just kind of delaying the inevitable.
And that is it, right? Because right now with the Tyrant just being in the hands of Nongshim Red Force, they're going to have 80 more seconds of this damage boost that they're going to have. Now this is the moment for them to just go in there and fight. Look at the gold difference in their Black. They do not have any advantage compared to them. Like, only Tatsuri has more gold than any of their counterparts.
And that's a scary thing as well, right? Like, Haya is the only one, so Illusion is the only player who does not have a gold lead, but yet has such a massive impact onto these team fights. Like, imagine if he had a gold lead. Like, this would just be, it'd be Jova, like, 2 minutes ago.
50 minutes and 30 seconds, the only thing that Boom Esports can do is to pray that these turrets are going to not fall that quickly, because if the Dragons and the Vanguards, everything is going to come in, their high ground is going to be the next target.
Yeah, but once again, just saving the high ground turret for the last time is going to be the potential of Tatsuri, and a little bit of a saving grace. Maybe he's calling hard before his time is up, but it's going to be Vijay to the back line doing a lot of damage, just keeping away Nongshim Red Force for now. But on the pending doom is going to be those Shadow Vanguards. But I have to give props over to Boom here. They are surmounting some kind of defense. I'm not too sure why Nongshim's struggling to finish this, but I feel like it's the access into the backline that just isn't quite there.
I think that is in terms of the composition in such a close quarters fight, it's very difficult for Nongshim Red Force just to take the advantage, right? Like, the composition for Boom Esports allows them to be able to defend that crystal in a better way. Nongshim Red Force right now, due to their compositions, it's very difficult for them to just do that last punch.
I mean, it's probably the easiest push is the last push, because obviously you've already made your way there. It's just going to take just a little bit more maybe just take like pop a I don't know a Baraka at this point to get some vitamin C, some energy in you, and then hopefully Nongshim Red Force can try and take this final push. But I feel like with the Sun Chaser here for Siri as well, just having that enhanced basic attack range is definitely going to make it a little bit easier into this next team fight with these minion waves crashing through.
All right, Blam, look at this. The minions are already here. Let's see if Nongshim Red Force can seal the deal.
Yeah, look at the seal the deal. They are having trouble with the minions. They're waiting for some more minions to back up here. The props to Boom, able to wipe every minion at the crystal. But props to Nongshim Red Force, picking up almost every member of Boom Esports as they wait for the boys in blue to come through to the crystal and take game number 1.
It is going to be victory for Nongshim Red Force. They're going to take this game that started very slow, but then after that, after the 10-minute mark, Nongshim Red Force completely made it their own. It's a 1-0 advantage here in the semifinals, and Nongshim Red Force smelling like they're coming closer and closer to their second final in a row.
Yeah, almost there. It's one step closer for the side of Nongshim and Coach YK here. After that beautiful draft, right? Obviously, Luara not quite heavily picked within Season 4 Invitational, if not at all up until this point. Was able to get the dub with it here just because it kind of just has that knock-on effect with her first ability. As long as you're within range, you then get the ricochet. And that's going to be a constant kind of like sting or someone pinching you, you know? Like, it's a problem. It's an annoyance for the side of Boom Esports.
And that just shows you that Nongshim Red Force team of coaches has already done their homework. Like, they've come over here, coming in since game number 1 with a very interesting, different pick. If you analyze what we were talking about in the previous games, we're talking about like playing to 7 games. And if you're gonna play to 7 games, you need to have different compositions that allow you to come to game 4, come to game 5 with enough heroes. That Luara right over there and taking the victory on it, it is an amazing start of the series for Nongshim Red Force.
It really is, and I mean, it's something that if I look back to 2025, do I remember Siri playing this hero at all? And any recollection that comes to mind, it's generally not there, not even in the major East leagues as well. So this is something they've been storing up, or at least something they've been trying to perfect here. It's definitely working, but I do have to give props to Illusion. Like, we were talking about the early game just being so cordial, right? Like, they were just like being respectful. Nobody was jumping in until, obviously, other than that first interaction top side of the map. But then when the team fight started to happen was when those neutral objectives came online, and that's when Illusion came online at exactly the same time.
Cordial, that's a great way to describe those first 5 minutes. I would dare to say that it was extra cordial. There was no need to be like that. I do believe that Nongshim Red Force could have just literally just knocked on the doors, kicked some doors down, because they had this they had this strat. But well, Nongshim Red Force, at the end of the day, they're able to come in and destroy the crystal of their opponents, and they have already the advantage. Look at the series numbers in terms of damage dealt. It was a 17 minutes match and 150,000 points of damage dealt.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of like egg on to the point of how sort of respectful and cordial that first part of the match was. Look at that 5-minute mark, like literally barely a gnat difference of a gold lead between these two teams. It's like they could have gone for the loan shark approach, right? Bust through the doors, break some kneecaps, and then just took the victory very earlier. But no, they played like gentlemen here, even though despite their poses screaming at each other, the head-to-head really paints a picture here for this game number 1.
I think that in terms of that, Raquel had a very big action in terms of minions last hit, right? Which is one of those mechanics that a lot of people sometimes do not pay much attention to. It's just like being able to last hit the minions. That just gives you a very big advantage in terms of gold compared to your opposition.
I mean, just look at this. Obviously, Haku playing the Soul Guy very well, other than obviously that first death where he got obviously picked up there. But same time, obviously GPM's there. His kill participation as well is pretty much on point. So he was playing around the team as well, rather than some of these players where you see the Orgron come through and they kind of just try and solo dolo with the enemy team and it just never works. But this time around for Nongshim, because it was played the way it was meant to be played here, with supporting with the team, it did actually very well.
Tatsuri had a very difficult day in terms of facing Illusion here, right? Like two completely different heroes, the Heino and the Haya. It's just one of them just has to be a lot more aggressive, and the other one is just more of a support, I would dare to say. For me, the Heino is just there just to poke and provide reach and restore turrets. In previous metas, in previous patches, we have seen him being a lot more aggressive, but right now in this specific meta under this design, it is more of an extra support in my opinion.
I think this is where the difference really starts to show here between Nongshim, Red Force, and Boom, right? Because obviously the way they play their roams is a little bit differently. But obviously, we'll point back to that point once we obviously give hype to the MVP, which is none other than Haku, getting those lovely amounts of kills there. 806. He's doing the swing there. He gets 100k damage dealt, but then also taken 106k damage taken. So when you play the Soul Guide, right, you can not only take the damage, but you can dish it out as well.
The difference is that he does not die, right? That's why he played so well. Like, he comes in, he's not only dealing damage because of the way that the Ogren is being designed, but he's just sustaining. Everyone is just using all of their abilities onto Haku, and Haku's just standing tall. That makes a very big difference.
Yeah, massive difference here. Just having that driving force, having that raid boss that is going to be the Ogre here, just being forefront of the team, and then it's kind of paired very beautifully here with the Reapart Datu, Lapu, right? Like getting those massive, like two to three man knockups is always going to kind of like throw off any kind of momentum your enemy team has into a team fight.
I'm gonna go back after today's game and just go back and analyze how many amazing initiations we've seen from roamers on that Lapu Lapu in this last hold. Yeah. Like, I've seen so many great performances on that Lapu Lapu that I would dare to say that has been like the biggest highlight in the heroes in this whole KIS4.
Yeah, if it's not Lapu Lapu, you're looking at Zhongfei. So it's those two heroes have had so beautiful setups, even within the women's series as well earlier. The thing that really kind of like got Hive All-Stars their first win over AG Global, it was all down to support. So I really feel like this tank meta and support role, yes, even though it may be a little bit boring for the viewers to watch, constantly seeing tank on tank, a bit of a pillow fight happening, but it's really the reason why is because with a tank you can phase check a bush and not die unless there's a score chat on the enemy team, then good luck to you. But you can go in, get the vision, you can get intel as well, so you can tell where the enemy team's going to be, and it's just really helpful, especially with those initiations as well.
From a tactical standpoint, I do believe that, me personally, I like a lot more to have a tankier roamer, a tankier support, because of that, because of the vision and then the communication. Yeah. As long as you have information, you can make the right decisions. And that is something that you can always get from having tankier supports.
Yeah, speaking of support here, obviously Sang from the Philippines says always gets the first blood, so we will win easy. I mean, maybe this was tweeted or posted before the win here, but maybe got a little bit too excited. But hey, when you have a team in the semi-finals from your region, you are going to be proud. So fair play to him, and hopefully Boom brings some more first bloods and actually a victory within this best of 7. But this is the global ban and pick highlights and update here for you all, and it's quite expensive across the board here for Nongshim Red Force, other than the Loara, and I probably would say the Mighty Conqueror as well, right? Like the party has been taking a bit of a backseat into the clash lane.
I do not understand much why they would still go for the Dolia Yanjian if you've already seen that the Haya has been the first pick in front of you. Like, the Haya first pick in front of you already tells you that the Yanjian and Dolia system might not work. So why to use one of these systems that you are really good at in a non-beneficial situation? I don't understand that exactly.
Yeah, I feel like there's maybe just hoping that Tatsuri might have had a bit more of a influence on Haya's decision, right? But it seems like it just wasn't the case. There was just like, you know what? Even if we didn't actually lock down the Yangjian at any time, we'll still take down these targets you're dangling in front of us, and then we'll just take the rest of the game. And I think that's kind of the whole setup with the likes of the Ogrun, right? It's because, like, yeah, even if Yang Jian's into the team fight, you have an Ogrun there that's going to take and tank that damage.
The Haya is going to be the first ban from Nongshim Red Force. I've already used it. I've already seen that it works. I'm not going to allow you to do that. So right now, I'm just going to take it away. The problem right now for Boom Esports is that they've already used the Dolia, they've already used the Yanjian, and there's so many things that they need to ban that it's going to be really hard for them to do the BP for Game 2 and Game 3.
Exactly so, right? Obviously, they've use the Dolia, so Nongshim's all right, we don't have to waste the ban on that one. We'll ban away, obviously, the Lapu Lapu. Basically just doing a bit of a respect ban, saying, okay, if you want to ban one tank, if you want to ban one of Namu's heroes, we're going to ban one of Draw's heroes, which is the Lapu Lapu, as well as the Mai Shurunui, which obviously Illusion had a fantastic performance on yesterday. But I feel like the Lung here is definitely a safe bet, and the potential of Dolia coming in either pick 2 or 3 could be a potential here for Nongshim.
That is exactly my point to it, right? Like, you already used the Dolia, and then you have so many other heroes that you do not want to allow. You don't want to allow the Mai. For some reason, you do not want to allow the Lian Po in here. You're gonna force Nongshim Red Force with the momentum that they have to use some of the strong picks that you just used. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Dolia coming in, and even to see a Yanjian coming in with it as well.
I mean, I like the fact that they're gone for the Forge Maiden here, because obviously second pick, you can still flex it into jungle or farm if you really wanted to. Obviously, Byron really takes the Clash Lane potential flex away from you. But if Boom lose this game, there's no need for Nongshim to ban out Chicha anymore, no need for them to ban out Dolia anymore, and that becomes a problem for the side of Boom Esports. And it goes back to the point you was talking about earlier, is the fact that you've got to pace yourself with these heroes in a best of 7, or else you get to game 5 and you're kind of just like scratching your head like, all right, lads, what works? What's left?
Charlotte and Tranfei are going to be the second picks for Nongshim Red Force. In there, you are going to have a very good initiation, an amazing hero in Charlotte, just to come in from the flank and to try to put pressure onto your farm laner. Yuhuan on the other side is going to provide them with a lot of sustain. We've seen a lot of very good performances of that Yuhuan in this game. We've seen it in Midland, as we have seen it in Rome as well. So a lot of very mobile picks right now.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I love the Rose Fencer pick here for Ratel, right? This is probably one of the heroes I enjoy watching Ratel play, because this exactly the same matchup happened yesterday where the enemy team took Chicha, and obviously normally Chicha can burst down Charlotte, the Rose Fencer, but still Ratel was going 1v1, toe for toe, brick for brick against this hero and taking it. So I'm really excited to see this matchup happen once again, but we are looking at these bans now, and obviously very jungle focused here. Obviously they already have the pay, they already have the Byron, so taking the pay away makes sense.
They need, Boom Esports right now is going to be needing some damage, some real serious constant damage dealer, because they do have the sustain right now. Can they get someone who can actually just deal damage per second very, very, very constantly?
They gotta hope so, right? Obviously, looking into the jungle, right? I mean, constant damage into the jungle could be the potential here, but they're looking to solidify a little bit more of a front line here for the Monkey. So whether they're trying to sort of force out the infinite vastness or access of the back line to the Lung here could be the potential reason why they're going for the Dream Spirit Monkey.
I don't get it. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it out loud. I don't get it. And I really hope that Boom Esports can explain it to me with their actions. I don't get the monkey pick right over here. All of the damage that is gonna come from Boom Esports is gonna be dependent of the Tricha. So whatever that Danny can do in there with the Tricha is gonna define if Boom can win this game or not. As Nongshim Red Force, they have a variety of damage dealers. They have a variety of initiation ways. Nongshim Red Force just has a lot more options out there, and Boom Esports just seems to me a little bit simplistic.
It does seem a little bit simplistic, right? Obviously, they're going for what works. I mean, there was once a time where I would jump for pure glee that a monkey was getting selected, right? But now it's kind of just like there's so much more you could have gone for here. And I'm at the same sentiment as you here, Isaac. It's kind of like I'm sat here trying to make sense of it, other than kind of just making 1 + 1 = 2, in terms of like having a strong front line here and just allowing Chicha to try and get that burst potential. But yeah, the constant damage is not going to be there. I mean, in terms of the healing takeaway here from Monkey, obviously going for the Burning Cape is definitely going to be one of the itemizations we're going to be seeing here for him, just to kind of have a little bit more of a impact into the team fights. But yeah, it's going to be, if Nongshim find the right targets and take down Chicha and take down, I mean, just take down Chicha, where's the damage going to come from?
Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's it. That's my point. My point right now is, if you jump in, like the target to jump in is very direct. Just go into Danny and then just jump into him and then just force everyone to try to defend him. As they're trying to defend Danny, there's so many flanking options that they can come in from Nongshim Red Force. I am really looking forward to this game. Hopefully, Boom Esports can show me something that I have not seen in the past, because I love being surprised. Nongshim Red Force is gonna be on the blue, Boom Esports is gonna be on the red. Let's jump into it.
Let's absolutely jump into it. Like you said, I mean, I think the only giveaway you can really have is obviously if you can have the sustained damage from the Chicha, but it's being propped up by the Q1 and the Diadema, maybe obviously in terms of obviously trying to out-sustain the enemy team. Could be the potential here for them, because if you look over to the side of Nongshim, their real tank is going to be obviously Namu here onto the Beast. But access into the backline is huge on the side of Nongshim Red Force. You have obviously Haku on the Masashi. You have Rattel on Charlotte. Like, there's no problem for them.
No problem for them. Look at this. It's going to be Rattel just taking a 2v1 in here. Just taking in some damage. And sadly for him, the resources are going to go for Boom Esports. I agree with you in terms of all that, man. I do believe that the problem here is going to be Boom Esports. Can they out-sustain all of the damage coming in from Nongshim? And for them to be able to out-sustain, they need to have a big fight. In the small fights, I don't know if they will be able to do that.
Yeah, I don't think like a Boom can actually survive small skirmishes, right? They have to play as a unit. Like, if they go for small skirmishes, I mean, yes, obviously Miggy on the Byron can be quite sustainable, but there seems to always be a buddying system going on, right? Obviously top side of the map you've got Tatsuri and Miggy, but then you always kind of see plot side of the map is like Draw's not going to be too far away from Danny here. They're trying to steal away the Spike-tailed Beast, able to get that onto the side of Boom Esports. So they have been able to actually maintain that distance in terms of the gold feed, but this happened in game number 1, so I'm not putting this out as a feeler for a victory call.
I can see a little bit of a copy from their previous game into what it is happening right now. Again, very meticulous opening of the game. We don't see early invades. I can see a lot of Nongshim Red Force just being more into the rotations and trying to end this laning stage early on. Look at that. Nongshim, they have eyes on the Azure Golem. They might want to come in and try to take that away.
Ooh. I mean, a monkey with an Azure Golem, it's like you've got to... You want that low cooldown, right? Like, that's the whole point of Monkey's kit, is spamming these skills, getting that big old beefy shield up, makes him better into the team fights, but without the Azure Golem, it's a little bit harder to attain that, and that's coming from somebody who mains Monkey a few seasons ago. But now, obviously, my point is that I want to kind of explore here, and I was talking to Sagi about it earlier, is like, will we start to see that kind of like tankier build on Siri on the lung here? So, obviously, they are lacking tanks. Go in for a little bit more of a tanky support here onto the Siri could mean that he can play a little bit more aggressive into the backline again.
Well, at the end of the day, the Loom right now is in this last months that we've been seeing a lot of very different variations of how the itemization can be done. I would love to see something a little bit more of damage. I do not believe that in this moment, against this specific composition of Boom Esports, something a little bit tankier would be beneficial for them. They just need to deal damage quick. That is what Nonchim Red Force needs to be doing right now.
True, that could be definitely one of the causes here, and obviously time will tell for us here, Isaac, but we are going to get into the neutral objectives point here. Obviously looking like it's going to be a sure jump for Boom Esports. Getting the first tyrant once again, so back-to-back first tyrants. Bright Lepers catches onto 2 here, but no real follow-up here for Illusion. Illusion just kind of lobbing away those flow-in size here. But I have to give over, like, the thing that always surprises me is that the amount of damage and impact that Zhang Fei, once he's into the beast mode, that Stampede does.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Oh no, I love that, and I remember that a couple patches before it was not that high. But look at that series, gonna have to proc his ulti to get out of there alive.
Yes, Savage used that Infinite Bastards, but still has the flash, so he has that kind of get out of jail card there. But speaking of burning flashes, Rattel had to get out of that one. Maybe not needing to have to, but he just kind of really wanted to make sure that that minion wave wasn't going to be get taken down for Rattel, but then get taken down the minion wave into that T1. Because that would be monstrous here for the side of Nongshim, as they've kind of set up already that that privilege and point of that T1 down to the bot side of the map.
Now, the question here that I have is, what is Nonchim Red Force going to do when the Azure Golem is going to respawn for Boom Esports? That 3v1 against Danny. Nothing he could have done in there. Nonchim Red Force is going to take his life and is going to be taking first blood at the same time, Lam.
I mean, normally I frown at an Unbridled Outburst being used on one hero, but that seemed personal to me, man. To pick up a cheat chat, but then obviously as you look at the finer details, that T1 was literally teetering on the life or death situation, right? So not only getting the kill onto Danny, so slowing down his farm, slowing down the accumulation of gold, you get the T1 in the process as well. So it's a beautifully used ultimate there.
And that's just trouble for Boom Esports, right? Like we know, we've already been underlining a lot, like the importance of how that Churcha is going to be, how important it's going to be in the middle and the mid and late game. And then just taking him down right now is going to slow things down a lot. Look at that, Lamb.
Oh, yes, the duel to the death. The Imperiled State is definitely going to put a bit of a hair on the tail of Tatsuri there. He's trying to get out. Keeps himself alive there because there just was no extra follow-up. There was no way for any other member on the side of Nongshim Red Force to get in and try and capitalize on the takedown of Tatsuri. So Boom Esports is still up with every 5 members. But they are going to look out and make sure they're tending the farm top side of the map here, because that T1 into the flash lane is looking like it's going to be that next calling card here for Nongshim.
They might not have lost any members, but the problem is that that Crimson Golem is going to go to Namu. Namu took control of the Crimson Golem, and that's going to be one more resource taken away from Carl.
Yeah, that's one resource you can't afford to, right? Obviously, already you see Carl is behind by around 300 gold compared to Haku here, which is already a bit of a problem, especially when you lost an Azure Golem pretty early on as well, and didn't actually maintain or even take away the enemy's Azure Golem. So you can start to see that the problems are starting to amount here for Boom Esports.
Rattel's Proscar's Embrace and Pure Sky already online, but Charlotte can start making moves at this moment. 8 minutes of the game. Charlotte right now with a little bit more damage is going to be able to be more of a threat for Boom right now than it was a minute ago.
Oh, absolutely. Again, just going 1 for 1, toe for toe here. Haku's 2 levels ahead of Miji, so you can see why Dream Roam being committed here onto the back line of Nongshim Red Force, but it's going to be actually the rotation top side of the map. Off-screen kill here to the side of Nongshim, making sure work of Miji.
We actually thought that Miji was going to be able to run away, right? Like he was like, okay, actually the Baron could actually hold his ground, but it was 2 more members of Nonchim Red Force just waiting in the brush to kind of gank on him.
Just waiting for their prime opportunity, right? Like they were knowing that he's still on the run. Illusion pretty much moves pretty fast when he's out of combat on this one as well with the Lady Jen here. But it's just all starting to slowly but surely slip away here from Boom Esports. They need to make sure they are doing everything they can to hold on to every little bit of resources they can try and claim here back for themselves.
The CD key that you can see over there on your screen is ready for you to go and log in onto the game and to input. Gleaming over there with a 3 instead of an E. And Ray of Light over K. Ray of Light is going to be our second CD key for today. Thank you very much, everyone, for your support on our KIS4. So we're really hoping that you can use those CD keys, get online, and get some of the freebies.
Yeah, a little bit of XP for your honor pass there, maybe potentially be the last little bit you need for one of those skins that you get if you buy the honor pass as well. But speaking of buy-in, it's going to be Nongshim racking up that itemization, right? They have steadily accumulated around about a 3k gold lead. And last time we saw, Siri was building the Eternity Blade, built the Daybreaker as well, so going for quite an expensive build, very crit-centric build here for the side of Nongshim Red Force, and he hasn't been caught out once, and that's really paying dividends here down to the bot side of the map, especially that 1v1 gold difference between himself and Danny.
1,500 advantage lead right now that Siri has on top of the Trucha, right? And that is going to be bad news for them. Look at right now, it is going to be Rattel jumping into 4 members.
This is what I love Rattel on Charlotte, man. Like, he just dives in, completely outnumbered, but now the Bridal Efforts catching on to 4-3 here. It's not going to save him. It's going to be that Dream Roam as well as the Unending Sorrow, but the damage coming through here for Nongshim Red Force is laying it on thick, but still Rattel falls down after sustaining himself for so long, but there's Stampede and slows down Midgie. Can they get the kill here? They're looking for more. Haku doesn't want to fall, but Tatsuri, he falls.
Oh, Siri right over there fucking his ulti. I don't think that it was completely necessary. Namu knew that he needed some shield. Jumped in, but the communication was a little bit lacking. But well, what was not lacking was the damage, because it was an amazing trade for Nongshim Red Force, making it all the way into the high ground.
Yeah, exactly. He was literally, he had a mission in mind. He was unstoppable in that one. But I mean, they were able to get obviously a few kills there. So 2 kills for the side of Nongshim Red Force, just furthering and splintering that difference of the gold right now. Maybe they could potentially try and play around the Shadow Overlord. I mean, if Nongshim tried to bait it, they do have the Primal Bond. It is prime time for Boom Carl to try and steal it. Use that Dream Roam, get the smite, get the heck out of there. But they're not looking confident enough, right? They don't have the privilege in top side of the map where the Overlord is situated.
I think that the issue in here is the fact that they don't think that they could even win that fight in that place at the moment. With 30 more seconds of the buff coming in for Nongshim Red Force, Boom Esports jumping in and losing that fight would be game over for them.
Oh yeah, yeah. It definitely would be the nail in the coffin, right? But I feel like still here, Nongshim Red Force, they still have a little bit of way to go. I feel like if once they get the T2s down, then if they were to take a fight around that neutral objective, then I feel like that would be the ultimate scenario there for them. But they do have the privilege of having those T2s still alive in every lane, but it looks like Rattel's looking to try and take one of those away.
It is just so much gold being funneled right now into Siri. And it's 9,000 gold that Siri has right now. I'm telling you, his damage is going to be fully online with one more item. One more item, and it's going to be time for Nongshim to really use Siri to finish the game.
Oh, absolutely. Those Flaming Bombs definitely going to do the Lord's work here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Really cook the side of Boom Esports. And I feel like it's because Siri's really never really been contested, right? Obviously, we saw once that Boom Esports was able to force out the Infinite Vastness, but not actually get the kill, which is a problem there.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's an issue. The problem is that they need to force him out very early into the fight, but they don't have the damage. Look at this, Black.
They don't have the damage, and Rattel does have the sustainability, but the damage has come through there this time around for Boom Esports. They do get the pick up of Haku as well as Namud, and down goes Rattel. Double kill for Danny. This is where the damage is going to come from, but all that being said and done, the Vanguards have done irreparable damage down to that far side of the map there for Boom Esports.
They come into the fight, and Boom Esports, they can sustain. Lovely here from Tatsuri, just using his ulti just to suck in so much damage, allowing Danny to find the right angles. Danny with the right angles is going to be a very big threat for Nongshim Red Force, which I believe it might be the only big threat in here in this match.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely the only threat so far for them onto the side of Boom Esports, but to be honest, I mean, the Chicha here is definitely flying under the radar, getting towards that kind of like full itemization here as well. So I feel like survivability, as long as the positioning into team fights is there, I feel like Danny's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think that the problem here is the initiation onto the wrong people, right? Look at how the Chicha is just dealing so much damage. Danny just can find a very beautiful angle just to be just poking again and again and again and again and just dealing damage.
Keeps dealing the damage here, and that's going to be the problem if Nongshim's not being able to contest it, but they are definitely holding onto the backline and defending it like heck here onto the side of Boom Esports. And I feel like that's kind of the dividends here of not only the Byron, but also the sustainability from the Q1 as well as the Diadea, and there goes down Rattel once again. Boom Esports really picking apart this Charlotte play here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. And now Boom are back in the stride, baby. They take the T2 into the mid lane. They're looking for more. This could be the potential push here, and a good defense is needed by Nongshim.
I'm telling you, when you're playing to sustain, the later that the game goes, the better that it is for you. The more items that you have, if you have a composition like this from Boom Esports, then that's going to be good news. But look at that, one more time they initiate the fight.
They do initiate the fight. They almost got the takedown on the draw there. Obviously, Destructive Deluge being placed down as well. They're trying to just lock them down into the circle, but now the Dream Roam comes through as well with the idea, but that's going to be a bit of a lost cause. That hard link saved Nongshim Red Force in this team fight, but there's still Danny getting that triple kill is huge, so still there is that trade of potential here from Boom, but now Rattel's into the mix. Down gets taken. Siri, the quadra kill coming through here.
Can we do a penta?
Are we going to get it
back? Kill! Oh, Danny comes in and takes a pentakill. It's gonna be our second pentakill of the KIS4, and it's gonna go to Danny on that Tricha. When everyone thought that they did not have the composition, Danny said, "I am gonna carry the team, baby." Crystal goes off, and it's gonna be Boom Esports that they're gonna make it a 1-1 draw.
Nicely done there by Boom, Danny, right? Like, he was literally the saving grace in that entire few last team fights in that game number 2. And to pick up the penta, you saw it there. It could have been taken away in a moment's notice from Tatsuri, but he was like, no, let's get some money in the bank, baby. $500 for Danny and $500 for the rest of his team for just picking up a penta.
Oh, man, I'm loving it. We said that it was going to depend on the Tricha just being able just to deal the damage, to be able to really take care of business. And what a better way just to prove that you're taking care of business than with a pentakill.
I mean, exactly. I was going to make some kind of joke saying you can't spell business without penta, but there's no P in business, so that was just my dyslexia coming through thick there for me. But there we go. Boom. You can't spell business without B, and Boom has a B in it, so I'm making it work, baby. But no, Danny really putting in the work there, making the effort known for him and his teammates, and getting an extra bit of an incentive there. So even if they don't win this series, they walk away with $500 or richer. So fair play.
I'll take that. If they have it there, like, I will take that as well. Congratulations to Boom that came in with a composition that we did not have a lot of faith on, but then after that they just kind of turned things around. As time passed and they built more items and they got tankier and tankier and tankier, the Nongshim Red Force threat was becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. So it was a matter of just understanding the times of the game. Nongshim Red Force should they have just pushed a little bit harder, a little bit faster? Maybe, but for Boom Esports, it actually worked to the perfection.
Exactly, it was very hard because I mean they locked in the Masashi because when you look when Masashi was drafted, we already had the likes of the Hue-1 and the Diadia already pretty much connected there. So looking for a little bit of that, using the duel to the death to get that imperiled state to reduce the healing potential there for the side of Boom Esports was clearly the calling card there for the side of Nongshim, but just never executed to the way that it should have been.
Nongshim Red Force, they might need to change the way that they are opening the games, because right now that is not going to their advantage. It is not working to their advantage. The fact that they're just going so slowly and careful in the first 4 minutes. I would say that they need to go for something a little bit more aggressive in the next match. Maybe they want to go for something that would allow them to really dominate the tempos of the game and really stick to that as well.
I mean, if you look at the potential of all the healing on the side of Boom Esports, and the only person who built the anti-heal item was Illusion, that's a problem already, right? Like, that's an itemization problem that you need to kind of be, if you are the coach of Nongshim Red Force, you need to be saying, like, lads, like, why didn't we go in for anything like Burning Capes here for Namu, or even a Burning Cape for Rattel, since he was so far into the mix, right? Like, that would have made a lot more sense, and definitely would have blundered Boom's potential in that sustainability.
Look at the Illusion's damage dealt, almost 180,000 points in there, but to no actual benefit to his team, right? Like, it's lovely that he's got like such beautiful numbers, but the problem is, if your team is unable to take the victory at the end, those numbers mean nothing. Look, we made it to a moment where it was about a 4,000 gold advantage for Nongshim Red Force at about the 12th minute of the game. And in the moment that they needed to just really go for the push, they kind of hesitated, I would dare to say.
Yeah, they did definitely hesitate there. And that's the problem when you're on the stage, right? Obviously, these kind of things within ranked games definitely make a bit of a difference, but you don't have the shocking aspect of obviously being scared of the crowd. I mean, some of these players, yes, they're professional players, but still the difference of taking that situation out of one into another where comfort isn't quite your friend can mean that these 1-second situations and decisions completely change the game for you here. And I can honestly say that Boom aren't afraid of crowds. They like to amp up the crowd. They have the fan base in their arena there in Jakarta, Indonesia, and it's showing there, that especially with that win.
Oh man, I'm telling you, just looking back at that pentakill, just such a beautiful performance by Danny, man. But we gotta praise as well Carl, because it all comes in from Carl's initiation. It is the dream roam into the back lane that allows the Chicha to actually deal all the damage. That is the reason.
Yeah, Chicha really pretty much was off the chain there for that game number 2, right? Like, there was just no real reason or real rhyme for Nongshim Red Force to be able to kind of get in there, but also get the takedown, which is even scarier. But no, they did it. They were able to dismantle the side of Nongshim. We didn't believe in the draft. They make us believers now. And we can only hope going forward that Boom kind of still continue with this same belief, or at least with the morale after that one. They could try and put a bit of a nudge or a crack into the stone of the PH gatekeepers.
Well, the MVP for this game, you have it over there in front of you on your screens. The MVP is going to be Danny. Any other way that it could have gone, I would have actually just to put in there my relief. They're telling you, Chicha, the Forge Maiden, 8-2-2 with an amazing pentakill at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. I mean, you can't get a pentakill and then not get an MVP. I think if that happened to me in my ranking, I would be miffed. I would be miffed, to say the least. I would be marching down to Tencent Studios in London and be like, hey, look, screenshot, I got a penta, where's my MVP? But no, they didn't do Danny dirty. Danny got the MVP, and you can see here in the highlights.
Oh, come on, man. Like, the thing here, this was the moment where I really thought that Nongshim Red Force had it in the bag. Like, they were pushing in so much, but in here is when things start turning around, in the minute 13 of the game. Nongshim Red Force jumps in to try to engage, but they are unable to find Danny. Danny just with the right angles.
in here. Look, waiting here for the dream room. Comes in, gets into multiple people at the back lane, and that's the reason why everything happens.
Yeah, exactly. The dream room just like enough offsets to just completely kind of turn the tide of that team fight, right? Like it's only like a 1 second knockup, but that's a lot of time within Honor Kings. Like, if you're up in the air for 1 second, there's so much damage that can be taken place onto you. And proving that is obviously Danny and Tatsuri towards the end there, picking up that pentakill and then just rushing that singular minion into the crystal. And everyone even at the stage was kind of gobsmacked, was like, hang on, what's going on? And there we go. We got some reactions from Boom and some of the PH staff there. So Auto Loss really happy with that win for the side of Boom Esports.
I'm telling you, I am super entertained with what is happening right now. Pentakill, Danny leads Boom to equalize the score in Game 2. And after looking at these 2 games, I'm telling you, I do believe that we're gonna go all the way to 7 games because none of these games have been short. In this way, when you start seeing games that are always 16, 17, 18 minutes, you can see that the difference in level in between the 2 teams, it's very, very minimal. So if the difference in level is very minimal, I can expect that we're gonna go all the way.
Oh, absolutely. It can only go all the way. I mean, unless that kind of like Game 2 draft there from the side of Boom Esports was a bit of a saving grace, a little bit of a Hail Mary thanks to the Chicha pickup. But now, obviously, like I was stating in that exact same draft, is the fact that Nongshim don't have to worry about banning out the Chicha anymore. There's just no need. And the Dolly is off of the board here as well. Like, there is some huge meta picks that are no longer a need for Nongshim to be focusing on within this Game 3 draft. So I feel like now it's kind of a bit more of an issue for Boom to kind of maintain or even surpass that momentum they had in game number 2.
We're gonna move into game number 3. Nongshim Red Force is going to choose the red. Boom Esports is gonna be on the blue. Lam, a very basic question that I always ask everyone. If you were the coach and you get to choose based on this patch, would you go for blue side or would you go for red side? What would you prefer in this specific patch?
In this specific patch, and from what I've seen of Season 4 Invitational, personally, when it kind of like comes out for it, I feel like red side for me as a coach gives you a bit more leeway, right? I mean, you're still kind of at the victim of those 4 first bans, but you get to react to that first prio blue pick. And I feel like going further into the series, for me, red side makes a lot more sense because you kind of already knowing where they're going or at least what's the priority for the team when they go for that first pick.
And very interesting because when you analyze, and hopefully today after I finish it here, I can go back and then just do the stats. I can perceive, and my feeling is that a lot of the coaches feel exactly the same as you. I do believe that a lot of the teams are just deciding to just choose for the red, for the counter pick, instead of just being able to take the priority. So maybe that just shows us how the priority is not that big. We don't have that big of T0, like tier 0 heroes that could change the whole game. And it's more about the compositions instead.
Oh, absolutely. It's this 5-man game, right? Like, you can't just pick one hero that's like a T0 and be like, right, okay, that's it, GG, FF at 15, right? Like, within that first part of the draft. Once it comes out onto the blue side, like you see here with the Fire Ninja for Tatsuri, you know for a fact, obviously, Nongshim, I gotta look for something that's gonna either try and counter the Mai Shiranui or at least keep her locked into that lane. And Nongshim Red Force may potentially picking up that Dolia and Yang Jiang combo here that we saw from Boom in game number 1.
I shall protect this mortal world.
If it is available, you need to go for it because that Dolia with the Yang Jiang, it is such a strong pick. Not only because of the double ult that you can get from the Yang Jiang and the sustain and the damage. It's just that Dolia paired with anything else in this specific patch, it just gives you so many different options. The Dolia for me is one of the most interesting picks for this patch and this moment. So many heroes that you can pair her with.
Oh, absolutely. Double Ultimate's always going to be a bit of a lifesaver here for some of these teams, or even a playmaking potential, right? I mean, it's not even just the ultimate that you have to consider. Like, sometimes on the Yang Jian, it's as simply as just getting that refresh quicker on that first skill, because say, for example, a scenario, you place the hound down, you get the kill very quickly, that's going to refresh instantly anyway. You place down another hound, you can dive further onto the back line. If you don't quite sure get that kill, you can then use the hound to get away as well, like by putting onto a minion or anything like that, or even like a side camp, just to kind of get some kind of means of a way out here. So there is a lot of accessibility when you think of that Celestial Melody.
Boom Esports right now just gonna go aggression with aggression. Guan Yu over here for the flanks and the second initiation, and the Tempo Master over there with Pei. The Tiger is gonna just be leaping around, and we know that Carl's Pei is actually really strong as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's an actual player within the Season 4 Invitational where I thought, the Pei could be better, you know? Like, Pei, all these players understand how it needs to be played, right? That you just need to be constantly farming, potentially looking to the top side of the map there to try and get that pressure for your clash lane, and more importantly, just kind of dealing damage from a distance. Like, that duo sort of marksman combo is going to be very frightful for the side of Boom Esports if they get the right kind of supports. And right now, we're looking at Marco Polo come through here as well, which has not really been the most kind of highlighted farm laner within this patch.
Nope.
Again, easily destructed ultimate, which is scary, and obviously you're really banking on the fact that you're able to outscale your enemy's farm laner to get those first few attack speed items, so you actually get online a little bit quicker.
I can start seeing how Boom Esports is coming and thinking about their control CC chain, right? Like, we can already see the mods with the Pokin. We can see the Maestro using the Kachusins just to slow people down. We can see the Guan Yu coming in from the flank, pushing people all together, just for the Marco Polo just to come in and finish the dunk. And if all of that does not work, you always have the Pei dealing damage from the sides, just coming in and getting kills. This Boom Esports composition, if it works well, if it comes down to really that coordination in between them, it is going to be a very destructive composition.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like you said, they're obviously Marco Polo trying to get that last little bit of a hey hurrah onto the side of Nongshim Red Force to get that claim of a few kills here. But I mean, if you look at their draft, you've got to assume that Danny is going to be taking the cleanse here, because if not, there's a lot of CC waiting for you, whether it be the Wave Breaker, whether it be the Soaring Shot, whether it be the Truth Mantra. Like, there's a lot to really consider here before you go in with that Fever Barrage.
No, completely, and that has been one of the talents, one of the abilities that we have seen Marco Polo always go around with, right? Like, either it is going to be the Purified here would be actually a very interesting one for him to be choosing and for him to go with. On the other side, Nongshim Red Force, the last pick that they showed us right over there was going to be the Channel. Channel is going to be a very interesting pick because it has been a very meta hero in this patch. Even though a lot of people were not expecting to see that much Channel action during this week, KIS4 has invited a lot of very good Channel performances.
A lot of good ones as well. But I mean, look at that. Like, he does go for the cleanse, however, but Namu goes for the stun. So obviously, you go in with the Ode, get kind of like claim your distance onto Danny. If you don't get the hit with the cleanse with the Wave Breaker, stun that bad boy. Like, he's not going to go anywhere. That ultimate's going to get pretty much disconnected. And even worse for me, I feel like the matchup for Chano going up against the Marco Polo here goes into the favor of the Chano. Just because you have those Spirit Wolves, so that's going to really try and block the Splendid Revolver, the first skill of Marco Polo, which is pretty much one of his bread and butter of his kit.
The one thing that I've never actually liked from the Marco Polo is just the directional damage that it has, right? It's very limited. It's just one straight line of bullets that you can deal damage with, right? And something like the Channel that can have multiple wolves coming in, it's going to be very difficult for Danny to try to clean all of them at the same time.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, one direction is not that bad as long as you are literally going in the right direction, right? Like, if you are ahead and you are basically chasing down the enemy team in that one direction, it's going to be a pain train for you. But when you are behind, it's not the greatest thing for you. But I feel like maybe they're probably praying a little bit more towards the macro side. Obviously, Marco Polo, once he's online, once those objectives start to come through and the blading phase pretty much halts, you're going to be seeing him trying to get the pushes on these T1s, T2s.
1 minute and 30 seconds. You can see that the Dolia coming in here, and they're just helping up with Siri. That 2v2. One of the beautiful things about the Dolly is just the rotations are very easy, right? Like very mobile hero. So they can actually just be moving in between lanes extremely quickly. That allows you to sometimes just feel that you're not playing a 5v5, but you're actually playing a 6v5. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, even the damage as well. Like, she recently got a buff on her damage, and honestly, in the early parts of the game, it really hurts, especially on a squishy hero like Marco Polo. Yeah, like, you've got waves slapping you, and if you have a phobia of water, good luck.
I don't want to be slapped by no waves, man. Please, I don't want that no more.
I'll leave it for rain. Let's see. Used to it, but it's rain instead.
Of course. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at this. This is going to be our game number 3. We can already see how all of these rotations are just setting up the same pace on the first 2 games. Same pace right now over here. Lucian is going to have eyes on Migi, and Migi is going to be taking a 2v2 one more time. Look at that.
Oh yeah, Tatsuri had a nice little flank there, could have actually got on, but there it is, the Yang Jian dive in with the ulti. Beautiful shred down of damage there from Haku. Getting the first blood for the first time for Nongshim Red Boss here. But still, Carl is like, you know what, if you're gonna take a kill, I'm gonna take your Azure Golem, but rightfully so here. Haku's like, okay, bet I'll raise you your own, and I'll still be able to get my Azure Golem, because if Haku didn't do that, that's a problem.
Great decision coming in from Carl, right? Like, he sees that the Yanjin is already over there on the clash lane, so immediately it was a moment of nanoseconds when he just started making his way for the Azure Golem. Sadly for him, the Dolia had eyes on him, sensed information that they are able just to react to it, so there was not a very big advantage. At the end of the day, it was still better from Nongshim Red Force since they were able to take the kill as well.
Carl looking to go for the approach here onto Namu, gets hit by the cannon blast. The Fever Barrage just come through, but now it's going to be actually Siri claiming the kill. Oh, the think inside the box is not currently thinking, but Haku gets the dive in, forcing the flash here onto Draw. Draw is able to use the dash away and keep himself alive.
The Overlord
Ratel in a 2v1, nothing that he can do about that. Garuda trying to use his ulti to push them away. And look at that, Ratel's still gonna be able to survive that 2v1.
The shield
is
from the Majestic Guardians.
Man.
They kept him alive. Literally a little lifeline there for the side of Illusion, but that's playing as a team, right? That's the whole point of playing as a team, is you have utility within your kit. You need to use it not selfishly, but selflessly to your teammates. That's the whole point of it.
Four minutes and 40 seconds left right over here. After that, Nongshim Red Force, remember that they were able to take on to that first Tyrant right now. They do have the buff. With this buff, I do believe that Nongshim Red Force need to start trying to alter the pace of things. If you let if you let Carl on that pace just continue dominating the tempo of the game, as time passes, it's going to be really hard for you to win these fights. Right now, lucky for them is not that big of an advantage, but they need to stop him right now.
Absolutely. I mean, in the same sentiment, if they can kind of outlast him as well, then he kind of his scaling falls off anyway. So I feel like there's a prime spot in time here for Boom Esports to get the victory in the condition here of pay. But speaking of getting taken down, it's going to be a draw here. Getting taken down there, that think inside the box didn't do as much impact as it really hoping for, or at least enough time for Tatsuri to get the rotation. And now, both side of the map is in Nongshim's favor.
Has destroyed a tower.
Nonshin, right after making the moves in there, they decide to go for the turrets. And one more time, it's going to be Rattel that's going to be in a 1v2. Again and again and again, poor Rattel is never having any help.
He's nice. He's always at the disadvantage here, but sometimes, to be fair, I think Rattel's probably like the player the most that's been put in those sticky situations. If he's not put himself in there, like we saw in game number 2, he can still outshine it, right? Like, he's like, okay, bet, bring your 2v1s. I can basically do some division and make you a 1v1 with my abilities, and there's going to be a bit of attempt there for Haku to get that Azure Golem away from Carl, and is successful at doing so.
Amazing timing for Haku as his passive was just online at the moment. So it was really good. Comes in, gets a timer on Carl's Azure Golem, and right now he's going to be Nonshin Red forcing control of all of the resources. They got the timers, they've got the gold. Sadly, they're going to lose this turret in here, but at this moment in time, that turret in there does not make a very big difference.
Doesn't make a big difference just yet, but it's just going to kind of like equalize that lead that Nongshim had into the bot side of the map there for the side of Boom. So whenever that Tyrant comes around, it's pretty much neck and neck, and the potential there is really going to lie within that team fight. But the devastating loss there is that T1 into the mid lane.
Of course, yeah, no, like losing that T1 in there just puts a lot of pressure on the Carl, because right now his resources are going to be always going to be targeted. Look at that.
Yeah, the flash in with the truth mantra, but into the backline is going to be the Ryujin from Tatsuri. The pickup, that is revenge for Rattel being so aggressive. It's giving that pickup for the side of Boom Esports, but now it's going to be paid back from Haku. Haku's getting the slow, gets a kill down on Tatsuri, and now Miji finds himself in a bit of a rock between a hard place, but Haku gets annihilated by that T3.
That T3 is still just dealing so much damage as the T2 is still standing. So you can imagine that just taking a hit from that T3, it's gonna hurt so bad, man. Rattel comes in being extremely aggressive. He comes in with the flash, finds in the true dot mantra onto the wall. The problem in here is that it was not lethal. And if you are not able just to have some follow-up and some teammates coming in with you, you're putting yourself in a very precarious position.
Exactly. I mean, the only other like hero onto the side of Nongshim Red Force that can really kind of like keep up with that distance cover in there is definitely Haku onto the Yang Jian. Like, there's no other way that Illusion, Siri, or even Namu here can really keep up at that same pace without exhausting their flash. And the problem is, if you exhaust the flash onto the Garuda, into the Chano, you pretty much locked yourself in there with the enemy team and no means of escaping. So you've really got to make sure that that team fight's worth taking.
Oh, come on, man. Like, in this moment right now, the teams need to be extremely careful. These two teams are fighting for one ticket into the final. First final of 2026. So if you want really to be able to start 2026 with the right foot, you need to take 4 games today so you can play against Nova Esports tomorrow afternoon.
Exactly. I mean, it's not the easiest fight to have as well after this one. It's going to be against Nova, but then it's going to be the takedown for Nongshim. A 2-0 trade overall. Tatsuri and Draw do draw the blood there, but it's going to be that top T1. Keeping alive here, Danny, for now, but it's going to be a bit of a 4v1 dive there. Using the Soaring Shot, the Fever Barrage at the backline. Tries to do a little bit of an attempt to take down the Garuda, but it's enough to take down the minion wave, which is going to keep that T1 alive for now. So even though he goes out with grace.
Oh yeah, 3-0 trade right now for Nonshin Red Force. Things are looking horrible for Boom Esports. 10 seconds for the Tyrants to go into their shadow mode, and this is just not good for them. Because right now, if Nonshin is able to just take on to that, the pressure on the high grounds right now is going to be imminent and is going to be immediate as well.
Exactly. You don't want any immediate pressure if you are the side of Boom Esports as well, right? I mean, definitely now that we have obviously the takedown of the Shadow Tyrant come through, Carl's trying to make sure work of the Shadow Overlord, but can they get the steal here? It does go up to the favor of the side of Boom Esports. Giving Tatsuri to get that last hit there, and actually Spoken, sniping out Miggy is going to be Illusion with that Wings of Judgment.
Oh, look at that. Right now it's Carl, the one that is on the run. 4 members of Boom Esports going around trying to find out to Carl. They have eyes on the tiger. Can they actually get the kill? He's surrounded by everyone. Sorry about that, Carl. There is not going to be a miracle today.
Carl decided to have a bit of a track and race there. Just thought, you know what, I'm going to do a quick circuit around the enemy team's base and see if I can survive. And the answer to that one is unfortunately limit tested, and it is no. So don't try it in your ranked game there, ladies and gentlemen. As we see the approach here from Nongshim Red Force, they're looking to put a lot more pressure into that mid lane and really start to open up that enemy's jungle.
Red team has destroyed
Danny already
tower.
trying his very best to do the split push, right? Like he went for his Crimson Golem. He's got right now Crimson Golem, so he's being able to sustain himself a little bit more. The problem in here is that the Marco Polo on that split push and the Carl on the Tigers on the pay on that split push is the only option that Boom Esports has against him.
Oh, Rattel find himself in a very hard situation to overcome that one. But I mean, the death of Rattel means that they can further push this side of Boom Esports, right? Obviously getting the minion wave, but the high ground turrets there is going to do a bit of damage there. Get the T2 top side of the map. So yes, they lose a life, but it's irreparable damage onto that turret there. Oh my goodness, Series using the pack wolves. He gets the takedown at the call, and now Tatsuri's like, hey, I want some of this action. Gets the takedown here onto Siri, and now we're looking for some more. The backup, the boys in blue have come through. It's going to be Illusion with the Wings of Judgment, but Haku gets the pick off.
Look at Danny trying to go in for the back door. He's going to be able to take onto that turret, but to what price? Because right now, it is going to be Nongshim Red for the one that they want to take on the high ground in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, the high ground does fall for the side of Nongshim, but still staying alive here for the side of Boom Esports. So I feel like it has paid off here for Danny. If he's able to get out with his life here at least, then I feel like that is definitely a job worth being done here for the side of Boom Esports. But Nongshim, they've definitely got to kind of put a little bit of filler in that crack in the wall.
Not gonna lie, Blam, the backdoor play, it's for me, it's a very PKL kind of move. Not gonna lie, I see it a lot in PKL, just to see like people just trying to go in the moment that we're down. I'm just gonna try to just steal the crystal in any moment that they can. I see it that it has been pretty famous and very frequent in PKL. Have you had that same feeling?
Absolutely. I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? So if you do it and don't get it, that's fine. But if you do it and you get it, that's just saved yourself a good 5 more minutes of a game that you didn't need to play. But it is definitely a PKL identity here, and only they seem to be able to do it and pull it off with finesse, or at least the timing that's needed and the care.
Right now, the problem for Nongshim Red Force is that having that opening in there at the bottom lane, out over there at the farm lane, it is just psychological pressure on them. Because right now they cannot focus only on what their objective was, which was just to go and take on the high ground. They need to have eyes all the time on the possible backdoor.
Exactly, yeah. It's always going to be in the back of their mind, kind of just like, oh, did I turn off the gas on the stove? Like, did I actually lock the door at home? That's exactly what's happening to Nongshim right now, and happens to me right now as I sit at my desk in my house thinking, I don't smell gas, I'm fine. Whereas Nongshim, they might be smelling gas in a few moments. That might be the problem.
It might be a very big problem for them, man, because right now, in what it looked like today, a game that they had under control, that opening in there just makes the game to be 50-50 one more time. Look at how right now with Boom Esports, every single time that Nongshim Red Force has gone for the Tyrant, they go for the Overlord immediately. 1 against 2. One more time, Rattel.
Yeah, Rattel managed to actually escape there with that shield once again given by the side of Illusion, but there we're seeing a pack chase onto Danny. Danny does fall here, but once again, look at that bot side of the map. Carl is looking for a retreat, and they're trying to stop the recalls of total members of Nongshim Red Force. But luckily, we do see that Siri gets back, but can he keep it alive? The base rush is going to come through here for Carl.
Is it enough time?
Do it? No, it's not enough time. He was trying his best to stop that recall.
And right now it's going to be Boom Esports, the ones that they are going to have to go back and try to fix this. 30 seconds until Carl comes back. They have at least more time for a power play. The minions in the mid lane are gonna come. What is Midi gonna be able to do against these three members of Non-Shield Red Force Black?
They gotta hope and pray that they can actually stop this splinter in the top side. The amount of opportunities that this has created for the side of Boom Esports is very scary. So they gotta make sure that they take some of their ground for themselves to put that pressure back onto their side, and also make it so that they also have that psychological kind of stress onto the side of Boom Esports.
Look at that right now. If they get to take onto that turret, they're going to stabilize what had been a little bit of a bleed place for them. They are able to put some more pressure. The waves are still pretty far away, and we're back to a 5v5.
Back to the 5v5. Everyone back onto the Gorge here, and Nongshim and Red Force. I mean, as much as it's worth right now, they are ahead in terms of the gold lead, but if you look at itemization, other than Draw and other than Namu, they're still pretty much slowly building towards that 6-slotted itemization, whereas the rest of the crews pretty much got there, and the peak is already peaked for both of these two teams. It's now about positioning and execution.
All right, let's wait and see what's going to happen. Right now, we can see that Non-Shield Red Force has already cleaned all of the minion waves, and there are 3 lanes coming in with super minions coming, trying to knock on the Boom Esports high ground door. Where's Carl going?
Carl here. He's trying to freeze maybe potentially the minion wave coming through here, or maybe even trying to potentially get a gank here, as he's just kind of made a massive U-turn right now. Looking to go and maybe put that pressure on, try and get the dunk onto the likes of Majestic Guardian here, and Sage Sanctuary is onto Siri here, so even if he does get the takedown, it's going to take 2 health bars to get him rinsed, but there's Hatsuri being rinsed out like a bad
spotted.
And on the run is going to be Carl. He has been spotted. He needs to make sure he can get out alive and maybe even recall. And there it is, Draw. He may be taking the brunt here on the side of Nongshim Red Force. And there it is, the dash in. It's going to be the Lights and Mantras that's going to do damage. And there we go. Nongshim Red Force finally get game 3.
Nongshim Red Force comes in what looked like a little bit of a bumpy road for them. And it makes it into a 2-1 advantage. Non-Shield Red Force, as we go, we're gonna move into the half of this game. Right now, 2-1 advantage. What was going on with Boom Esports and that last move? That was actually very confusing. That last turn from Carl, I understand the idea of wanting to come in from behind, but it was such a gigantic U-turn.
I think maybe he was just potentially anticipating another minion wave, maybe. Maybe he thought he had enough time to stick around and clear out the minion wave that would have potentially come through as the second wave, as we saw at the Crystal at that moment in time. But his teammate needed him, right? Like, they already dropped 1 life. Tatsuri fell, so that's the reason why Carl needed to try and find a little bit of a Hail Mary play onto the back line of Nongshim Red Force, and just didn't find it.
Well, sadly for him, he was unable to find that, and right now they were unable to find the turn to the victory. They had the option when he took in for the back door, just to try to win that, just to try to surprise their opponents, but it was very, very close for him to take on to that Crystal. This was a really high intensity battle, and Non-Shield Red Force is 1 step forward, and they are closing themselves to moving into the final as well.
Exactly. I mean, if they just executed the cheater in game number 2, they would have even been just 1 step closer, right? But now they've got to obviously still go another 2 games back to back if they get that victory. But I feel like Boom's definitely not going to give them that satisfaction, because they want to be in the grand finals too. They want a bit of that Nova.
Oh, I'm telling you, the 2 of them, they want to go to the final, but nobody wants none of that Nova. I'm telling you, after watching them play today and play yesterday, nobody wants none of that Nova, man. But everybody wants to go to the final, that's for sure. Non-Shield Red Force right over here, you can see that Siri was gigantic and Haku was gigantic as well. Look at the numbers, man. Both of them 9 kills in their pockets.
Yeah,
Great
respectively, the kills were definitely online there for the side of Nongshim Red Force. I mean, let's look at Namu, man. This is the reason why I highlighted him to you. He's 0-1-17, a true support by KDA. None of these kills, none of these kills secure in Stealing. He has no kills. He's just serving them all up hot plates for the rest of the members of Nongshim Red Force.
Yes.
Hindofu, I'm looking at you.
Poor kid just catching strays in a game that most likely he's just at home watching on the stream. Ken, we still like you a lot, my guy. We still like you a lot. Look at the gold graph. Every single time, every single game, it has been the same. It's just a very, very slow and passive start. And I'm just trying to move 3 or 4 steps ahead, man. Like whoever that makes it tomorrow to the final against Nova Esports, these kind of openings just play directly into Nova's advantage. So for these two teams playing against each other, they should not just get used to the fact of playing this kind of game. This kind of pacing is not beneficial for them in the long term.
Oh no, definitely not. They definitely need to change their game. If you are either Nongshim or Boom Esports, going up against Nova Esports tomorrow, but it's still, they have the marathon to run here. Like, they need to still get to 4 points to win this series. And right now, obviously, Nongshim do take the upper part of the potential of that one. But look at these head-to-heads here. I feel like it's definitely an understated performance here from Tatsuri on the Mai Shiranui. Like, he did get 4 deaths. Yes, he got 4 assists there as well, but it's just like, really, is that what you want to be doing and expanding, or at least using the Fire Ninja and not actually getting the win?
Complicated game for him. Siri, just such an amazing performance. Look at the way that his map is just showing over there in the graph. Insane. Just completely took control of that farm laners clash. On the other hand, Namu, there cannot be no more Namu glazing here because Namu played perfectly on that dolly as well.
He did play very well in the dolly. It's no longer glazing. I heard you say it to Sagi. Sagi's like, hey, I don't want to glaze anybody, but you say, hey, it's not glazing if it's true. So I'm using that statement back on you. I'm not glazing if it's true. But what is also true is the MVP going over the series, and I think it's definitely well deserved here with that KDA. 917, currently coming in with around about 130k of the damage dealt, but only 50k taken. So yes, there was points in that game where he looked like he was pretty much shying towards death, but the way he was situated, the way he knew how to play this hero, kept himself alive.
You gotta remember that he is the one person that went back and saved the game from the backdoor attack, right? So he actually can take pride on the fact that he was not only on the attack, he was at the same time defending as well. It came to a moment at the end of the game where I saw him just being in a very bad spot. He took a 1v2 against Migi and against Carl, and he was still able to survive it. This one right over here, I think. There. Takes a 1v2 and then he's still able to take Carl down.
Yeah, exactly. It's still very well done. A bit of like, just like, this is my last song, you know. Like, let's take him out. Let's try and get the win here. But this is the player that we really thought, like, maybe, just maybe, they'll get the back door and Boom can like celebrate on stage. But this is a problem as well. Like, if you are heavily reliant on getting back doors for your victory, it means that the defense of your base is not quite up to scratch where it needs to be.
Yes, and not all these compositions are able to just do that, right? Like, not all the compositions are designed in that way. You need to have a hero that can actually do the attack, and you need to have a set of heroes at the back that can really defend your position with very few numbers. So not all the compositions are designed for it for sure.
Exactly. It was definitely a more of a back and forth game for number 3. Like, obviously, number 1, there was very cordial. Like, every game in this series seems to have its own kind of theme, where whether it be Boom dominating, whether it be Nongshim taking a while to get online, or whether it's just 2 immovable objects just butting heads, you know, like just constantly going at it and just hoping and throwing everything at each other and hoping it sticks. But this time around, that did stick for Nongshim Red Force. Maybe next game will be Boom's. Maybe Nongshim's now on the steamroll of the back-to-back wins.
I'm sorry, Blam, I'm gonna call it. I do believe we're going all the way until 7 games. It's gonna be 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, all the way until 7. And then in 7, that's where we're gonna see if the experience is really going to help out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be a long night. Go and get something to eat. Let's go to a break and we'll be back.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bela spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kula deni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Fikir-fikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi yang zaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang tak bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya akan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat salah gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa, kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me go di singgah sana, aku cinta I'm the queen feel alright. Orang jajali terjalan dah. If you want me profit way mah. Siapa tadi panggil cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me ni aku sebut api. Yes my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali.
Hello, welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4 here in Jakarta, Indonesia's GPK Basketball Hall. I'm Sagi, and alongside of me is also Blam. And Blam, I just witnessed some crazy backdoor that got denied by Motion Red Force.
Exactly right. If you were definitely watching the game when you saw that denial at the back door, but it has, like I said before the break, said to Isaac, there is a concurring theme with each game within this series, whether it be Nongshim getting the correct team fight, whether it be Boom getting the correct team fight, or then the third game was hoping for a bit of a backdoor there, but then it was just that Boom Esports just could not find the correct team fight that they wanted to get that dub. So maybe game number 4 could be what Boom is looking for.
And to talk about these global ban picks that we have on our screen, I was pretty shocked just now in game 1 that Luara was actually locked in for some Motion Red Force. Not only did they lock it in, they managed to make it work, which is what really surprised me. And I gotta say, I was really shocked.
I think everyone was, but I mean, speaking of shooked, I feel like the support is definitely shaking up for the side of Boom Esports. Paris Online says, let's go Team Philippines, show them what you are made of. So there is some love and support for the boys and Boom. And even in the stadium, we're in Indonesia, but there is support for Boom.
Yeah, support for Boom. I mean, Boom Esports itself is also an Indonesian organization that has a team in Philippines PKL itself. So maybe it's like the local Boom Esports audience tuning in to support the Philippines team, which is Boom Esports here. But coming into this game number 4 here, we do have Boom Esports selecting the red side, reactive red against Nongshim Red Force. And I gotta say, so far out of the 3 games, the early to mid game seems to be always in control of the side of Nongshim Red Force. It is for the side of Boom Esports to find ways to come in towards the series, to find those small cheeky wins thus far.
That's the thing, though. I feel like Nongshim Red Force has had this identity since last year. Like, the early to mid game's always been good, but then it always comes to finishing the game that always seems different. And even though they've got new faces on the team, it still seems to be a little bit of the same issue. And honestly, I feel like it is something they definitely need to brush up on if they're going to go up against Nova Esports tomorrow.
That is true here. I don't think that Nova Esports is going to be an easy target for either of these two teams. They are looking to make it all the way to the finals of KIS4. But before we actually decide who moves on, we need to see who gets this current win to push it potentially for Nongshim Red Force to the match point, or for Boom Esports to equalize the series once again. Right now, it's Nongshim Red Force on towards the blue side with a 1-score lead above their opponents. Boom Esports on towards the red side.
I got a feeling Boom's definitely got to go for the Zhongfei in this game number 4, right? Like, they haven't had it just yet. Nongshim's had it, but not banned it in the first 2 waves here. And because they're on the red side, it would make sense for them to maybe try and lock in either their farm lane for Danny and then get draw solidified as well. However, it's going to be the Chicha here, because obviously Boom did pick it up in game number 2, got them the victory, and now Nongshim's like, okay, bet, let's lock it in as our first pick so we can then flex it to wherever we want it to go.
Yeah, Chicha, ever since being introduced to the meta alongside with the likes of Haya, the Evernight Aspiration, I would say that her position in the priority of the draft is actually pretty high, considering that you can actually flex it into 3 different roles: the Clash lane, farm lane, also the jungle. It kind of reminds me of the peak version of the Yu Huan that we had back in the 2025, which all the KML teams love to flex it around and love to first pick it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, the Hue one was like, it was pretty much the golden goose for the blue side. Even in 2024, when we didn't even have global ban pick, it was always constantly. And speaking of the golden goose, she is going to rear her head this time around, because, I mean, this synergy did work for the side of for the side of Boom Esports, because when we got Chicha, we got the Tooncaster as well. The Hue one's going to go over to Namu here, which feels like it's a little bit of a... I feel like I'm in a different universe, because Namu has just been always playing these... tank support, so seeing the Tooncaster go over to him is going to be a little bit of a different shaker here. Maybe could be the upset that Nongshim need.
Yeah, they definitely need something different to stabilize themselves. Like we talk about, Red Blam. The mid game, the early game looks fantastic coming in for the South Nongshim Red Force. It's always coming down to the late game department where they have been having issues to properly end games. Potentially that we see this hyper-aggressive setup coming in with the Force Beta Chicha, with the Fire Ninja on the Hands of Illusion. Maybe this is what it actually allows them to push the game even faster, even more concise to close off games.
Yeah, I mean, they got the sustainability, they got the firepower as well, and obviously, as you said, obviously, mid to late game, you got the Chicha here coming through also, especially as we've already seen from Boom Esports. Danny, I feel like for me, if obviously it is going to go over to Siri here, they definitely need to try and get the Penta right. They need to one-up Boom Esports in that regards. They need to be the 3rd Penta onto the KIS4, but if we're looking at, obviously, these kind of bans onto the side of Nongshim Red Force, getting rid of the Dharma here as well as the Lady Jen, I feel like is a really good call for the side of Boom.
They do seem to be pacing themselves slowly into certain compositions that they want to be finalizing, right? Like banning away the Dharma, removing the Wombo combo with the Tatsuri Boardmaster here, and that is another pick of the flavor here that I'm seeing from Nongshim Red Force. We've been seeing a lot more of Ying in peak tournaments recently due to the adjustments of the itemization, and right now we are getting our first ever Ying of 2026 coming in from the Nongshim Red Force jungler here. Haku locks it in for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, I hate this pick. Like, even in my ranked games, the Ying is my go-to ban because when you get somebody on the enemy team that can play Ying jungle very well, you've got the knock-up, you've got huge disruption as well, but it's also those combos that you can obviously chain together, especially with the ultimate and that kind of track down of the Fire Spear as well. Really kind of thinks, oh, I'm getting out alive, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, no, I've just been completely decimated by the Ying here. So Fire Spear coming through. And Nongshim Red Force shake-up once again.
Their team composition this time around is much more early to mid-game centric here. If they cannot find those major leads, they do have a bit of a worry for Danny to actually outscale them in the mid to later stages of the game here. Because for Boomy's first draft, they might not be the strongest one in the early to mid-game, but when they start pacing themselves, when the 3 items starts kicking in, that's where Carl, that's where Miggy, that's where Danny starts taking control over the game 4.
Yeah, I mean, the problem I think like for Boom Esports is the lack of any kind of sustain, right? Obviously, they don't have sustain in terms of the healing. I mean, they do have the tank potential of the Liempo here, a little bit of CC immunity as well, coming from the kit of the Martial Genius as well as the Earthshaker. But when it comes to healing, I feel like this comes generally like they need to play a very short kind of team fight and get the correct pickups here. So I feel like a lot's riding on Migi here on the Martial Genius.
The Martial Genius, yes, I perfectly agree with what you mentioned, whereby it's either two ways, right? Number one, you look to pick off the primary target on the assassination playstyle, or number two, you man mark against the opponent, which is Ratel on the Guan Yu, making sure that Danny and Tatsuri isn't bothered by the flanking horse that's coming behind you, right? For Miggy, those is 2 jobs. Pick one, and if you can master either one, that could be the game changer here for Boom Esports to potentially equalize this game 4.
Yep, the equalizing of game number 4 could come here from the side of Boom Esports, and I can imagine the PKL fans at the GBK Arena are definitely hoping for that outcome, but right now, it's down to Nongshim Red Force to try and set up that back-to-back victory to claim themselves their place into the Grand Finals tomorrow.
And I'm also excited to see our first ever debut of the Fire Spear Ying coming in towards the side of Nongshim Red Force here. We do see for the side of Boom Esports, they immediately go for the aggressive clear, 3-man clear in towards the mid side, allowing Danny to mitigate that laning phase against Chicha in the form of farming.
Exactly, like just making sure that they're able to kind of like farm up and get Danny to a good positioning over the enemy's marksman here as well, right? So obviously, a bit early game for the Chicha is going to be very interesting here, going to be against the Ali, but when you have Boom taking away all these minor camps and actually securing it, you can already see that it's already putting a lot of pressure on the Nongshim's early game.
Yeah, beautifully played coming in for the side of Boom Esports, knowing where to properly put their resources in, trying their best to give Danny the perfect early game that he's looking for, but this freeze is causing a bit of a trouble on towards Danny here. Hence, you see Carl immediately coming to the rescue.
Yeah, Gorge Mobilization is there going to be to lock down the Chicha. I mean, that's definitely one way, right? That's the one reason why Nongshim was able to quite do the same kind of thing. Is because they don't have that dive into the back line where it's onto the side of Boom. They've got Carl with the Gorge Mobilization. They've got the Martial Genius. And they've also got the Liam Poe as well, which is always going to be very frightful if you're playing something like the Chicha.
It's really a Boom Esports playstyle, right? And towards the top side, though.
Oh, Miggy. Oh, having to force the flash there. I mean, it's going to keep him alive, but unfortunately, that 1v1 definitely didn't go in the favor of Miggy into the top side.
Yeah, but they do trade common spell for common spell. That's no sprint, and that's no flash coming in for the side of Miggy here. So for Miggy, he's going to be a prime target for the side of Nongshim Red Force to be prioritizing for the next 2 minutes before the spawn of the Tyrant here. Tatsuri getting a beautiful catch.
Gets the catch with the board here onto draw, but I mean, there's not really much more of the follow-up here for the side of Boom. Obviously, just trying to wait for anybody to kind of like enter that board there, but the taking liberties does come through. I think this is the good thing about Boom Tatsuri, right? Like, having the Yixing, the board master, just makes it so much faster for him to clear the minion wave and just go down bot time to keep putting that pressure on Tatsuri.
Yeah, I think it's just really the distinct playstyle that we're talking about, right? If it goes back to our conversation back in the pre-game draft, whereby, okay, Danny, not the strongest in the early game on towards the side of the early, but once he gets himself towards the 3-item power spike, which is what Boom Esports is looking for, then they unleash this Sightling Demon to potentially control the game tempo here. That's why you see so much resource coming in from Boom. Tatsuri, Carl, kept on visiting bot side to make sure that Siri doesn't really win through the laning phase here. But top side 1v1 though, Miggy dominating that 1v1.
Yeah, keeps putting him back. Keeps sweeping him back into the loving embrace of Miggy here. Trying to get that first blood for the side of Boom Esports, but into the mid lane. It's going to be another tipped attack going on the board. It's committed here. We do see the Haku as well as Namu being caught into that board, but they're all playing and posturing to that left corner there, so they can't actually climb on top of them.
So Spear Will, let's talk about Fire Spear Haku. I feel like this hero, there are so many different playstyles. You have the first stack Spear Wheel where it gives you like an enhanced auto attack that gives you like healing. Second stack gives you like shield. The third stack gives you like this AoE range one that slaps in one straight line. So it's a very good finisher if you can go for like the good angle, right? You can sometimes hit towards a tower, you can sometimes like auto attack if there's no real target there, but it connects at the very least in the one straight line. And right now we're looking at Tyrant going smoothly in the hands of Nongshim Red Force.
Oh, there we go. They do get it off the other side of Nongshim Red Force. The draw is just trying to kind of just like soak in and bring as much damage into his attention here. But that's going to be Siri that manages to aid the escape here as well. So nobody actually falling for first blood. But first Tyrant is going to the side of Nongshim Red Force. Okay, we do get the fly spin with the knock up here, but it's going to be the invincibility from Tatsuri. But Illusion claims the kill onto the back line. Is lost, is behind enemy lines. Illusion may fall here. It's currently a sticky situation between those two turrets. Draw now. We have Danny here. Is pretty much all she wrote, but he's trying his darndest to get out alive.
He's still running.
He's throwing the Cajucins. He's literally on the run.
He's alive.
He protected the Carl escape. Oh my goodness.
Not only he stole a kill under broad daylight from the Boom mid laner, it also allowed Nongshim Red Force, Siri, and Namu to get that bottom tower. That is completely map dominance coming in for South Nongshim Red Force. Tyrant, kills, towers, everything in their pockets with no repercussions from the side of Boom Esports.
Pure finesse from Illusion though. Like the fact is he was able to go behind enemy lines, almost get a kill as well. Like that would have been pretty much the salt in the wound for Boom Esports. But now we are seeing that Nongshim Red Force have been able to kind of surmise around about 2.2k Goldie for themselves, which is really going to help them further their potential in this game number 3.
Yeah, for now, it seems to be really much in control for Nongshim Red Force. Only one kill separates both teams, but take a look at the gold department here. Almost a 3,000 gold lead for Nongshim Red Force. Only at one kill here, every single turret in the favor of Nongshim. Usually we see turret for turret, 1-for-1 exchange, but due to the fact that Illusion stopped so much time, it really allowed for side of Boom to lose so much resource in such a short duration.
Yeah, I think you're right at picking that one up, right? Obviously, having a distraction is great, but the fact is the distraction got out alive, which is also like an even bigger beneficiary of being a distraction here. And Illusion is waiting in the wing, maybe trying to get the potential pickup here, but you can see Siri slowly fomented. It's the catch there we was talking about literally moments ago. Draw does fall.
The CC immunity is what makes Nampo so special, but if you can't click even a button because of the CC crowd control chain coming in for it's not Illusions, Ryu Engine combo, coming in from Namu's perfectly timed stun, and Haku just chaining you with the ultimate stun here, that's so difficult.
Oh yeah, very difficult. If you can't just click that, like I said, one singular button, just because there's just so much chain CC, it's a nightmare. It is very frustrating as well. But speaking of frustrations, that takedown of the T2 into the top bottom side of the map here for the side of Boom Esports is definitely going to further the frustration. But the Constellation Prize is going to be the first kill for the side of Boom in the form of Haku.
Yeah, Haku did get completely destroyed by the Miggy burst there, so that's still an okay takeaway coming in for Boom Esports here. For me, I don't think we can actually say that, okay, Nongshim Red Force is in full control, because what have I been taught after watching 3 back-to-back games between Nongshim and Boom is that Nongshim controls early to mid, Boom comes back with a miracle team fight. That's what I learned.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much that, right? Like, Boom are a team that are able to be so resilient that they take so many punches from their team, their enemy team, and then come back even stronger at some kind of miracle run like we saw earlier. But now, speaking of miracles, it's something that Draw is going to need. But can Carl and Danny be the saving grace here, as well as Tatsuri, as there is a big dive onto the back line there of the side of Boom Esports. But it's got that T1 into the mid lane. It's going to keep them alive. But distraction here for Miggy is meaning they can take the T1 top side of the map.
Good trade so far coming in for the side of Boom Esports. At the very least, they are looking for these answers in towards the side lane, getting more of these resources funneled into the pockets of Miggy, getting more of these resources funneled into the pockets of Danny, so that they can prep themselves better going into the 10th minute team fight here. Because if we look in terms of scaling, it still looks pretty 50-50 and slightly in favor for Boom Esports at the point of, if let's say the goal deficit doesn't go out of control.
Tyrant has been defeated.
I mean, that's the one thing, right? I mean, we have seen time and time again where the goal deficit can actually be flipped around, especially with only around about 2k lead here, trying to go for a bit of assault here onto the Azure Golem. Gets taken there by Illusion as well, so Carl, you can do without that Azure Golem, which is going to be a bit of a troublesome situation here for them. I feel like the saving grace is going to be the clear out of this minion wave into the mid lane here, just to make sure that T1 doesn't fall.
Yeah, Tatsuri has been really consistent thus far in allowing the clear with the Taken's Liberty. So at the very least, as long as Tatsuri is still up and available, that mid tower is not going down that easily for the side of Boom Esports Tier 1. And slowly but surely, we're working our way to 3 items here. Carl already completing that Doomsday, working himself potentially going for that 3rd item, and for Danny, he's looking for that Daybreaker as his 3rd as well. So slowly but surely, maybe Boom Esports can find a chance in that mid game. But as well, we do see the gold lead being exponentially enlarged by the side of Nongshim as the game goes by.
Yeah, there's definitely a Fisher being kind of splintered here from both of these two teams. That poke from the Chicha is crazy. Already so much damage, but I mean, this is what happens when you have lack of sustain, a lot of squishy heroes onto the side of Boom Esports, but it also allows Illusion to completely skip the Venomous Staff and go for lifesteal as well, right? That's going to be a lot more of a saving grace here for him and keep himself alive, which has already been doing it so much by that insatiable poke.
And the mid tower does fall with the sign of the 10-minute shadow objective spawn here. And we do see Nongshim Red Force positioning themselves aggressively in towards this bottom river. Take a look at Ratzel coming in for the flank.
Oh, he is coming in with the flag, the damage reduction here onto the kit of the Chicha. Siri comes through, claims a 1 kill onto the side of Tatsuri. Carl is able to escape with basically a gnat's hair of a health bar. And there's going to be the no-kill goal with the side of Danny as well. They're not looking like they're out of this one just yet. They're in the frying pan and about to go into the fire is going to be Danny.
Yeah, 2-for-2 exchange equalized coming in for both teams here. It was looking good for Nongshim Red Force with Rattel finding a very beautiful flank, but Miggy and Danny did light work in towards the side lane, picking up Rattel to give Illusion, equalizing the kill score here. But look at the objective take here. It's looking really good for Nongshim Red Force. They did secure the Shadow Tyrant after that play.
They did secure the Shadow Tyrant after that play as well. Obviously, that's going to only enhance their damage, right? That's going to really kind of be a sore marker for the side of Boom Esports. It's already kind of proven a bit of a task for them to actually survive the team fights already. Like I've already said and alluded to, is the fact that they have so many squishy heroes, but no sustain.
Yeah, no sustain. The only sustain that we can actually think of is potentially from the spell 1, but look at the burst onto his Illusion.
Yeah, Illusion almost falling there, but also Miggy in the same heartbeat as well. But there it's going to be the takedown of Siri. That's a lot of damage being taken off of the board here for Nongshim Red Force. Can Miggy actually find a way in to try and just capitalize on the takedown of Illusion? Because if Illusion falls as well, that nuke of damage is no longer going to be there.
Yeah, the consistency is not really just there. DPS gone for the side of Nongshim Red Force, and you can see Boom Esports, they know for a fact that you have no DPS, we are currently getting more of the control coming back in towards this mid-game here. 12 minutes on the mark with Tyrant almost expiring. Boom Esports is looking to get some control.
Yeah, Rattel actually being forced to the bot side of the map there from Danny and kind of furthering that damage come through here, but Miggy tries to get the knock up here, but the untargetable from the Unending Sorrow is going to save Namu for now.
Namu doing a really good job in baiting out some of these key spells here. You can see Draw and also Namu fighting for vision. The next Overlord in this top half of the map is going to be a crucial objective for both teams. Whoever gets it will have an opportunity to push the gold lead for their very own end. For Nongshim Red Force, it's about getting more map control. For Boom Esports, it's about getting back into the game with this relevant Overlord. And you can see Illusion once again bursting down Miggy.
Ooh! Miggy almost falling down there. The radius doesn't quite hit him within range as well, but does actually manage to catch Draw. But he's not the target you're looking for. He's going to go in with the flash and the Trevor Smash. Actually only hits up to 2 there, but it's going to be the damage reduction here from Siri as well. Draw gets taken down by Haku. Haku is now into the front line, looking for another kill here as well. But it's going to be Danny into the back line with a little bit of a saving grace before he falls short to Haku.
The spearhead coming in for that Nongshin Red Force is in the form of Haku here. Siri got chunked extremely low, but Haku with the Fire Spear, consistently utilizing the spell refreshes and consistently getting the DPS down here. But Danny with a very beautiful play, getting the first kill on towards Ratel immediately, swapping the Paracel, going in for the deep dive, getting a neutralized 2 for 2 in favor for none of these teams right now. It's looking very equal for both of these squads. It's really down to, does Danny get the proper position or does Haku find the perfect assassination?
Exactly, but can they find a steal here? We have Carl in the back line here. Can he get the dunk on? But it's not. It's going to be the Shadow Overlord going for the side of Nongshim. So both Shadow objectives have indeed gone in the favor of Nongshim Red Force. But a good attempt there by the side of Boom Esports, but even more of an attempt here to try and get the life of Illusion. He's backflipping the Ryujin. Is not going to be enough, and then takedown goes over to Carl.
This does open up the Shadow Tyrant in towards the bottom side for Boom Esports potential taking. Here we do see 4v4 in towards this bottom river. Both teams are fighting for control. Nongshim Red Force does not want to allow Boom Esports near this potential Shadow objective.
No, exactly. Extra damage onto the side of Boom Esports would just be a great train for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Indeed, just to curtail this one, it's going to be the board just being committed to be the lockdown onto Haku, as well as Draw going into the back line here, trying to get more from the side of Nongshim, but they're going to basically say, look, we've got Haku, Illusion's down, we're going to get the Shadow Tyrant here, just to further Danny in that damage game.
It's the Boom effect, right? They lose the early to mid game, but they come back strong in the late game with their superior team fighting here. Tatsumi finding the beautiful board on towards Haku. Haku was 1 second too late on casting the ultimate to escape that big of a board, making him a prey, a target, coming in by the Wolves to gang up on towards him. Losing a jungler in this 15-minute mark gives you premier access to the Shadow objective. And right now, with the Shadow Tyrant, goal deficit only 1,000 with the two teams. This is looking like full control. At the very least, a bit of control back for Sada Boom.
Yeah, control, but trying to take the control back for themselves here. Actually managed to get that goal lead to a finite difference here, but now the damage is coming through. It's going to be Ratel onto the back line, just trying to get that little bit of control here for themselves, but is it going to be enough to stop the roll of Boom Esports?
They definitely have to find some way or another here. Another 20 seconds until the end of the Shadow Tyrant buff coming in for the side of Boom Esports here. Neck and neck in terms of the goal lead here. No goal lead for any of these teams. We will be looking for a big fight happening around the top side of the river, potentially introducing the Shadow over as the premier objective for both of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, either of these next Shadow objectives are definitely going to be what Evo 1 needs in terms of getting that opening of the map here, but you can see a little bit of a macro play from both of the clash lanes of these two teams, just trying to get pressure into these side lanes. I mean, more importantly, for Nongshim to try and open up this base and just create that pressure into the back of the mind of Boom Esports.
Yep, right now we do see some of the members of the side of Boom Esports aggressively positioning themselves in this top half of the match. Securing this Crimson Golem for Danny is definitely something that they need to, because once you get that Crimson Golem, it allows Danny to stick on towards Ratel and making sure that this horse doesn't go berserk in getting those crazy flanks that we see like 5 minutes before this exact game, right? And right now, the map is currently being split into half. Every single moment that we pan on towards the screen, it's Boom Esports member covering the bot side, and its Nongshim members covering the top side. Both teams preparing for the upcoming objective, which is 15 seconds in the Shadow Oval.
Yeah, trying to go for a bit of a mirror play and see which one comes out best is what both of these two teams are doing right now. But Danny's actually found himself at that T2 tower right now, down to the bot side of the map, and unfortunately the minions do get taken out just there, and Danny needs to be in that mid lane because they're just setting up that Shadow Overlord here for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
That's a spike nail, and also the ultimate coming here, committed by Siri here, but look at engage.
Yeah, double knock here from Illusion, but is that going to be enough damage here coming now through for Haku? It's going to be a very tremendous Trevor Smash come through as well. Tatsuri just looking for the backline, or at least looking to take some liberties and some punches onto the side of Nongshim. But Nongshim and Boom both get out alive. But is this going to be a potential start for the Shadow Overlord? I feel like if Boom go for this, it could be debated. It could be stolen here by Haku.
Could potentially be the case, right? We need to see the Smite War that's going to be unfolded between these two teams here. And so far, Haku doesn't seem to be anywhere near this objective. And this Shadow Overlord, before the Tempest Dragon, goes in smoothly to the pockets of Boom Esports.
Yeah, no, we saw there that Draw did a fantastic job at keeping away Nongshim Red Force at that Shadow Overlord here, but now it does mean that Nongshim are able to get that extra little bit of damage come through for themselves here now in the form of the Tyrant, which they need to perfect here, especially when the Tempest Dragon is on the cards within the next minute and 15 seconds.
We are going into that Tempest Dragon for sure here, Vlad. We do see with the Overlord so far, Boom Esports is able to get every single Tier 2 tower available from the map of Nongshim Red Force, further preparing them for the upcoming Tempest Dragon that will be at the bottom side of the map. If they can take this, it will be extremely good.
Yeah, very good at creating pressure, obviously, onto the opposite side of the map where that Tempest Dragon is going to be spawned there, Sagi, but now it's all for Nongshim to make a good defense and maybe even get a push out from that crystal, because if they can't find a way out, it's going to be very oppressive here for the side of Nongshim Red Force if they are trying to get this third win on the board for themselves. But so far, it's looking like Boom may actually win this one.
Yeah, with the top Tier 3 takedown coming in for the side of Boom Esports, you gotta admit, this is not looking good for Nongshim Red Force at all. Ratel pumps the ultimate.
Ratel does pump the ultimate here at the moment, but okay, they do actually get the Sage Sanctuary just on that last moment of time there. It's going to be the saving grace, but maybe the potential takedown here as well. Danny falls. That's a lot of burst damage onto the side of Boom Esports that is now being completely eradicated there, but Biggie looking pretty low as well. Haku comes in with a takedown. They're looking for more. The Sage Sanctuary gets procced onto Carl, and now he falls as well. That's 4 members of the side of Boom, maybe 5 here with the flash in from Namu. It's a team ace.
They make it happen here, off with a good start coming in from Ratel's engage, and then we see Haku consistently dishing out that DPS with no Danny available coming in for the side of Boom Esports. They are just 4 members with no consistent damage, and with that, Nongshim Red Force takes down Boom Esports, and they are at match point.
Once again, it was a struggle to finish that game for Nongshim, so it's still not a progression for the side of the Nongshim boys, right? They still need to perfect their late game, especially against Boom, like we've already stated once again. It even looks there like Haku's like, he's drained, man. That game was exhausting for the side of Nongshim.
It was. It goes back to the thing that we talked about, right? Very good control from the early mid game coming in for the side of Nongshim Red Force, but every single time when it approaches to the late game, Boom Esports manages to find the comeback in terms of those team fights, and then formulating that lead that Nongshim Red Force originally had in towards the pockets back into Boom Esports. And like you see on the hands of Haku, is like, man, this is a very tiring series, and I can't wait for it to be finally over.
Yeah, you could tell it on his face. He's like, that Biosphere, man, that draft pick almost was the death of me there, but it was just kind of just like, maybe it was a little bit of what they needed, right? Especially in terms of obviously the disruption into the team fights, getting that knock-up as well, but it was just kind of like, they are trying to run some kind of experimental drafts here, especially with the Loara, especially with the Ying as well, but it was the battle of initiation. It is correct, down below here, the Nongshim Red Force wins the execution and secures the match point here, just because it was all about the initiation.
It was. It really boiled down to the 20th minute mark, although we didn't get to see the Tempest Dragon tussle between the two teams, but we still managed to see a all-out 5v5 team fight at the top side of the map, which the first person to really suffer from that uneventful death was, unfortunately, Danny coming in from Boom Esports. Once you lose your mid to late game single damage source coming in for the side of Boom, he was the only DPS. Then you start to see Nongshim Red Force, no one actually went down in that final team fight. It was just Haku being slightly low, Siri being slightly low, but never a single person down at all. But for the side of Boom Esports, once Danny is down, you start to see the damage being dwindled down. There's no consistent DPS to take down anymore.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as you eradicate the Danny, it's very difficult. Obviously, you do get a little bit of that magic damage come from to the side of Tatsuri there, and obviously with the unhit build of the Agudo, there could have been potential for the Furball as well as Agudo to deal that damage, and you can see there with 97k, it was the third top damage source of the side of Boom Esports. Impressively, though, that Tatsuri was running away with 151k.
Oh yeah, he's doing a lot of damage with those taken liberties and boards, but check out how much damage Carl actually typed. Close to 200,000 on a Agudo here. That is a pretty nuts of a statistics, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. It's a huge statistic there, but I mean, even huger is that gold graph, right? I mean, Nongshim was running away with the berries and the gold at one point there, but the turnaround towards the end really almost spelled the return for Boom Esports. But as you can see, that little plethora of gold lead towards the end there, flickering back into Nongshim's favor, is the reason why they got back on top there. Just bringing it back, all swing, and then getting that initiation that they needed.
I'm sorry to cut you off on this topic here, but I think this is the first time I've seen both of these Clash lanes having such a emote-full face, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, they're all literally spamming emotes, so they are very happy. I feel like maybe they were dangling some cash in front of them within the photo shoot, because that would be my face.
Yeah, I mean, if I see cash like that, I will definitely be like, okay, Sagi, here's cash. Give me a good emote. I'll definitely give them a beautiful emote. But we did see the Clash laners definitely emoted really well. They both had their high moments in this specific game number 4. But I would say that Haku with the Fire Spear Ying pickup, very surprising performance, I would say. A very eye-lightening one.
Oh, absolutely. The Ying pickup was definitely a good one here for the side of Nongshim. Definitely upset the scale of Boom. And I feel like it was also one of the key factors of the initiation that they got to win that game as well, right? So obviously you can kind of rush in, running in with Ying, get the knock-up as well, which is always kind of great onto something like the Parasolar. So I feel like it's just like, it's not the greatest counter towards something like Danny on the Parasolar, but it's also very useful into these team fights when it's so hectic.
Oh yeah, you get those like multi-man knockups with your ultimate, and your Spear Will gives you so much access into different combos. If you want like shield, you get shield. If you want healing, you get healing from the 2 stacks. And if you want like a long-range assassination tool, you can just stack that 3 Spear Will and look for that ultimate here. And definitely, I do see that Haku went for a rather aggressive one.
He did go for quite an aggressive build as well, right? Like it's all attack damage at the Master Sword as well within the mix there. But obviously the MVP is going to be none but the Namu from yesterday, the support maestro, the new blood of Nongshim Red Force, getting that 1-1-10 KDA, dealing a lot of damage as well compared to the likes of many support heroes, also taking an impressively 131k damage.
He's converting those gold into really nice stats. 1-1-10, 100,000 damage to 130,000 damage taken, and that was really well done coming in by some Nongshim Red Force. This was one of those fights that I thought that, hey, that was a beautiful engage coming in from Rotel, and that could have been the start of the doom coming in for the side of Boom Esports, but for Boom Esports, they managed to find pretty good answers towards these team fights.
Exactly. Really good answers in the team fights here. I mean, Boom were definitely trying their best in terms of trying to turn it into their favor. I mean, Draw did fantastic with the Tremor Smashes, connecting onto multiple members at the side of Nongshim Red Force. But it's just like he was saying, as soon as Danny falls, and then really relying on Tatsuri there to deal and get the taken liberties to get that kind of blunder into the early part of the initiation, or at least being within range to do that damage, was a bit of a problem there by the side of Boom.
This was the final fight that we saw, where Danny went on the aggressive end. He engaged on towards Illusion and made it a 1-4-1. And as of this point, you can see blinking health bars coming in for Haku for Siri, but there's just no one doing the final touches on towards those members here. Hence, the importance of Danny being alive on this Parasola is just too darn important here. Hence, this final fight, I would say, rewarded to the side of Nongshim Red Force by Danny himself.
Yes, Danny definitely was trying his hardest, right? Especially on the Parasolar pick, just being able to kind of just try and find some kind of way in, trying to just dismantle the whole part of Nongshim's lineup there. But just unfortunately, I feel like it is because of Haku just being able to kind of deny the exit of Parasola. Just that 1 second earlier was the reason he was able to kind of proc that Sage's Sanctuary towards the end.
It's also a showcase of how deep Haku's hero pool is compared to 2025 season coming in with KML split, right? And now coming into KIS4, they definitely showed that group stage was their experimental ground to test out things that they didn't really get to test in scrims, and they bring the group stage experience to start dominating the entire competition, at the very least in their bottom half of the playoffs.
Exactly right. Obviously, the hero pool to kind of shake things up, because obviously the journey so far with Nongshim into the Season 4 Invitational is a fact that obviously group stage was not their greatest friend. And then obviously going into the knockout stage, they surprised everybody, and now they get further into the bracket. They're now starting to surprise us with some of these kind of like pocket picks into the drafts, like the Lawara or the Ying.
And they are on their way to be repeating history, right? Last year, this timing of the year, it was Nongshim Red Force taking on Nova Esports back in Manila, Philippines for KIS3. And right now in KIS4, once again with another Philippines team that they are about to eliminate, they are on the verge, on the cusp of making it to the finals to meet Nova once again, to fulfill that script that we have.
It'd be interesting. I mean, it's like Isaac says, neither of these two teams want to play Nongshim tomorrow, right? Like, Nongshim today really showed how devastating they can be. But, I mean, they did bleed. Like, they have bled a few times within this Season 4 Invitational, which really shows a sign of hope. But the way that Nongshim's playing, like their early to mid game is good, but is it good enough to get a kind of momentum when you're playing against Nova Esports?
Well, only time could tell, right? You really need them to win this current series first and then advance themselves to the finals of KIS4 to really see whether they have what it takes to defeat Nova here. But that's too early to say. They need to overcome Boom Esports first. One game is all it needs for Nongshim Red Force to defeat Boom Esports. And 2 games is what Boom Esports needs to push it to an ultimate battle here. A lot of things are on the line right now. For Boom Esports, they are the final hopes of PKL, the final team coming in from the Philippines region, remaining in this tournament.
Exactly. I mean, we're getting into game number 5 as well, right? And this is the problem. It's like we are starting to see the hero pool start to dwindle a bit for some of the star players on both of these two teams, right? Obviously, like Carl's already used his Agudo and lost with it as well, which is a pretty troubling sign for the side of Boom Esports. And Danny has used quite a few of his favorite marksmen. I mean, the only one he really kind of was able to replenish that pool was when they got the win with the Marco Polo, right? So they still have the likes of the Magistrate if they really want to go for it. I believe he still has the Lung available as well. Whether Nongshim's going to ban it in this pick here, unfortunately, he no longer has the Lung. So Danny has got to definitely kind of like reach in and maybe pull something out again.
Yeah, so based on the global ban picks thus far, he has used up the Direnje, Chicha, Marco Polo, and Arlie. The available ones potentially might be only the Chano and Erwin that is up for grabs coming in for the side of Boom Esports, and you can see the priority coming in for Nongshim. It's no longer to realistically take any strong blue side picks, but to take away what Boom Esports wants to play in that mid lane pool.
Ooh, okay. The Smith and Blade. Ganamo being first picked here. I feel like this is the first time it's ever been prioed here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. So I feel like they're definitely already starting to show a little bit of an identity that needs to form here for the side of Nongshim. It needs to be a solid front line for you to either set up those couple blades or at least create the distance needed here for illusion on the Ganamo.
Yeah, potentially something like a Diadia or Mozi to realistically set up the freshly forged coming in from Illusion, or like the front line they talk about, which is Earthshaker, Liam Poe here. As long as they have vision, as long as they have the bush control, it looks pretty okay for Nongshim Red Force to draft aggressively with the Liam Poe and Arlie setup.
Oh yes, Arlie coming through here for Siri. One of his prize picks as well within obviously the major East League that we know it as last year. Definitely had some stellar performances on this hero. Is it going to live up to Danny's performance that we saw from Boom Esports? Or more importantly, will Boom Esports draft something like the Xiao Xiao to be the counter here for the Arlie this time around?
I think they definitely have to, right? Given if there is still the opportunity to draft it coming in towards the second half of the pick and bans. I do believe that Nongshim Red Force, with how much priority they give over to the side of Siri in the draft, we might see Xiao Qiao and relevant picks being removed away from the pool that could really give pressure for Siri in those team fights.
Yeah, pressure for Siri in the team fights. We need something a little bit more of. I feel like Lian Po as the only front line here is probably not going to be enough to create space here for the likes of Illusion here. But, oh, okay. We're going to go for the mastermind Kong Ming here. On the side of Boom Esports, I mean, this could still be flexed either mid or into the jungle, right? So I feel like it's definitely a little bit of a teaser to find out what they're going to go for here on the side of Nongshim Red Force. And it looks like one of the underdog picks here, the white anchor, Ata, being picked up here.
And to add it off towards this list for Nongshim Red Force, Haku once again showing off how different and vast his hero pool is by hovering and soon to be locking in that Starblade in the jungle here. And this goes back to the suggestion that you made just now. They can't really single-handedly rely on Namu being the sole frontline, hence you see the white anchor Ata being locked in as well for Ratel, pushing out the vision, making sure that everybody gets a piece of information, knowing where is the Martial Monk coming in from Miggy, knowing where is the potential assassin that's going to be drafted by Carl that is coming up in this last pick.
Ooh, okay, the Broken Mirage coming through here, so it's going to be a little bit of a carry-centric into the mid lane here. Do you think Tatsuri is up to the job? I mean, playing something like the Kong Ming is very sort of similar to how you play Mai Shirunui, the Fire Ninja. You need to be a carry for your team, and unfortunately for Boom, when they did pick up the Mai Shirunui, there was no carry in sight there for them.
I think this is a playstyle that Tatsuri really enjoys, right? Whereby he is known as the Filipino Wendy coming in for the side of Boom Esports, which their hero pool is very similar. So I do think that after playing a pretty decent game of Yixing, he's awarding himself and the entirety of the Boom Esports is prioritizing the carry potential into the hands of Tatsuri. But my worry is for the side of Boom Esports, those are a lot of carries to be sharing finite resources, which is gold in Hero's Gorge. So how do you realistically funnel your goal into? Is it going to be Carl? Is it going to be Tatsuri, Danny, or even Miggy? What's it going to be for Boom Esports?
Yeah, I feel like the identity here for this draft in game number 5 here for Boom Esports is very similar to what me and Isaac was talking about with the draft in game number 1 for them. Like, obviously locking in the Hino into the mid lane. So once again, having finite resources, having to spread it far and thin, and ultimately was the downfall of their team, right? So they're trying to run this a second time around. Hopefully it's going to be enough for them. They do have Miggy on his prize pick, the Dharma coming through as well. So hopefully he can get some pickups into the backline and some surprises that's really going to overthrow these team fights into the favor of Boom Esports.
Yeah, the Clash lane's definitely going to play a pivotal role in looking for those big initiations, right? For the side of Nongshim Red Force, the Ata in the hands of Ratel will be the primary and secondary frontline alongside Namu's Lianpo in pushing the vision line, giving sufficient room for Seri, for Illusion, and Haku to do the DPS that they need to do in the map here. So maybe Miggy as a Clash lane this game, we might see him go for the tank build onto his Dharma here. They definitely need to buy something like a Blazing Cape or Venomous Staff to limit healing coming in from the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Exactly. I mean, the healing is pretty much, it's self-sufficient, right? It's no longer like a healing of all your teammates, because the heal's going to come from, obviously, Yao with his abilities, and then obviously Arthur as well with his sustain. So, like you said, they need to build anti-heal, but it's less about sort of like that crowd healing. It's more about kind of a single target trying to run down and burst down Yao and Arthur's potential of healing themselves.
Which is true, right? You really need to limit them as much as possible. Don't give them any sort of lead through itemization mistakes here, as we do see the early 2v2 towards the mid lane, giving priority over to the side of Illusion, giving him the early access towards the jungle.
Yeah, being able to clear out the mid wave a little bit faster here for the side of Tatsuri, but able to take away that Spiketail Beast, but also take a bit of a blade on the cheek there. Definitely showing that Illusion knows how to land those blades.
But so far, Tatsuri getting so much resources for the team, and towards the bottom side, we do see Seri successfully picking up that fire beat for the team as well.
Yeah, exactly. Just trading the little objectives here is definitely the aim of the game, right? And I mean, Nongshim, they can afford to lose this game, whereas Boom, however, cannot. So I feel like Nongshim are playing with a little bit more of a breeze between their knees, whereas Boom are facing against a rainy storm.
It's the difficulty that they are set in, right? If we look at it through like multiple best of ones, Boom Esports needs to climb 2 best of ones repeatedly to force it into ultimate battle. For Nongshim Red Force, they are playing the game in like a lower difficulty. They have more room of error compared to Boom Esports. Every single misplay that Boom does from here on out is going to be added pressure into limiting their potential comeback.
Ooh, dive in at level 4 there. Trying to get the takedown of Illusion very early on, but actually casting out the ultimates of both Tatsuri as well as Carl there. And not getting a result is a little bit of a blunder here for Boom Esports, and maybe a sign of those mistakes that we were talking about moments ago.
Yeah, and this is very aggressive stuff coming in by Tatsuri and also Carl, forcing the flash away from Illusion. So for the next 2 minutes, or 90 seconds at the very least, Illusion will be a juicy piece of steak that Tatsuri and Carl would love to be getting their hands onto.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he can only kind of gather and create as much distance there with the guard her grave, but we can see here that Ratel's having like the time of his life here. There's just not enough damage coming from Migi just yet to get the rundown onto Ratel.
Yeah, Ratel is super duper tanky here. That's the perks of having a battle tank like Ata Baichi in towards the Clash lane. You have so much laning prowess coming in from this one pick, and towards the mid game, you can start giving resources to the team and funneling more resources into jungle assassin carries like Haku or late game carries like Siri or Illusion.
Oh, okay. Just doing a bit of a chip damage there, getting a bit of a knock up there for the couple blades, but quite missing out there. Expecting Migi to be in one space. I feel like that was probably a predestined decision that shouldn't be made there, but it's going to be the ghost ship that forces away Tatsuri. He does get the ultimate battle, the ultimate finisher there from the Kong Ming, but it's not going to be enough damage just yet.
And that was a very aggressive play coming in for Ratel here. Utilizing the S1 flash to gap close against Tatsuri and pulling him back with the enhanced basic attack coming in from Atar's spell too. And then it forces a 1-for-1 flash exchange, Ratel and Tatsuri here. So both of these spells, in terms of the common spell flash, wouldn't be available coming in for this specific Tyrant fight here. In the very least, this early game is looking pretty stable coming in for both teams. None of the both sides are actually giving an ounce for either of their teammates.
Yeah, nothing's really shifting here just yet. Maybe it could be a notice, right? Because obviously the neutral objectives are online in around about 4 seconds, so this is probably where we're going to see a bit of a shift of focus here for both of these two teams. Tatsuri being found out into that brush there. Namu gets the knock with the burst ram as well, but also just not having to force the flash, but using that second skill just to get out there alive. Means that Tatsuri is going to be able to reform and go into potential team fight here, but maybe not the same being said here for Migi. He's getting hit with those couple blades and forced a retreat here.
That was a full freshly force being jabbed into Migi's face there. If Migi went for the traditional build, that could have been an easy pickup coming in for the side of Nongshim Red Force here. And we do see both roamers here getting the vision for this specific river. None of the both teams want to relinquish control over this Tyrant as of this point.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Boom needs to kind of like make sure they gain that Azure Golem, right? Because I mean, if they lost the Tyrant fight and then lose the Jing, that could just mean that Haku gets the Tyrant, gets an Azure Golem, and then goes for his own, and then really, that would be Trouble City for Carl.
Yeah, it could be Trouble City, because when we talk about like having double jungle assassins, you really need them to pocket the most gold in the game. If they somehow become like second in gold, third in gold, you know for a fact that the jungle assassin doesn't come into fruition in terms of damage, in terms of like being tanky, if they really do go for those tankier builds like we see from the Jing, right? We saw like what, the Frostscar Embrace, the Blazing Cave, all these are potential items if you want to play the semi-jungle assassin style, which needs one thing, gold, very important.
Yeah, gold is definitely the thing that makes everything go around here on the side of Honor of Kings in terms of getting itemization and in terms of getting that outplay of the enemy team as well. But Tyrant does go successfully over to the side of Nongshim Red Force. The gold lead, however, is definitely in the favor of Boom just for now. Tatsuri has to get out of that one because he's in a bit of a sticky situation. Draw, quite missing that ultimate there, which is going to be very impactful here. The winning strategy does come through, but gets blocked by Namu.
With Starfall here coming in from Haku is super duper aggressive here, baiting out so many of these key spells from the members of Boom Esports. Tatsuri wouldn't have flashed later on for the next upcoming 2 minutes. Draw missing that crucial Raging Sea. If he hits that, maybe we might see a potential come around from Miggy with a beautiful Truth Mantra here. And you can see the aggressive invade coming in, force out Nongshim Breakfast. Beautiful Ghost Ship.
Yeah, Ghost Ship is completely to separate this team here apart, but now it's going to be obviously a bit of a dive in for the contention of that Azure Golem. It does go over to the side of Illusion as well, so that's going to starve the way the Azure Golem for Carl. But First Blood does go over to the side of Boom Esports. Winning strategy is not going to be winning and getting any kills just yet.
Yeah, 1 for 1. 1 for the Azure Golem, 1 kill on back towards Vatel here. And you can see the aggressive movements coming in for Boom Esports to retake control on towards this Azure Golem. Overall, a very good Boom Esports win in finding the overextension coming in from Ratel's Ata.
Yeah, exactly. A good pick off there. Really kind of like blunders the front line of Nongshim Red Force just for moment's notice, but it does mean they could try and focus his top T1 here as well, but the minions just not looking healthy enough, but they do have a second wave coming through here as well. Haku, top side of the map, just really needs to mitigate any kind of push or pressure being mounted here by the side of Boom Esports.
And take a look over to the side of the gold ranking thus far. We did talk about, hey, if you're playing Jungle Assassin, you need to be top gold and top network, which is what Carl is doing so right now. And we can see top 4 in terms of gold, all members of the side of Boom Esports with a pinch of Siri at the top. So it's really good news, at the very least, out of these 4 games. This is the first time that we've seen Boom Esports control and pace themselves in the early to mid game.
Oh, exactly. And they've got the draft that they need to, right? Like, if they weren't doing this at this moment in time, I pretty much think it's good night Irene here with the side of Boom Esports, right? Like, they would have no gold lead. It'd be very difficult for Carl to pull off such great kills, as well as Tatsuri as well. Because we're talking about that finite resource, right? And Danny seems to be very underwhelming so far, so I feel like he's taken a little bit of a hit when it comes to that resource share.
Lots of the face checking in towards Tatsuri. The beautiful Ghost Ship!
Oh, beautiful Ghost Ship meant that Tatsuri had no return, and Illusion had 2 couple blades with his name on it, so that's going to be the kill going over to the side of Nongshim Red Force. But not only that, they're able to procure the Overlord as well.
I would say that Ratel on this Ata, he's been playing hyper aggressively, and the Ghost Ships has been really on point in giving them the lead that they are actually looking for. You can see, the moment they get the kill on towards Tatsuri, all the vision line coming in from Nongshim immediately pushes into the base, into the Crimson Golem area for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, he's definitely be able to be the focal point here and take a lot of the damage that can be consumed here by Boom Esports as well, taking those winning strategies to the chin, taking those Jings, damage reflection as well as potential coming from Danny also, but that's the problem. When they take at least one of those damage dealers down, it then falls to just like, where do we go from here? Where's the front line? Where's Miggy going to be going from? But Ratel definitely playing very well.
Yeah, he's scouting vision actively for the team, and look at how he's just being a pain in towards the side of Boom Esports, giving so much information required for Haku, Siri, and also Illusion to properly pace themselves here. He's actively always looking for the key few targets here. Where is Miggy? Where is Carl? Can Siri and Illusion play aggressive here? He controls the river and allows space for these 2 members to actively play aggressive for those turret takedowns, for those aggressive pokes in the Guardian mode.
Yeah, controls the river, controls the narrative here for the side of Boom Esports. Like, they can't make the plays that they want to play if they have, if Ratel on Nongshim Red Force here has the intel and has the know-how of where they're going to come from. And you can kind of see here that potentially Car's like giving up on these potential team fights into the mid lane and just looking to steal away some resources from the enemy team here as the Shadow Tyrant and Overlord do come onto the line here, but Namu does find that Carl.
Wow, that was 6 cents coming in from Namu to just clear up the vision, make sure that Siri, okay, don't check that bush first. We don't see Carl on towards the map. Let me clear it for you with the Radiance. It's like, okay, job's done. Let's pick up the Golem here, and then we pace ourselves to the next objective. Very well done by the roamer.
Yeah, no one squishy enter that brush, or you will not return out of that brush. Let me do my job. I am the tank, and let me get that intel. There is the Wintel here. And speaking of win, it's going to be a pickup here for Siri. He gets a takedown of the Tatsuri. Maybe even help himself to that Crimson Golem, but it's all going to be down to Miggy and Raw here to stop any advances into the rest of the enemy jungle. He's able to get that Crimson Golem away from Carl.
Siri is just dancing on the gorge as of this point, singling out Tatsuri, hiding away from Carl, and right now, with that odd number fight, Nongshim Red Force picks up an easy Shadow Tyrant for the team.
Ooh, Miggy having to use the dash over the wall there. Not quite the common skill, but just using the dash within his kit there. Obviously using Erin's ultimate just to push away the side of Nongshim Red Force, but Carl trying to find a bit of a prowl here after taking Haku's Azure Golem, but Haku is looking to repay that favor in kind. It's 2 seconds onto the gorge here. It's now available, but can Danny phase check that brush? And I feel like this, if he did decide to go for it, could have pretty much been all she wrote.
Yeah, it's a number advantage coming in for side of Boom Esports here. Hence, Haku was like, hang on a moment. If I go here, I might be resulting our team into a deficit here. So immediately pulled back, and he allowed Siri on towards the cross map to gain more of the side lane control. And right now, with the mid tower being the next available target coming in for side of Nongshim Red Force, this might just be going down in the next few minion waves.
Yeah, a big fight maybe being ensuing here into the mid lane. You can see the Haku's looking for some kind of way in around that Azure Golem, but Miggy looks to go be the first spearhead into this one. But Ratel taking too much damage there. He's down to half a health bar, but same set for Miggy. Gets knocked up onto 2 into the wall, but it's going to take down of Ratel thanks to Carl. But can they actually get the takedown here onto Carl? But Miggy's backline is going to be Haku. He's a little bit lost for words, but it's going to take down that T1, the irreparable damage onto the gorge of Boom Esports as Draw falls down.
Tatsuri though, finding the potential snipe on towards the targets coming in for side of Boom Esports. But all this is happening! That is a beautiful snipe. On point one coming in from Illusion here. Carl face checks in towards the impole here. Doesn't get the kill, but still, throughout those trades, yes, Boom Esports gets the kills back into their pockets here. But Nongshim Red Force back-to-back mid-turrets towards that mid-side.
Yeah, they knew the ultimate sacrifice, right? They knew that if Ratel and Haku fell, and that meant that the distraction was there, it meant that T1 takedown, and even the bonus of that T2 was available for Siri to take up, but it's also all was set up by that knock up there, but obviously the Mirror Mirage was just so good placed here for Carl, but it just wasn't enough. It was just playing into Nongshim's hand.
All the spells were invested in towards the Ratel Ata coming in from Miggy, coming in from Carl, Mirror Domain, Truth Mantra. And you can see, Siri was just comfortably doing DPS on towards the sideline with no one being able to give any form of like pressure or whatsoever on towards the farm lane player.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely being formed here onto the side of Boom, Danny, right? Like, obviously, not quite having the moment to shine here, but I feel like it just goes back to the point you were making within the draft, is the fact that there is 3 big powerhouses onto the side of Boom, and they don't know where to put these resources. And the resources that they've already put into the members, that it looks like it's Carl and Tatsuri, and Danny's kind of fall away at the wayside here, is been a little bit of the wrong decision so far, because Nongshim have free roam of their jungle.
Free roam the jungle, every resource is going in towards the pockets of Siri and also Illusion, and you can start to see the Overlords piling in towards that bottom side of the map. Once they finish up that bottom side of the map, they will reposition themselves in towards the bottom river and look to get that Shadow Tyrant here. Everything is lining up for Nongshim Red Force to take this series in this specific game right now, Black.
Yeah, with the loss of their final T2 down to the bottom side of the map here, Boom is definitely going to have to do some tending of the garden, or maybe even take some life insurance here, as obviously the defense of their T3s is now going to be crucial at most, but it's going to be all that damage. Namu is tanking it, Ratel is here as well. We see that Haku just putting a bit of aggression onto draw, and the damage is just not enough coming through onto the side of Boom Esports.
But Boom Esports still did a valiant effort in defending their base. So no tier 3 has been taken down coming in for the base here. And you can see Namu very aggressive in his own gameplay, enforcing the positions from the side of Boom Esports. On the flip side, Carl did pick up the Azure Golem from his own base, and he does happily return to defending the base.
Yeah, I mean, Illusion there, man. Like, he's really showing that he's doing damage, right? I mean, it would be less impressive if it was the likes of Danny, Tatsuri, or Carl, who are very squishy heroes, but when you knock draw down to around about 1/5 health with one couple blades, it's scary.
You know he's farmed up, man. You know he's farmed up. Look at him aggressively throwing out those freshly forged every once a few moments here, chunking out multiple members of Boom Esports. Every freshly forged hit gives more room for Nongshim to start crumbling the side lane towers here. The prize right now are these juicy tier 3 towers here. Once these are taken down, the hope for Boom Esports gets diminished instantly.
It does get diminished as well here. It's going to be the full front attack of that top side of the T3 as well. Miggy tries to go for a bit of a saving grace with the flash in, but it looks like more of a bit of a Harry Carry flash as Carl gets taken down as well. The winning strategy is just not hitting hard enough, especially when Namu is the victim.
It's not looking good at all for side of Boom Esports here. Carl being the first one to fall. 4v5 for the next fight, missing out the truth mantra here with the minion waves marching in mid and top. This might be the final moments of Boom.
It may be the final moments of Boom here with the minions going in for the crystal here. Is this going to be the door knockup for Miggy? Is that going to be enough to blunder the feet of Boom Esports? But it looks like all that damage from Illusion is going to be only claimed kill here on the Tatsuri as they're looking to take a 2-0 trade here onto the side of Nongshim Red Force. Not quite having enough power in the tank to take the crystal.
That was an amazing setup here coming in from the side of Namu here, finalizing the kill on towards Tatsuri. 20 seconds, minion waves coming in. 3v5, what do you do, Boom?
What do you do, Boom? You try and just go and lay the truth down, but the truth is only hurting if you have the damage, and only the damage coming from Illusion there, as well as Siri's going to be enough here. Nongshim Red Force, they don't have the minions into the crystal, but they're going to take it. So your grand finalist number 2 is Nongshim Red Force.
Back-to-back intense games between Nongshim Red Force and Boom Esports, but in the end, the team that was the last place of Group A climbed all the way up from the second half of the bracket here, advancing, defeating opponents after opponents. It first was DMT, now it's Boom Esports, and right now they go to the finals to repeat history, facing off against Nova Esports for that rematch from KIS4.
Great performance there from Nongshim. Obviously, they got the second win there towards the end of this series. And like you said, history repeats itself. Literally 12 months ago, Nongshim Red Force dominated Season 3 Invitational and were then at the final hurdle, which was none other than Nova Esports, where they fight again in the same tournament just a year later.
This is just peak storyline. For a team like Nongshim Red Force that did really well in the group stage, now it comes back to the question: did they really did bad on like purpose, or was it like saying like, hey guys, it's group stage, no one really gets knocked off, so let's just experiment with it? And the experiment that they did definitely paid off. From the bottom of Group A, Nongshim proves their redemption and hits to the grand final. What a Cinderella story we're looking at.
Exactly, yeah. Group stage, they were all the way at the bottom of Group A to the semi-finals, and then just completely riding that momentum from the first quarterfinals match that they had, and completely shocked us all. They have continued to roll onto the semi-finals, to roll through Boom Esports with a 4-1 fashion, the same fashion that Nova beat Blacklist earlier. So, unfortunately for the PKL teams, they only were able to get one win onto the board against their opponents. But for Nongshim, they now get to go back and try and prove themselves against Nongshim after a year, and with some new faces on their team, as well as Kong Ling on Nova Esports.
I mean, after a year, we're still getting the same finals matchup. The consistency between these two teams is just unrivaled here. So this is the second shot at redemption for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Like you mentioned, right? New team, new players, same results thus far. But whether or not it will end the same scoreline, we don't know. We can only find out tomorrow. And today is a sad day for PKL fans like IKL fans from yesterday, because this is where PKL stops, at top 4 once again in the international stage.
Hey, I mean, they at least get to take the victory of the Women's Series 3, right? Like, that's still a good takeaway for the Philippines, is that they were able to win at least one of the titles today, and it was none other than the first Women's Series of the year, and it was done very well. So at least they have that to soften the blow here. I'm pretty sure they're proud in the audience as well for the Hive All-Stars, but they would have liked to have seen Boom rise to the top and potentially rise to fight Nova for tomorrow. But no, it's going to be the repeat of history. It's Nongshim Red Force with a 4-1.
if there is a hidden MVP that we need to point towards to, it has to be Rattel here. He opened up so much space, sacrificed so much resource for the team to funnel into the pockets of Siri, Illusion, or Haku, and he was constantly in the faces of Carl and Miggy. And at one point, it's like, those two devs, he's like actively saying like, hey, Carl, Miggy, put your spells on me, and the moment you do and I pass out, my players, my teammates are just gonna pile on towards you, and that is exactly what happened in those team fights.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what they needed on the side of Nongshim. As soon as we saw the prio pick of the Ganamo, the Smith and Blade, in this match, we knew that they needed to be the solid front line, right? I mean, and Namu, obviously second pick, wasn't quite going to be the enough front line that they needed. So the Arta towards the end there really helped them out. But to be honest, though, you look at Danny once again. Danny really overshadowing everybody else in terms of the damage. 154k, even to his opponents as well. He's literally 40k ahead in terms of damage, but it just wasn't hitting the mark.
Because all the damage was heading in towards the faces of Rattel and Namu that was constantly in the faces of Danny here. He's like, man, I wish I could really go towards the backline to find Siri or Illusion, but Rattel and Namu is constantly in my face and I have no real way of actually doing it. And it goes back to our discussion just now. You have so many carries coming in for a set of Boom Esports. Who's going to be the one giving up the gold? Because if the Suri has no gold, there's no damage. If Carl has no gold, there's no damage here. So it's a bit of a greedy lineup here coming in for Boom Esports, an all or nothing draft.
Oh, very greedy lineup there for them, and it's unfortunately going to be the reason why they lost that game, right? Because they weren't able to perfect or at least place the resources where they needed to be at the right part of that game. But Nongshim Red Force in this head-to-head, as you can see here, the GPM still does favor the likes of Rattel, even though he's just there to soak and tank the damage. But we look at the point of the roam as well here. Obviously, he kind of played like a secondary roam, getting that 56 vision score as well. You can imagine that Namu's is going to be very close because they were always trying to man-mark Carl.
Yeah, like they were just like having the buddy system, like Holler likes to talk about it, where you see the Ata, you see the Liam Paul constantly buddying up together, opening up that one specific half map for the team. Like Carl practically had no shot at all to dive deep in towards the backline. He only had opportunities while diving against players like the Ata, players like the Liam Paul. But due to the fact that these two players were always giving vision to Siri and also Illusion, they were having a free roam time for the entirety of this game number 5.
Exactly, and that's a problem, right? Like, if you have two players that are freely roaming and gathering intel, it just makes it harder for these kind of assassin-like heroes, like the Kan Ming, like the Jing as well, to just have a free reign. If you've got two big old blocks, it's just like, there's no way of getting in and around onto these team fights. Like, there's only one team fight where we saw Carl really pop off.
Yeah, I mean, Carl, he is definitely a very good Jing player, but in the 5v5, the coordination showcased by the side of Nongshim Red Force is far superior compared to Boom Esports. We saw this back-to-back happen out of these 5 games. The one game that Boom Esports won against Nongshim Red Force, it wasn't through the standard macro rotations or the map play. It was through brute team fight wins in Game 2, if I'm not mistaken here. But when the game for the side of Nongshim starts pacing down, starts slowing down those mistake angles, Boom Esports found no way to actually break against Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, there was unfortunately not. I mean, we was hoping that maybe Draw had some better engages, but there was many times where, especially in towards the early part of the game, when we were talking about obviously the detriment of Boom's mistakes, that could really kind of create this big win for Nongshim Red Force. And after we said that, there was one huge, completely misaimed ultimate from Draw, and then from that point on, it was pretty much all she wrote. But MVP is going to go over to none other than Siri once again, going for the no death run once more, 4-0-3.
Very clean stuff, I would say, coming in from the Parasolar user himself. That's why in the KML region, a lot of teams would actively ban the early back in 2025 against this specific player, really for the fact that he's one of the best in the region. This is the one that you talk about, right? So, Draw forces the play coming in plus 4, and you can see the active plays here coming in from Rattel to really single out these big members coming in from the side of Blue Esports.
Exactly. He did very well in obviously just being able to shapeshift around these 5v5s as well, not being able to get caught out, but also just do so much damage, but then also be the decision maker, right? Like anybody on any other team could have been super duper greedy, right? Like we know farm lane players just like to showboat. They like to get the kills, but Siri was just like, no, let's do some irreparable damage. Let's completely eradicate their mid lane after this team fight.
Like, this is what we call Mr. Consistent, right? You don't look for the showboating, flashy plays on towards the map. You play to what the play is correctly should be, right? You get the turrets, you make the insufferable damage in irreparable ones, and then you slowly pace yourself to game-winning plays like these few moments.
Exactly. Game-winning plays towards the end here. As you see that Nongshim confirmed their place into the grand finals going against Nova Esports. Once again, a year apart. The greatest Red, now known as the Ultimate Red, take on the Supernova.
The coaching staff from the side of Nongshim Red Force is beyond happy. They were just cheering. They were just like screaming in towards the booth, expressing how happy they actually were, knowing for the fact that Nongshim Red Force came out of a 0-3 group stage run, defeating Dominator 4-2 in quarterfinals, defeating Boom Esports 4-1 in semifinals here. And right now, they meet once again with Nova. Like to say, Blam, after a year of Honor of Kings Esports, we are back at it again. Season 3 to Season 4, Nova takes on Nongshim in their second KIS4 finals.
Exactly. It's going to be very strange if 2026 ends up being the same kind of year, right? Obviously, a big win for the MKL region, and then that just continues and snowballs on further on throughout the year. But you can only hope that Nongshim's going to be a little bit of the ripple in time and the progression that the rest of the Honor Kings Esports needs here to see a new champion of the Season 4 Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, does history repeat itself, or will Nongshim Red Force take over the pen? It's like, hey, let me rewrite this book of history of yours. Let me just fumble up the entire script and make it the Nongshim year. You can even see, like, Blam, what's the color team coming in from KIS4, and what's the color team coming in for Nongshim's logo here?
Exactly. It's all red, so maybe it's all going to be the buff that they need, right? I feel like Nova... Nongshim, they just need to continue with these changes they're making in every bracket. And obviously tomorrow's matches is only the finals, but we do have obviously a tri-national showdown as well, the final one, to obviously crown the winner and the pride of their nations between Philippines, Indonesia, or Malaysia. So will we get a full Malaysia wipe across the board tomorrow, or will they be some upsets for other regions to gain their pride in the tri-national showdown? You have to tune in to find out.
I think so far in the Tri-National Showdown, Team Channel International from Philippines, looking pretty consistent, always looking at the top with the overall score, but Indonesia is placed in second with more specific score in their final 3 digits there, and Malaysia is the final one in towards the bottom one. So it's been a good day. My name is Sagi, and with Blam, let's pass it over to Mara on the stage.
Thank you, casters, and Chukayer, Nongshim Red Force, congratulations. You've gotten the last spot for the finals for tomorrow. Now, Illusion, how did you guys exactly prepare for this, seeing as how Boom Esports is your scrim partner? So you guys are familiar with each other, you're used to it. So how different was the preparation since you know each other so well?
우선 그랜드 파이널에 진출을 축하드리고요. 스크린 파트너라고 잘 알려진 붐 e스포츠 상대로 어떤 준비를 하셨는지 좀 말씀해 주실 수 있으실까요?
네, 일단 붐 e스포츠 형들 저희가 너무 잘 알아서 특별히 준비하지 않고 저희 할 것만 하면 이긴다 이런 마인드로 임했습니다.
So actually we know the Boom Esports very well. So there was no special preparation. So we tried to focus what we can do the best.
And you came out on top today.
You did very well, but I want to ask Namu, you did very well, but in the group stage, you guys didn't perform as expected, but now you're in the knockouts and you're beating everyone down. And some people, some viewers even say you're saving your strategy for the knockouts. What do you think happened? Is it like something you planned before, or actually the major improvement is because of practice?
사실 그룹 스테이지에서 농심 레드포스의 경기력이 그렇게 좋지 않았는데요. 일부에서는 노가웃 스테이지를 위해서 전략을 숨긴 거 아니냐는 말도 있습니다. 이게 사실인지 아니면 새로운 로스터 구성에 특별히 개선된 부분이 있는지 좀 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
기존 선수들과 원래 하던 농심에서 이제 새로운 선수 2명이 와서 계속 적응 단계를 거쳐갔고 아직도 적응 단계인 것 같습니다.
So there was quite major differences between the previous lineup and new rosters. So we try to make us harmonized. Yeah.
Oh, so you're harmonizing. It's very great seeing you guys harmonize as one as a team, and you're doing amazing in the semifinals.
And you can totally see them gelling together. Great chemistry throughout that series. Now, it's deja vu once again. It's going to be Nongshim Red Force versus Nova Esports in the finals, just like KIS3 going all the way here to KIS4. Earlier, we interviewed Nova, and Waypit is right over there. He said it's going to be 4-2. Nova's going to win, and it's going to be 4-2. What response do you have for Nova and Waypit that's watching you right now in the audience?
또 한 번 데자뷰 같은 장면이 연출이 됐는데요. KIS3에 이어서 KIS4에서도 노바 e스포츠와 농심 레드포스의 결승전이 되었습니다. 노바 e스포츠는 이번 농심을 상대로 노바 e스포츠가 4대2로 승리를 할 것이라고 말했는데요. 이에 대한 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 노바 형들 내일도 굉장히 재밌게 해드리겠습니다.
So Nova, we're gonna make you fun again.
Wow! It's gonna be an interesting matchup against the Supernovas. But Nongshim, and especially Namu, you have a lot of fans from all over the world, not only in Indonesia. Any messages to the ones that supported you, not only in Indo, but outside the whole world, to all the fans?
마지막으로 항상 변함없이 응원해주고 계시는 팬분들을 위해서 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
응원해주셔서 감사하고 앞으로도 많은 대회 남아있으니까 저희 여정 많이 응원해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
So thank you for your supporting, and now this journey hasn't over. We have a lot to go in this year. Thank you.
And thank you once again. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Nongshim Red Force. And you are going to rest for tomorrow because you're going to face the Nova Esports. So please be prepared, get lots of rest, and don't forget to eat well. Fighting!
Fighting!
Fighting! You may now rest. Thank you so much. And now the stage is set for the coronation. As we have tomorrow, it's going to be the first Kings of 2026.
It's going to be a celebration tomorrow with so many amazing performances. There's going to be Mukarakat, Indakus, and also Afghan, who is going to join us with their festivities.
So you better not miss it. It's going to be so much fun. And come back tomorrow to see and witness the teams rise for honor. And now, Makansoto Pakay Ketubat!
Chaka!
Tidak lupa Belly Basso!
Chaka!
I'm Mara Aquino, and once again, see you all tomorrow.
I'm Rookie Cast signing out as well. And this is
the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4 Knockout Stage.
It's our game!
Keep it good runs, everybody.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we cut through the sound of the rain.